Chapter 517. Hey, did you hear? His Majesty sent 4,000 Imperial Guards out of the city the day before yesterday. It seems that they went to Qinling Mountain to wipe out a Jianghu sect. The next morning, discussions about the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain resounded in a tea house in the East City. What Jianghu sect? They actually sent 4,000 Imperial Guards to encircle and wipe them out? I think it's called the Seven Cultivators sects. Hey, it's just a small sect. However, not only were the 4,000 Imperial Guards unable to take down such a small sect, they even suffered heavy casualties. A wretched man with broken teeth patted the table and said mysteriously, "What? How is that possible? How can so many Imperial Guards be unable to defeat a small Jianghu sect? Meng Tao, you brat, don't spread rumors." A shirtless man opposite him stood up and pointed at the man with broken teeth angrily. Hey, Boss Mao, I'm not spreading rumors. My cousin is a soldier in the military camp, and he told me this himself. Also, I happened to see the commander of the Imperial Guards returning to the city with injuries yesterday afternoon. The man named Meng Tao stood up and said seriously, "Commander? Then tell me, who is the commander of the 4,000 Imperial Guards encircling and suppressing the Seven Cultivators sect? I'd like to see which bastard is the one who lost the face of our great Tangs." Meng Tao sat down, took a sip of tea, and said mysteriously, "Heech. The commander's identity is closely related to the reason why the Imperial Court encircled and suppressed the Seven Cultivators sect. F***, which bastard is the commander's? If you keep me guessing, do you believe that I won't beat you?" Boss Mao waved his big fist and threatened fiercely. Yeah. Tell me who the commander is. Keeping me guessing at such a crucial times. Even if Boss Mao doesn't beat you up, I still want to beat you. Yeah. Meng Tao's words could be said to have angered the crowd. The customers who had been listening to him earlier started to denounce him one after another. Meng Tao was startled. He quickly put down his teacup and said with an apologetic smile, "Everyone, don't worry. Don't rush. I'll tell you now, I'll tell you now." The commander of the Imperial Guards this time was the commander of the Northern Imperial Guards, General Dugu, and the current Crown Prince, Zhan Shi Zishuan. As for the reason why the Imperial Court sent the Imperial Army to encircle and annihilate the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue, it seems that the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue have a personal grudge against Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan? Li County man? I say, Meng Tao, you brat, don't King spread rumors, right? Li Xiannan was the one who made the curved plows and sold cheap books. He has always been a kind person, so how could he possibly have a grudge with the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue? Boss Mao widened his eyes in disbelief. Yeah. Young man from the Meng family, don't try to slander Li Xiannan here. He is our family's benefactor. Yes. You can slander anyone, but you can't slander a man from Li County. Poor farmers like us are all thinking of his kindness. It had to be said that Li Zishuan had a very good reputation among farmers and poor scholars. When they heard Meng Tao say that Li Zishuan was the loser of the army, some people in the surroundings immediately became unhappy and refuted. Meng Tao was very anxious and hurriedly defended himself with a solemn oath. You guys, I didn't spread rumors, so you have to be reasonable. My cousin got all this inside information, so it's definitely not fake. I'm not lying, so you can ask around if you don't believe me. If I, Meng Tao, am lying, you can come over and cut off my head and use it as a piss pots. Boss Mao was dumbfounded and muttered, Could it really be Li Xiannan? Could it be that Lord Li really led so many people and lost the battles? I don't believe it. I heard that Lord Li is the youngest grandmaster of martial Dao in our Tang dynasty. He's so powerful that if His Majesty really sent him to attack the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue, he alone can take down the entire sects. I don't believe that Li Xiannan was defeated by them. Yes. Meng Tao, you must be mistaken. Meng Tao refuted, Hey, you guys really don't believe me. Yesterday, after Li Xiannan and General Dugu returned to Chang, and to get reinforcements, Another 6,000 elite soldiers left the city under the leadership of General Niu. Now, in order to help Lord Li settle his personal grudge, His Majesty used a total of 10,000 soldiers. Tisk tsk. Our Lord Li is really lucky. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Some people agreed with him, while others disagreed. What good fortune. I don't know what kind of magic potion this Li Xiannan gave His Majesty. He obviously doesn't have any ability, but he was put in an important position. He's not even 15 years old, but he's already a third-rank official. He probably got that position by flattery. That's right. How could he use the imperial court's army to settle his personal grudges? It's fine if he used them, but they couldn't even take down a small martial sect with so many people. What an embarrassment to the Tang army. Don't listen to Meng Tao's nonsense. There must be a reason why Lord Li was defeated. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have continued to increase the number of soldiers for him instead of blaming him. That makes sense. Hey, bullsh *t reason. Li Xiannan probably sucked up to His Majesty again. Otherwise, he would have been punished by now. Bullsh *teach. Bullsh *teach. You're the one who's bullsh *tings. You're the one who's bullsh *tings. Your whole family is bullsh *tings. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the citizens of Chang and city were fighting over this matter, which was supposed to be debated by the big shots in the imperial court. Moreover, as the person involved, Li Zishuan, didn't come out to explain himself, those who criticized Li Zishuan and thought that Li Zishuan was selfish and incompetent grew louder and louder. Li Zishuan didn't know about these things at the moment. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have the time to deal with them. After all, he was very busy right now. Faubert, help me prepare some things. When you're done, send them to Drunken Wind Pavilion for me. Li Zishuan left his house early in the morning and went to the workshop. He scribbled in the study room of Drunken Wind Pavilion for a while before coming out with a piece of paper and giving it to Faubert. Yes, young master. Faubert glanced at the list and saw that everything on it could be bought. He nodded and agreed. Although he was puzzled as to why Li Zishuan wanted these seemingly irrelevant and useless things, at this age, his curiosity was no longer that big. Therefore, he didn't ask and went to arrange for people to buy the materials. Song Xiaoxi. Li Zishuan waved his hand, and Song Xiaoxi hurriedly ran over and bowed. Young master, I'm here. Bring 2 honest people with you and follow me to Drunken Wind Pavilion. You guys will guard the door and don't let anyone in. Do you understand? Understood, young master. Chapter 518. Zhao Siwei, the left lieutenant of the Imperial Army, was a brave warrior. However, during the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain yesterday, Zhao Siwei protected his commander and died bravely. My condolences. Such a brave and loyal soldier is the role model of the Tang Empire's soldiers. I hereby confer upon Zhao Siwei the title of Xianwei General and bestow upon his widow, Yongye, 300 mu of farmland, 100,000 yuan, and 20 horses. South of Chang, and city, and the house. In a 2-story house, the courtyard was filled with mourning dresses. I accept the edict. Your Majesty, for your grace. In the courtyard, in front of the mourning hall, an old woman knelt down, a young woman who was weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, and a 4 or 5-year-old girl whose small mouth was pursed and whose face was full of tears. After the inner attendant of the yellow door finished reading the imperial edict, the old woman stood up from the ground and bowed slightly. My condolences, old lady. His Majesty also said that if you have any other requests, you can let me know. If it's reasonable, His Majesty will definitely grant it. The servant of the yellow door handed the edict to the old lady and asked gently. The old lady shook her head and said, His Majesty's grace is already very generous. I don't dare to ask for more. Rank 4 Xianwei General and 300 mu of farmland. Logically speaking, Li Er had already given Zhao Siwei's family a very generous reward. Yongye fields were also known as Shiye fields. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, from the various kings to the military governors and rank 5 officials, They were given Yongya fields according to their ranks. Their descendants were exempted from paying taxes. Such things were like iron rice bowls. With a few hundred mu of farmland, their descendants would not have to worry about food and clothing anymore. All right. Then I'll return to the palace to report. The servant of the yellow door was stunned for a moment before he bowed and said goodbye. Angel, please wait. I wonder if your majesty can send my husband's body back. Sob sob. There's only my husband's clothes in the coffin now. The young woman in mourning clothes stood up and cried. Body? The old eunuch looked troubled. Seeing this, the old lady beside him quickly said, Wan Qing, don't make things difficult for the angel. Siwei sacrificed himself for the country. Even though he died, it's an honorable death. Mother, but this daughter-in-law wants to see her husband for the last time. Ooh. The young woman couldn't hold it in any longer. She knelt on the ground and wailed. Mother, Wan also wants to see father. Sup. Wan also wants to see daddy. The little girl who was kneeling at the side came over and hugged the young woman's arm as she said with tears in her eyes. Seeing this scene, no matter how strong the old woman was, her eyes could not help but turn red. I will pass on Madame Zhao's message, but you have to be mentally prepared. Snake Spirit Mountain is not an ordinary mountain. The attendant of the yellow door sighed, then turned around and left with his entourage. Are you serious? Was my husband really killed because of Li Zishuan's random command? Today in Chang'an, many families were holding funerals. In a dilapidated courtyard in the west of the city, a woman dressed in mourning clothes and another woman in her 30s wearing red silk were squatting in the corner and whispering to each other. How can it be fakes? Chang'da family, think about it. How old is Li Xiannan this year? He's not even 15 years old. How can such a young child have the ability to lead troops? Didn't he get this position by flattering the emperor? He did get promoted, but he caused the deaths of so many soldiers. Now in Chang'an city, everyone is talking about it. The middle-aged woman looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she pulled the young woman aside and whispered. But Li Xiannan doesn't look like such a person. The young woman said in disbelief. The middle-aged woman said earnestly, Sage. Chang'da family, as the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. You haven't interacted with him before, so how do you know what kind of person he is? Now, the families of the soldiers who died in the battle are all crying for justice for their men. There's such a thing? But didn't the imperial court already give us compensation? It's useless for them to cry for justice. The middle-aged woman said resentfully, compensation? Chang'da family, let's not beat around the bush. How much compensation did the imperial court give to your family? Is it 8 strings of coins and 10 mu of Yongya farmlands? Aunt Jiang, how did you know? The middle-aged woman snorted and said, Why can't I know? I just came from Mingpeng's house. All of their families had received this much in compensation. Xinha, I don't want to criticize you, but what can this amount of compensation do? After Chang'da left, this family can only rely on you to do some needlework to support the family, but your Baoyun will have to marry when she grows up. Can you afford a dowry with this amount of money? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Baoyun. The young woman was stunned and said bitterly in her heart, I understand. But Chang'da left, what can I do? Sai, there's a way. Who said there's no way? Madame Jiang immediately became excited, and she hurriedly said, Ein he. Look at Li Zishuan, he's still eating and drinking at home after losing the battle. His Majesty didn't punish him at all. Chang'da, Mingpeng, and the others were ordered by Li Zishuan to go through fire and water, but he's rich and has nothing to worry about. Is this fair? The middle-aged woman's words were very harsh and could easily bewitch people. After hearing this, the young woman's heart began to waver. It's not fair. This is definitely not fair. That's why the other families are all discussing going to Li Zishuan's house tomorrow morning to cause troubles. Even if they can't get His Majesty's attention and punish Li Zishuan for his crimes, they can still get more compensation from the Li family. Aunt Jiang, this isn't good? I heard that many soldiers died in the battle this time. Even if the Li family is willing to pay, it can't be that much, right? Aunt Jiang raised her orchid fingers and said with a smile, "Ha! Silly child, you're thinking too much. Do you know how much money the Li family has? Even if all 200 families go over, the Li family can still afford it. You know about Li Zishuan's wedding last month, right? The cost of that wedding was more than 100,000 strings of cash." More than 100,000 strings of cash? So much? The young woman covered her mouth in surprise. A hint of smugness flashed across the middle-aged woman's eyes. Then she probed, "Of course. So, Xianxia, do you want to go with them tomorrow to ask for an explanation?" The young woman struggled for a moment and finally nodded. "All right. That's good. That's good. We'll gather at Mingda's house tomorrow. We'll go to the Li family together to ask for an explanation. Li Zishuan caused so many families to lose men. How can he not pay the price?" Chapter 5:19. How is it? Did she agree? In a private room of the Grand Hyatt restaurant, a black-robed man with a hood covering his face sat on the couch. He looked at the woman in red silk below and lowered his voice as he asked in a hoarse voice. Looking at the woman's appearance, it was the middle-aged woman surnamed Jiang from before. She agreed. She agreed. Although that girl is a bit stubborn, she was still convinced by me. The middle-aged woman said proudly. Clap, clap, clap. Very good. The black-robed man clapped his hands and praised. Then he asked, "Including this, you've already convinced 30 families, right?" The middle-aged woman quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Boss, you really have a good memory." Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied. Next, as long as you can persuade that family, I'll give you 10 times the reward." The black-robed man laughed and said, "10 times? Boss, tell me quickly, I'll definitely help you do it." Hearing that there was 10 times the reward, the middle-aged woman was afraid that she would miss such a good opportunity and quickly replied. The black-robed man shook his head and said, Don't be in a hurry to agree. This family shouldn't be that easy to convince." "Boss, what you said is wrong." The middle-aged woman put her hands on her hips and said, "I, Jiang Zuehua, don't have any other abilities, but this mouth of mine, if I say I'm second, no one dares to say they're first. So, boss, if you want me to persuade anyone, just say it." The black-robed man clapped his hands and laughed. Then you better listen carefully. Next, go to Zhao Siwei's house at Anlufang. If you can convince his wife, Xia Wanqing, to go with you tomorrow, I will give you 10 times the reward. Jiang Zuo's face fell when she heard this, and she muttered, "Xia Qing." "This?" The black-robed man frowned and said, What's wrong? From what you said earlier, didn't you say that there was no one you couldn't convince?" Jiang Zuehua quickly waved her hand and said, "No. It's not like that. Boss, although this Xia Wanqing has a stubborn temper, it's still all right. The hardest to talk to is her mother-in-law. If that old madam knew that I asked Xia Wanqing to do this, she would definitely use her walking stick to chase me away. 15 times. The black-robed man did not say much and directly increased the price. Gulp. Jiang Zuehua swallowed her saliva. She was calculating how much the reward was worth. Boss, this isn't about money. 20 times. Without any hesitation, the black-robed man increased the price once more. Deal. Boss, don't add more. Don't worry, even if I, Jiang Zuehua, have to go through water and tread on fire, I will do what you ask me to do. Just you wait and see. Aunt Jiang? You're here. Happy Lane, Zhao Siwei's residence. Xia Wanqing had just added an incense stick to the memorial tablet when she saw someone walk in from the courtyard. That's right. I'm here to pay my respects to Lieutenant Zhao. Wanqing, do you still smell good? Let me light some incense for Siwei. Jiang Zuehua walked over quickly and said with a smile, "Yes, Aunt Jiang. Thank you for coming to see Siwei." At this time, only she and Jiang Zuehua were in the courtyard. As for the old and the young, they couldn't withstand the hot weather and had returned to their rooms to rest. "We're neighbors, what are you thanking me for?" It's just that Si Wei was such a good young man. He finally entered the guards and even became a lieutenant. He had a bright future ahead of him. How could he be gone just like that? Jiang Tsuehua said with a regretful expression. Then she took the incense stick, lit it, and bowed 3 times to the memorial tablet. Finally, she placed it on the incense table. Hearing Jiang Tsuehua mention Zhao Siwei, Xia Wanqing couldn't help but start sobbing softly. Jiang Tsuehua quickly came over to support her and comforted her. Hey, don't cry, Wanqing. It's Aunt Jiang's fault. Aunt Jiang shouldn't have mentioned Si Wei. Boo! It's not your fault, Aunt Jiang. I couldn't help it. Boo! Mother is already so old and Wan is still so young. With Si Wei gone, I really don't know how I'm going to live in the future. It would have been better if she didn't say it. Now that she said it, Xia Wanqing couldn't stop crying. Sigh. Wanqing, don't cry, don't cry. Our lives still have to be lived slowly. Oh right, didn't the imperial court give us a pension? That money should be enough, right? Xia Wanqing wiped away her tears and said, yes, there is a pension. Although that money is enough for our family to live for a lifetime, I didn't give birth to a son for Si Wei when he was alive. Who will inherit the family business in the future? Jiang Tsuehua was shocked. She didn't expect that the imperial court would give Zhao Siwei's family such a generous pension. It was actually enough for a family to live for a lifetime. If that was the case, she couldn't persuade Xia Wanqing like she did with the others. Actually, this was very easy to understand. As the commander of Duga Xian's personal guards and the first lieutenant of the imperial army, Zhao Siwei was the highest-ranking soldier among the 215 soldiers who sacrificed themselves this time. His pension and reward would naturally be the highest, but the other ordinary soldiers definitely couldn't be given according to this standard. Otherwise, no matter how rich the imperial court was, they would still go bankrupt. Wanqing, you still have to restrain your grief. Si Wei's spirit in heaven will also be happy to see your family living well. Jiang Tsuehua was helpless and could only think of another way. Xia Wanqing shook her head and said, but I didn't even see my husband for the last time. My husband was wise all his life, but now he's dead without a corpse. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. Jiang Tsuehua's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light as she said, sigh. Speaking of which, it's strange. This time, a total of 215 imperial guards died in battle, but many family members didn't receive the bodies of their loved ones. They only received a notice of death from the Ministry of War. Xia Wanqing raised her head and asked, why is that? Aunt Jiang, can my husband's body still be sent back? Jiang Tsuehua pretended to be troubled and said, sigh. What else could it be? Isn't it because Li Xiannan brought the imperial guards to attack Snake's Spirit Mountain? The mountain path up there is steep, and it would take a lot of effort to transport the corpses of the soldiers back. Li Xiannan was probably afraid of trouble, so he didn't bring them back. What? A trace of anger flashed across Xia Wanqing's face. She stood up and said, is it because Li Xiannan was afraid of trouble that he didn't bring my husband's body back? How could he do that? This is just my guess. However, this time, when the imperial guards attacked Snake Spirit Mountain, the people outside all said that Li Zishuan's command was improper, causing the army to return in defeat and heavy casualties. If it wasn't for him, there definitely wouldn't have been so many casualties. Aunt Jiang, are you serious? Xia Wanqing pulled Jiang Zuo's hand and asked anxiously. Of course. Wanqing, if you don't believe me, Aunt Zhao will accompany you to the Li residence to question Li Zishuan tomorrow. Chapter 520. Heartless Villager, pay with your life for my husband. Heartless Villager, pay with your life for my husband's. On this day, early in the morning, 40 to 50 women wearing mourning clothes gathered at the entrance of the Li family in Yongla Lane, loudly shouting slogans. The strange clothes and special slogans of this group quickly attracted a large number of onlookers. The Li family should have been established in Chang, in city for at least 20 years. Before Li Zishuan was born, the Li family led by Li Jingma was a true merchant family. But unlike most of the rich and heartless merchants who valued profit over righteousness, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li had always insisted on being kind to others. Except for their business competitors, almost no one hated the Li family. In the Yongla Lane area, and even in the neighboring areas, the Li family's reputation were excellent. Later, the son of the Li family, Li Zishuan, returned from Mount Longhu and made many outstanding achievements, being conferred the title of Baron. The head of the Li family also became Li Zishuan. Under the leadership of Li Zishuan, the Li family still adhered to the principle of being kind, especially to the poor farmers and the children of humble families, bringing great benefits. The Li family's reputation among the people also rose to another level. Now, a group of women gathered at the entrance of the Li family's residence to make a crusade. Many people felt it was inconceivable, and the onlookers kept increasing. They all pointed at the women in front of them and talked about them. Whose daughters-in-law are they? Why are they wearing mourning clothes and coming to the Li family to make trouble? Hey, I don't know. From what they're saying, it seems like Lord Li killed their husbands. How is that possible? Lord Li and Lord Li are both good people. How could they do such a wicked thing? Hey, I know her. Isn't that Changda's wife? But why is she wearing mourning clothes? I heard that Changda was on duty in the Imperial Army. But in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago, the Imperial Army was defeated by the 7 Cultivators sect and could only retreat to the foot of the mountain. The Imperial Army also suffered heavy losses. Could it be that Changda unfortunately died in the battle? Hiss. If that's the case, then aren't these mourning women the widows of the soldiers who died in the Snake Spirit Mountain the day before yesterday? No wonder they came all the way here to cry. Li Xiannan was one of the main generals in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain. You can't say that, right? Which general has never lost a battle? You can't put all the blame on Lord Li just because of one defeat, right? Dear neighbors, the husbands of these poor women are all Imperial Army soldiers who died in the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain. They died because of Li Xiannan's improper command. We came here this time for no other reason than to ask the Li family to give them some compensation. After all, the pillar of their family is gone. In the future, they will have to live as widows and orphans. How can they live without money? Everyone, please be the judge. Are we asking for too much? Today, Jiang Zuhua was also among the crowd that came to cause trouble. When she saw that many people had gathered around, she turned around and said to the crowd with a sorrowful expression. Her act of pretending and playing the sympathy card really did arouse the sympathy of many people. So it's like this. If that's the case, it's not too much. It's not too much. Li Xiannan's family doesn't lack money. When Jiang Zuehua saw that the time was right, she continued to lead the women around her and shouted, "Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life. Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life." As soon as Jiang Zuehua's voice fell, the group of women also quickly shouted, "Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life." Some of the onlookers heard their miserable cries and couldn't help but sympathize with them. As a result, the shouting in front of the Li family's residence became louder and louder. With such a big commotion, it was impossible for the Li family not to notice. In fact, when Jiang Zuehua brought the group of soldiers' widows over, the gatekeepers of the Li family's residence, San Bao and Fu, already noticed. It wasn't that the two of them didn't try to reason with them, but Jiang Zuehua was eloquent and insisted that Li Zishuan personally come out to settle the compensation for everyone. San Bao had no choice but to let Fu stand guard at the door while she went to the courtyard to report to Li Jingma and Madame Li. "Master, Madam, not good. Not good. There are a lot of women causing trouble outside." It was about 7:15 in the morning. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Han Yushi's family of 3, originally, it was a family of 6, but Li Zishuan, Lan, and Iron Egg were all not at home, were eating breakfast in the front hall. Suddenly, they heard San Bao shouting outside. The 3 of them quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks. When San Bao came in, Li Jingma asked first, "San Bao, what did you say? There are people causing trouble outside the residence?" San Bao took a deep breath and answered, "Yes, Master, there are 40 to 50 women outside the door. They said they want to see young Master and ask him for compensation." This brat. Li Jingma's face turned green. When he heard San Bao's words, he subconsciously thought that Li Zishuan had gotten himself into trouble outside. Thus, he couldn't help but look at his daughter-in-law guiltily. What should he do? His son had wronged his daughter-in-law. Who should he speak up for later? Han Yushi was stunned, but she didn't say anything. In front of the two elders, she wouldn't purposely interrupt. It wouldn't be too late to interrupt after she fully understood the ins and outs of the matter. Compensation? What compensation? San Bao, have you asked clearly? Madame Li didn't believe that her son would do such a thing outside. She first rolled her eyes at Li Jingma, then looked at San Bao and asked, Madam, the black-hearted county man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. San Bao was about to explain when a deafening shout came from outside. Madame Li's expression changed. She slammed the table and said coldly, Oops! Where did this wicked woman come from? My son is upright and upright. I want to see who is pestering endlessly and ruining my Xianxia's reputations. With that, Madame Li stood up and was about to leave. Mother! Wait. At this moment, Han Yushi hurriedly stopped Madame Li and said, Mother, they are just a group of pitiful people. Let me go. I will settle this matter, okay? The two of you should have a good meal first. Madame Li stopped in her tracks and looked back at Han Yushi. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, Okay. I'll leave it to you. Mother and your father both support you. Chapter 521. The reason why Mrs. Li agreed to let Han Yushi go out to solve this matter was mainly out of respect for this daughter-in-law. She felt that this family would be handed over to her son and daughter-in-law sooner or later. It might not be a bad thing to let Han Yushi go out to train now. The reason why Han Yushi took the initiative to take on this heavy responsibility was mainly because she heard the group of women outside shouting, The black-hearted county man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. She immediately thought of the matter that everyone in Chang and City had been discussing for the past 2 days, that Li Zishuan had lost the battle. She felt that this matter was not simple. If it was not handled properly, it would bring a lot of trouble to Li Zishuan. Therefore, she took the initiative to take on this task. The black-hearted county man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. When Han Yushi arrived at the door of the mansion, it was when the group of women outside were shouting the loudest. Her eyes scanned the crowd slightly and instantly saw who was leading this group of people. Some schemes immediately surfaced in her mind. In an alley opposite the Li mansion stood a man in black wearing a bamboo hat. When he saw Han Yushi coming out from behind the door, he sneered and said, This Li Zishuan is just SOSO. After such a big thing happened, he actually only let a woman come out to do it perfunctorily. I don't know if you're confident or incompetent. Forget it. You're courting death. Originally, I didn't expect to use this matter to kill you, but now that you look down on this matter so much, you should be prepared to have a bad reputation. At the same time, the crowd in front of the Li mansion saw Han Yushi come out and also made a commotion. Someone from the Li mansion is here. Isn't this the wife of the Li county man? Why didn't the Li county man come out personally? Neighbors, please be quiet. If you have anything to say, you can sit down and talk slowly. Although Han Yushi's clear voice could not be heard by everyone, most people still heard it. As the saying goes, even if you don't give face to the monk, you have to give face to the Buddha. Li Zishuan's previous impression of him was extremely good. Many of the onlookers quieted down, and those who continued to shout slowly quieted down. Seeing this, Han Yushi said generously, Sisters, neighbors, everyone has been standing for so long. You must be tired and thirsty. Let's not care about anything else. Let's sit down and drink some water first before we talk about things. How about that? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Han Yushi to speak to them like this. Shouldn't the Lord and Madam be high and mighty? Seeing that no one replied to her, Han Yushi was not annoyed. She smiled and instructed San Bao. San Bao, quickly arrange for someone to give everyone here a bowl of iced warmth and a cushion. In this era, although there were already stools, there were still many people who usually knelt on cushions or brocade couches. There were at least 100 people in front of her. It was not realistic for the Li residents to take out so many Hu stools in such a short time. Han Yushi thought about it and could only let San Bao get the cushions. Yes, young madam. San Bao responded and was about to enter the door. Wait. Jiang Zuihua, who was caught off guard by Han Yushi's strange move, walked out of the crowd and stopped her. With rich experience in fighting, she knew that in a negotiation, the one who had the initiative would get the biggest benefits. Han Yushi waved her hand and motioned for San Bao to go in quickly. Then, she looked at Jiang Zuihua and asked, "May I ask who this aunt is?" "I'm Jiang Zuihua. I'm not worthy of being called aunt by Lord and Madam." Jiang Zuihua pretended to be polite and said, "Madam Ju, there's no need for you to spend money. These are all poor people who lost their husbands in the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago. They're here today to seek justice from Li Xiannan, so Madam Ju, please ask Li Xiannan to come out." Han Yushi shook her head gently and said, "I'm sorry, my husband is not at home at the moment. His Majesty has sent troops to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue for the second time. My husband is trying to find a way to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue at the smallest cost and avenge the soldiers who died in the battle. Yushi is sad about the unfortunate experience of my sisters. If I were in your shoes, I believe I would be even more miserable than you. Today, let's not talk about right and wrong. Since you are all guests, please drink some water to cool down. Then we can sit down and have a good talk." At this moment, the maids and servants of the Li residence came out of the door one after another with wine bowls and futons. Looking at the pink and gentle land that was emitting a cool air, many people couldn't refuse anymore. Although it was still early in the morning, it was still very hot in the summer. The women who had been shouting slogans were the ones who felt it the most. The weather was hot to begin with, and they had been shouting for so long. It would be a lie to say that they weren't thirsty. Moreover, the sight of the warm and gentle land in front of them made them salivate. No one could resist its attraction. Hey, don't drinks." Jiang Zuihua saw that most people had picked up their wine bowls and started to taste the warm and gentle land. She couldn't help but feel anxious. As the saying goes, one's eyes blind one's eyes. They were here to collect debts. How could they drink other people's wine in front of other people's homes? However, no one listened to her at this time. What the hell is this? Jiang Zuihua stomped her feet in anger. Then she picked up her wine bowl and drank. Drinking this warm and gentle land is really cool and thirst-quenching. Cough cough. We've drunk this water and sat down. Lord Ju, Madam, can we talk about business now? After a while, Jiang Zuihua licked her lips and asked embarrassedly. She was still thinking about the warm and gentle land that she had just drunk. She had never drunk this kind of thing before. Han Yushi swept a glance at the crowd. Seeing that most of them had calmed down and weren't as irritable as before, she heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard Jiang Zuihua's question, she smiled and said, "Of course, but what?" Jiang Zuihua was overjoyed. She thought that Han Yushi was in trouble. "But before that, sisters, please allow me to tell you about the decision that my husband made." Han Yushi ignored Jiang Zuihua and looked at the 40 to 50 women in mourning clothes in front of her. She said in a deep voice, "The Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain was far more unfavorable to the Imperial Army than you imagined. In the end, they were unfortunately defeated, causing 215 heroic souls to be buried here forever. My husband blamed himself deeply for this and couldn't sleep for the entire night. He had already decided that the Li family would provide for the lives of these sacrificed soldiers and their families in the future. Putting aside the compensation from the imperial court, the Li family will give every soldier's family members 10 strings of money every year. If you are willing, you can send the children of the soldiers to study in the Yanhuang Academy in the future. There will be no fees. My husband originally planned to inform everyone of this decision after the imperial army completely annihilated the 7 cultivators of true virtue. At the same time, I also wanted to comfort your husband's soul in heaven. But since you've come to find me, I'll inform you in advance. My husband has a clear conscience and only wants to live up to his conscience." Chapter 522. Han Yushi's words completely turned the passive situation into an active one. If Li Zixuan were here, he would definitely give his wife 32 likes. Every family can get 10 strings of money every year? When the people below heard Han Yushi's words, they could not help but start whispering to each other. Among them, most of them had come here to seek money. Now that Han Yushi had given such a generous compensation plan, almost no one was dissatisfied. Lord Li is so generous. This is really generous. Every family gets 10 strings of money every year. No matter what, it's enough to live. Tisk. Just based on these conditions, I want to work for Lord Li. I told you that Lord Li is kind-hearted and wouldn't do such a thing that goes against his conscience. How about it? I was right? You guys just had to blindly follow along. Yes. Boss Mao, you're right. We were the ones who didn't distinguish between right and wrong. Madam Ju, we've all let you down. Madam Ju, we've let you down. We shouldn't have followed along. Not only the martyrs' widows, but even the surrounding onlookers felt that the compensation plan offered by the Li family was very generous. Some people even wished that they could replace it with themselves. Han Yushi retreated in order to advance and turn the passive into active. In an instant, she turned the unfavorable situation around. Jiang Zuohua, who was in the crowd, saw this, and her expression became extremely ugly. Now, she and this group of women had indeed achieved their goal of asking the Li family for money. However, the Li family taking the initiative to give it and them taking the initiative to ask for it were two completely different concepts. Han Yushi's actions completely ruined her established plan, to completely ruin Li Zixuan's reputation in the name of asking for money. However, looking at the reaction of the surrounding crowd, she knew that not only was Li Zixuan not ruined, but he had also gained a good reputation for being benevolent and righteous. Madam Ju is really benevolent. I just don't know how long the Li family can give them the 10 strings of money every year. The more Jiang Zuohua thought about it, the angrier she got. Suddenly, she thought of a flaw and asked. In her opinion, each family earned 10 strings of cash a year. More than 200 families would earn more than 2,000 strings of cash. She did not believe that the Li family would be willing to maintain such a large expenditure for a long time. A cold light flashed through Han Yushi's eyes. Jiang Zuohua was polite on the surface, but her words were targeted at the Li family. This made Han Yushi feel a little angry. She glanced at Jiang Zuohua with a deep meaning and said, Jiang Zuohua, you're the Li family. Andy Jiang, that's a good question. Our Li family intends to give each family a pension of 10 strings of coins for 50 years. A total of 107,500 strings of cash. Within half a year, my husband and I will raise this sum of money and hand it over to the imperial court. The Ministry of Revenue will distribute it to everyone every year. This way, no matter whether the Li family is rich or poor 50 years later, the pension money for the families of the soldiers will not be lacking. After learning new mathematics for so long, Han Yushi effortlessly calculated the total amount of pension for the 215 martyrs for 50 years. When the onlookers heard that, there was a commotion. Although they felt that the previous 10 strings of cash was a lot, it was still within their acceptable range. Now that they heard that the Li family was going to take out more than 100,000 strings of cash, this was really an eye-opener for them. Good. Lord Li is generous. Lady Ju is generous. What the F***CKs? More than 100,000 strings of cash. Lord Li is really unparalleled. That's right. Today, these women blocked the Li family's door to cause trouble. It's really too much. Fortunately, Lady Ju is magnanimous. Not only did she not mind, but she also repaid evil with good. It's really rare. That's the truth. Under Han Yushi's step-by-step attacks, the scales of victory had already begun to tilt towards the Li family. The martyrs' widows in the field were pointed at by the surrounding people. Many people did not dare to raise their heads to look at Han Yushi again. A person lives with a face, a tree lives with a piece of skin. In fact, most of them did not have such a big grudge against Li Zixuan and the Li family. It was mainly because Jiang Zuohua used some bewitching words to trick them into causing trouble. Now, in front of the Li residents, Not only did Han Yushi not speak ill of them, but she also gave them iced warm drinks and clean and soft cushions to sit on. This eased the hostility in their hearts by a lot. In the end, Han Yushi did not need them to say anything. Instead, she took the initiative to give them such a generous pension plan. While they were satisfied, they also felt a lot of guilt. They kept feeling that they were the villain in this matter. Madam and Lord Ju are benevolent, but my family doesn't want money. I only want my husband's bones. I beg Madam and Lord Ju to fulfill my wish. Just when Han Yushi thought that the matter was about to be resolved satisfactorily, she saw a delicate woman in mourning clothes stand up and say, "Yes, yes, yes. Madam Ju, why didn't the Ministry of War send back the corpses of the soldiers in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain this time? How sad do you think it is for them to die without seeing their corpses?" Xianxia's eyes lit up as she quickly jumped out and said, Han Yushi's face turned cold as she said to Jiang Zuihua coldly, "I wonder if any of the 215 soldiers who died are your family members, Aunt Jiang?" Jiang Zuihua's old face darkened as she said weakly, cough, no. Since no, then why is Aunt Jiang more anxious than these people? Can I understand that these people were all instigated by Aunt Jiang to come and ruin our Li family's reputation? The voice of Han Yushi, who had been speaking in a gentle voice earlier, suddenly became stern. Her beautiful face was also covered with dark clouds. Jiang Zuihua panicked, but she was an experienced person after all. After taking 2 breaths, she hurriedly explained. "Madam Ju, that's not right. Justice is in the human heart. I, Jiang Zuihua, saw that these people who lost their husbands were pitiful, so I stood out to help them. How did I instigate them to ruin your family's reputation? I'm doing this for the public good." "Ah, eager for justice?" Han Yushi sneered, then walked to the delicate woman in white who had stood up earlier and asked softly, "May I know your names?" The delicate woman bowed and answered, "I am Xia Wanqing. My husband is Zhao Siwei, a lieutenant of the Imperial Army and the captain of General Dugu's personal guards." Han Yushi was slightly shocked. The night before, Li Zixuan had briefly explained the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain to her. At the last moment, Zhao Siwei had led the remaining Imperial Army guards and used his life to give Li Zixuan, Duga Xian, and the others a chance to retreat. Han Yushi remembered this matter deeply in her heart. Chapter 523. So it's Sister Wanqing. Sorry for the disrespect. Han Yushi bowed solemnly to Xia Wanqing and said, "Sister Wanqing, I've heard about your husband from my Lord Ju. I'll tell you in detail later. Now, please tell me, did Aunt Jiang call you here?" When Jiang Zuihua heard this, she panicked and said, "Madam Ju, did I ask you a question?" "I'm asking Sister Wanqing. If you don't have a guilty conscience, please shut up." Han Yushi mercilessly interrupted her immediately. Anyone could hear the coldness in her words. Seeing that Han Yushi was about to get angry, Xia Wanqing also panicked a little. After all, the difference in status was obvious. She hurriedly said in a low voice, "Madam, this Wanqing came here today without consideration, but it was definitely not to ruin Lord Ju's reputation. I just wanted to—" "All right, Sister Wanqing, I know you don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask you, were you urged by Aunt Jiang to come here?" Han Yushi smiled and patted Xia Wanqing's shoulder as she said gently. "This." Xia Wanqing looked at Jiang Zuihua hesitantly, not knowing how to answer. Han Yushi immediately understood in her heart. She said in a deep voice, "Sister Wanqing, you all know my and my husband's attitude towards you. Put yourself in my shoes. You have to treat me with sincerity as well. Besides, if anything goes wrong today, both you and our Li family will only suffer losses. No one will be able to gain any benefits, so have you never thought that you were being used by someone with ulterior motives?" Xia Wanqing was startled. When she thought of the whole thing, she felt more and more that someone was manipulating today's farce. "Little girl, don't slander me. I just pity these women who lost their husbands. I'm here to seek justice for them." Seeing that the matter was about to be exposed, Jiang Zuihua simply shed all pretense of cordiality and directly called Han Yushi a little girl. Justice? Han Yushi laughed instead of getting angry and said, "Let's not talk about justice first. Jiang Zihua, are you admitting that these widows of the Imperial Guards were all urged by you? So what if I am? Justice for one person is the same as justice for 50 people. What's wrong with me calling all of them over? Jiang Zihua stiffened her neck and argued. Does this mean that you, Jiang Zihua, are here today to seek justice for the 50 widows of the soldiers? And you're not even taking a single cent? Han Yushi sneered. Then, she looked at the crowd that was gathering around her and said loudly, Dear neighbors, I, Han Yushi, have just married into the Li family for less than a month. I don't know what kind of character Jiang Zihua had in the past, but I believe everyone present knows very well. Who thinks that she will be selfless, do her best, and seek justice for others without taking a single cent. If anyone thinks so, please step forward. Straight to the root of the problem. Han Yushi's words directly hit Jiang Zihua's vital point. The onlookers also saw that today's matter was a little unusual, and they all whispered below. I know this Jiang Zihua. Not only is she stingy, but she also likes to take advantage of small things. I heard that the eggs laid by the hens of blacksmith Wang next to her house are often stolen. I don't know if it has anything to do with Jiang Zihua. It's most likely related. Earlier, when I saw you guys making a fuss, I felt that something was wrong. Now that I heard Madame Ju's analysis, I finally know what's wrong. This Jiang Zihua is eating and drinking well, but her mother-in-law can only eat and drink. How can such an unfilial woman be so kind to seek justice for others? There must be something fishy behind this. Yes. I also heard that Jiang Zihua doesn't give her mother-in-law foods. Do you guys think that there's someone behind Jiang Zihua? It must be. Lord Li treats people so well and even gave so many good things to poor people like us. There must be someone who can't stand it and deliberately used this despicable method to smear Lord Juge. Yes. These women who came to cause trouble are all accomplices. Yes. Accomplices. Accomplices who can't distinguish between right and wrong. Chang and city wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. The people who lacked entertainment loved to gossip. When something happened, half of Chang and city would know about it. Therefore, after a while, Jiang Zihua's background was turned upside down. As the people discussed, Jiang Zihua's old face became darker and darker. The martyr's widow kneeling on the ground didn't look good either. Although the mastermind of the whole thing was Jiang Zihua, if they really wanted to talk about it, they were Jiang Zihua's accomplices. Madam, we were all persuaded by Aunt Jiang. We didn't plan to come at firsts. Yes. We were just at home yesterday to prepare for our husband's funeral. Then, Aunt Jiang came over and told us that this time on Snake Spirit Mountain, it was Lord Li's mistaken command that caused our husband to die. She wanted us to come to the Li residence today to seek justice. Madame Ju, we were all invited by Aunt Jiang. A martyr's widow stood up and told the truth. Then, many people followed suit and the truth gradually surfaced. Han Yushi sneered and said, Jiang Zihua, what else do you have to say? Jiang Zihua knew that this was bad. She looked around and saw that there were people everywhere. She couldn't run even if she wanted to. It was funny that she couldn't wait for more people to come. Now, it seemed that she was digging her own grave. No matter what, these people's husbands died on Snake Spirit Mountain. It must have something to do with Li Xiannan. Also, why couldn't the soldiers' bones be brought back? Isn't Li Xiannan responsible for this? Jiang Zihua had no choice but to fight to the death. She felt that even if she was caught and brought to the Supreme Court, she had to drag Li Zishuan down. That way, the mysterious person who was looking for her might be able to save her. You self-righteous stupid womans. Facing Jiang Zihua's dying counterattack, Han Yushi was not afraid at all. She looked at Xia Wanqing below and said, the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain was a nightmare for all the sisters here. Originally, I didn't want to reopen this scar, but if I don't make things clear today, I'm afraid that everyone's misunderstanding of the Li family will become deeper and deeper. In order to prevent everyone's pain of losing their husbands from being used by despicable people, Yushi has offended you today. Next, I will tell everyone in detail what happened to the Imperial Army on Snake Spirit Mountain the day before yesterday. Chapter 524. My husband, General Dugu, and his younger brother worked together to get rid of the snakes and fought against the sect master of the 7 cultivators sect, Batian. After a bitter battle, Batian was seriously injured and victory was in sight. Who would have thought that an elder of the 7 cultivators sect would release a 3-zhang-long 7-headed serpent with infinite strength and venom all over its body? It was impossible for it to be invincible. Under the critical situation, my husband ordered Dugu Feng to lead the army to retreat first. He and General Dugu led the remaining imperial guards to entangle the 7-headed serpent and buy time for the army. Later, the 7-headed serpent went berserk several times, causing the remaining imperial guards to suffer heavy casualties. At the last moment, the captain of the imperial guards, Zhao Siwei, led the remaining imperial guards to fight the 7-headed serpent, wanting to create an opportunity for General Dugu and my husband to escape. My husband couldn't stop him, but he didn't want the soldiers to die in vain. He could only retreat with General Dugu. Recalling Li Zishuan's narration of the near-death experience, Han Yuxi's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She looked at the more than 50 martyrs' widows in mourning clothes in front of her and said in a deep voice, "The Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain was like this from beginning to end. What I said just now is absolutely true. The more than 3,000 imperial guards who survived can testify for me. My husband and I feel deeply guilty for the unfortunate deaths of my sister's husbands in this battle. But if you say that my husband is the only one to blame for this battle, Yuxi will never agree. The terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain, the poisonous miasma, the peak grandmaster level martial artists, and the 7-headed serpent were all unfavorable factors. If it were any other general who was in command and had the same number of troops, they would also be powerless. His Majesty and the other officials in the imperial court have already come to this conclusions. Jiang Zihua, today you are still speaking irresponsibly and slandering my husband's reputation. Are you more wise than the officials in the imperial court and the current His Majesties? Han Yuxi almost roared out the last sentence. It was fine for others to talk about her behind her back, but she would never allow anyone to speak ill of Li Zishuan. Jiang Zihua had already touched her bottom line today. Moreover, Jiang Zihua's way of using the grief of a martyr's widow to achieve her own sinister goals made her feel extremely disgusted. With Han Yuxi's last shout, Jiang Zihua's face instantly turned pale. The surrounding crowd also fell into a dead silence. Regarding the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain, they had only heard about it through some rumors. They never thought that the real situation would be so dangerous. Especially when the 7-headed serpent appeared at the end of the battle. Li Zishuan chose to personally cover the retreat of the 7-headed serpent. This move moved everyone. Other people would say that a general's success was built on the bones of thousands of soldiers. However, Li Zishuan, as a general, was able to achieve this step. No matter how picky a person was, they would not be able to find fault with him. Although they were defeated in the end, it could only be said that it was not their fault. In the end, the imperial army's personal guards who sacrificed themselves heroically said that they had bought time for Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian to retreat. However, weren't they also covering the retreat of the main army? Even if they did not sacrifice themselves, Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian would not have been in danger. However, more than 90% of the 4,000 imperial army soldiers would have died. Therefore, in other words, they did not die for Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian. They died in place of more than 3,000 brothers. Lord Zhu is loyal and righteous. We have wronged Lord Zhu. We deserve to die. A white-haired old man cupped his hands at Han Yuxi and said in a trembling voice. Earlier, when he saw how pitiful these widows were, he followed suit and shouted a few slogans. Now that he heard Han Yuxi's explanation, he immediately blamed himself. We have wronged Lord Zhu. We deserve to die. Even such an old man could take the initiative to admit his mistake. How could the others have the nerve to continue being ostriches? Therefore, those who blindly followed suit and apologized. Everyone, you don't have to do this. You were just fooled by Jiang Zihua's flowery words. It's not your fault. The one who is truly guilty is Jiang Zihua. Han Yuxi waved her hand at those people, then turned her head and ordered, Pang Sigi, bring her to the Supreme Court for interrogation. I want to see who is deliberately smearing my husband's name. As the head of the Li residence's guards, Pang Feiji had already run out when he heard the commotion. When he heard Han Yushi's order, he quickly cupped his hands and said loudly, "Yes, young mistress." After saying that, he waved his hand and said fiercely, "Goes. Take her down." "Stop." Jiang Tsuehua widened her eyes and said in panic, "You can't take me down. I'm just helping them seek justice. I'm not guilty, I'm not guilties." "You're guilties." At this moment, an angry snort came from outside the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw an old lady in black clothes walking over shakily with a walking stick. "Mother? Why are you here?" Xia Wanqing, who was in the crowd, turned pale with fright when she saw who it was. She hurriedly got up and wanted to help the old lady. "If I didn't come, Siwei's reputation would be ruins. Wanqing, you're really muddle-headed. How could you believe Jiang Zuo's slanderous words?" That's right, this old lady was Zhao Siwei's mother. According to custom, elders were not allowed to wear mourning clothes for the younger generation, so she only wore black clothes. At this moment, when Xia Wanqing walked in front of her, the old lady did not intend to give her daughter-in-law any face in front of others. She sternly reprimanded her. "Mother, son is wrong, don't be angry." Xia Wanqing's eyes were red. She quickly supported the old lady and said gently, "I'll talk to you later." The old lady used her walking stick to knock on the ground, then shakily walked in front of Jiang Zihua. Without saying a word, she raised her walking stick and hit her. "Jiang Zihua, you blabbermouth, I'll let you deceive my daughter-in-law. I'll let you ruin my Siwei's reputation. You're still asking for justice?" My Siwei protected his master and was not afraid of death. Although his corpse is gone, he sacrificed his life for the country. Even if he died honorably. Why would he need a blabbermouth like you to seek justice? It was obvious that the old lady was very angry. Every time she hit with her walking stick, she used a lot of strength. When Jiang Tsuehua saw the old lady walking over, she already realized that something was wrong. She quickly ran away, not daring to resist at all. The ancients valued filial piety. Although Jiang Tsuehua occasionally dared to bully her mother-in-law at home, if she dared to hit such an old lady in front of so many people, then even if the bystanders came up and beat her to death on the spot, the imperial court would not punish them for their crimes. At this time, the old people's social status was quite high. She did not expect that even if she did not make a move, others would want to beat her to death. When the surrounding crowd heard the old lady's words, they could not help but cheer loudly. "Good. What a good sacrifice for the country, even if he died honorably. The old lady is deeply righteous, good job. Yes. Jiang Tsuehua deserves to die. She actually used the pain of someone else's husband to achieve her own unspeakable goals. She deserves to die. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Go and help catch her, don't let her escape." Brother Ji originally wanted the two marquis beside him to catch Jiang Tsuehua with both hands, but who knew that before he could give the order, the surrounding crowd had already made their move. Therefore, the old lady did not need to waste any effort to chase after her. She only needed to hit Jiang Tsuehua with her walking stick. In a short while, Jiang Tsuehua was beaten until her face was bruised and swollen, crying for her father and mother. "Sob, Siwei's mother, don't hit her. Don't hit her. I know I was wrong." Jiang Tsuehua tilted her head to prevent the walking stick from hitting her head as she cried and begged for mercy. Han Yushi saw that if she continued to hit her, she would die. She quickly came over and said, "Auntie, don't hit her anymore. I will send Jiang Tsuehua to the Supreme Court. She will be punished." Chapter 525. Mrs. Li, today's matter is the fault of my Zhao family. Wanqing's personality is simple and she doesn't know much about the world. That's why she was bewitched by Jiang Tsuehua. Please don't hold a grudge in your heart. I apologize to you on behalf of Wanqing. The old lady also felt that she couldn't hit her too hard, so she put down her walking stick. She turned around and looked at Han Yushi with a guilty expression. After saying that, She even wanted to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Mother! No, all of this is my fault. Xia Wanqing was shocked and quickly pulled the old lady back, not letting her kneel down. Han Yushi was also shocked. She ran over and held the old lady's hand, saying, Mrs. Zhao, you don't have to do this. Your son and my husband can be considered brothers who fought side by side and shared life and death together. And you're so righteous. I can't even thank you enough. How can I blame you? The old lady waved her hand and said stubbornly, Mrs. Li, this matter isn't settled like this. Although my son has made contributions to the war under Lord Zhu, that's that. If my son knew that after he died, someone was still using his name to ruin Lord Zhu's reputation, my son would definitely die with a grievance. Lord Zhu loved his soldiers like his children. Si Wei was a person who valued relationships and righteousness when he was alive. It was his honor to be able to serve under Lord Zhu. It was also his misfortune to die in battle on Snake Spirit Mountain. This old lady knows that Lord Zhu has already done his best. You don't owe this old lady anything. Instead, this old lady owes Lord Zhu. Han Yushi was both happy and heartbroken to meet such a righteous old lady. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. What in the world could compare to this kind of grief? Old Lady Zhao could still maintain her rationality and understand things when she was in great sorrow. No one could compare to this kind of benevolence. Mrs. Zhao, please don't say that. Sister Wanqing only believed the slanderous words of a villain. This was an unintentional mistake. My husband and I won't take it to heart. On the other hand, Mrs. Zhao, you're so righteous and helped my husband resolve the crisis. This junior still has to thank you. Xiaohe, help Auntie Zhao into the house. It's hot outside. Han Yushi patiently comforted old Madame Zhao with a few words, and then wanted Xiaohe to help the old lady in to rest. The farce this morning had developed to this point. Basically, the crisis had been resolved, and Li Zishuan's reputation would not be affected because of this. Next was some finishing work. No. Madam Li, you're magnanimous enough to not bicker with us, but this old woman doesn't have the face to enter this door. You just said that you would give my family 10 strings of money every year. Don't mention this again. Si Wei's spirit in heaven would definitely not agree. She only hoped that the Lord of the Supreme Court would severely punish Jiang Zuhua, this gossipy woman who stirred up trouble. My son has already shed blood on the battlefield. We can't let him shed tears in the netherworld because of these villains who use his name to do whatever they want. Old Madame Zhao hurriedly refused. Then she pointed at Jiang Zuihua, who was being held down by everyone, and said hatefully, Auntie Zhao is right. Punish me severely. Yes. Don't let the name of a hero be used by villains. Punish the villain. Punish Jiang Zuihua severely. Old Madame Zhao's words resonated with many people. The onlookers clapped their hands and cheered. The martyrs' widows who were kneeling on the ground felt embarrassed. Even an old lady in her 60s or 70s could be so righteous. In comparison, they seemed like villains. Madam Zhu, our family doesn't want the 10 strings of money every year. If Changda's spirit in heaven knew that I did such a thing, he would definitely scold me in his dreams. Madam Zhu, our family doesn't want the pension anymore. Previously, I listened to Jiang Zuihua's rumors. I didn't mean to ruin Lord Zhu's reputation. Our family doesn't want it either. We have offended you previously. Please forgive us, Madam Zhu. Su Xinhe was the first to stand up. She wanted to decline the 10 strings of money every year that Han Yushi had mentioned earlier. Although without a man and a pillar of support, her future days would definitely be very difficult. However, if she took this kind of money, she would be criticized by others behind her back. Instead of living under the scolding of others for the rest of her life, Su Xinhe felt that it was better to work hard and live freely. If there was one, there would be a second. Some thin-skinned and kind-hearted women stood up one after another and declined Han Yushi. The remaining dozen or so sat on the mattress as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Their faces were burning. Han Yushi first smiled and said to old Madame Zhao, Madame Zhao, don't worry. I will hand Jiang Zuihua over to the Supreme Court and let them interrogate her properly. When my husband returns, he will also go to the Supreme Court to personally inquire about this matter. Then, she said to the group of women, as for the pension, it's a little token of appreciation from my husband and I. I hope that Madame Zhao and all the sisters won't refuse. Otherwise, my husband won't be able to sleep at night. Everyone, just treat it as helping my husband to fulfill one of his wishes. Yushi thanks you here. After saying that, Han Yushi faced the crowd and bowed graciously. Oh, no way. Old Madame Zhao hurriedly grabbed Han Yushi's arm and said, how can you give money to others and still thank them? Madame Li, you're asking for too much. Han Yushi smiled and said, Madame Zhao, what I said just now came from the bottom of my heart, so please help my husband with this. Besides, I heard that Big Brother Zhao has a daughter. Take this money as the dowry that we're giving to our daughter. That's right. Madame Zhao, if you don't accept this money, I reckon that my Lord Zhu will personally send it to your residence when he returns, so you'd better accept it. Brother Ji, who was at the side, interrupted with a smile. Old Madame Zhao looked at her daughter-in-law awkwardly. After a while, she insisted, no. We definitely can't accept this money. Even if Si Wei is here, he won't allow us to accept it. If we accept this money, our family will never be able to raise our heads in Chang'an City. Madame Li, you'd better not persuade her anymore. You and Lord Zhu are both good people. Good people have good karma. I hope that the two of you can be rich for the rest of your lives. Han Yushi was helpless and could only say, all right then, but thank you for your auspicious words, Madame Zhao. Since old Madame Zhao had said this, the other martyrs' widows also declined. Madame Zhao is right. If we accept this money, we won't be able to raise our heads for the rest of our lives. That's right. Lord Zhu has done us a great favor. We were in the wrong in the first place today. No matter what, we can't ask for money anymore. That's right. We can't accept this money. Seeing this, Han Yushi could only say helplessly, since you're unwilling to accept it, then Yushi won't force you. However, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. You cannot accept the money, but it's still right for neighbors to help each other, right? When the group of women heard this, they hurriedly bowed and thanked her. Han Yushi smiled and looked at everyone. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, please disperse, sisters, neighbors, and all of you. Don't affect the other neighbors. Okay. Disperse. Madame Zhu is really gentle, kind, virtuous, and righteous. That's right. County Li's man has married a good wife. A talented man and a beautiful woman. This is a match made in heaven. Yes. A big show came to a successful end. Han Yushi's performance in it was really remarkable. These naturally fell into the eyes of those with ulterior motives. As the surrounding crowd dispersed, they praised Han Yushi repeatedly. On the steps in front of the mansion, Han Yushi looked at the miserable Jiang Zuihua below and turned to Brother Ji. Pang Sigi, I'll have to trouble you with her. Brother Ji cupped his hands obsequiously and said, Hee. Don't worry, young madam. I have familiar brothers in the Supreme Court. I guarantee that I'll make this shrew spit out the person behind the scenes. Also, young madam, you can call me Xiao Pang in the future. Han Yushi. Chapter 526. Auntie Zhao, let me help you inside to rest for a while. You must be tired from running here so early in the mornings. After the crowd dispersed, Han Yushi asked someone to clean up the door and looked at old Lady Zhao. Today's conflict was the first time in Han Yushi's life that she had encountered such a big scene. In fact, she had always been extremely nervous in her heart. In the end, she was able to resolve this matter perfectly. In addition to her adaptability and extraordinary performance, the righteous old Madame Zhao also played a role in it. There weren't many of those martyrs' widows who had bad intentions. They were just at a loss after encountering a great tragedy in their lives and were then used by a villain. At this time, with old Lady Zhao as a clear example, it was easy to awaken the original kindness in their hearts. I won't sit. Fortunately, I heard the news in time today and didn't let Xianxia make a big mistake. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to see Si Wei after a few years. Old Lady Zhao leaned on her walking stick and said with some heartache, At this time, she had returned from a messenger of justice to her original identity, a mother who had just lost her son. Mother, don't say that, it's all my fault. You will definitely be healthy and live a long life. Xia Wanqing held old lady Zhao's hand and cried. Han Yushi also said softly, Auntie Zhao, Sister Xianxia was just carelessly used by a villain. Don't blame her and don't blame yourself. I still have to thank you for coming all the way here to help today. Sigh. This is what I should do. It's not much help. Old lady Zhao shook her head and said, Mrs. Li, I stayed because I have something to tell you. Don't think I'm long-winded. Of course not. Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it. This junior is all ears. Han Yushi stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said with a smile. Old lady Zhao looked to the east. Her gaze was slightly bleak. She sighed and said, Although you didn't tell me clearly, I guess that my son had already been buried in the snake's stomach and not even his bones were left. As for the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, I wish I could personally go to their sect and perish together with them. As for that 7-headed giant snake, I dream of eating its flesh and drinking its blood even in my dreams. Everyone says that Lord Zhu values friendship. This time, the imperial court has sent a large number of troops to attack Snake Spirit Mountain. Based on Lord Zhu's usual behavior, he will definitely avenge my son and the soldiers who died. However, I really don't want to let more good men follow in my son's footsteps because of revenge. It's enough for this old woman to have to see her own child die before her own. I hope that Lord Zhu won't let more people die because of revenge. If that's the case, even if we get our revenge, I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life. What kind of mother was she to be able to say such deep and moving words? Only those who truly had great love and kindness in their hearts would be able to consider things so thoroughly. This was not a small love for a family, but a great love for the whole world. When Han Yushi heard this, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Her eyes were slightly moist. Taking a deep breath, Han Yushi held back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes and comforted her. Auntie Zhao, you don't have to worry too much. My husband has already thought about what you just said. Right now, he is thinking of a way to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect with the smallest price to avenge Big Brother Zhao and the soldiers who died. You just have to wait at home with peace of minds. Old Madame Zhao nodded her head in relief and said, Good goods. I was thinking too much. It's good that Lord Zhu can think of this. Madame Li, this old woman will take her leave first. And Auntie Zhao, take care. Sister Wanqing, you should come over often in the future. Thank you, Madame Zhu. Yushi, you handled today's matter very well. Not only did you not let those who wanted to smear Xian Er's reputation succeed, but you also let Xian Er's reputation among the common people rise to a higher level. Xian Er is really lucky to have married you. After the farce ended, Han Yushi was about to return to her room to tell her parents-in-law that she was safe. Who knew that the old couple had been hiding behind the door and secretly observing. Seeing Han Yushi enter the courtyard, Madame Li held her hand and said with a smile, Mother, you're too kind. Actually, I was also very nervous just now. Han Yushi was happy in her heart, but she said modestly, Hee, no matter what, this is the best result. Facts have proven that Xian Er can't leave you. Ha. Li Jingma stroked his beard with relief and laughed. Unlike Madame Li, Li Jingma had been in the business world for decades and had seen countless people. He just saw a trace of shrewdness and experience in Han Yushi's way of handling things. She could handle this kind of situation so well for the first time. He felt that in the future he could completely be a shopkeeper with his wife because his son and daughter-in-law, one outside the family and one inside the family, could take charge of things independently. Young madam looked so awe-inspiring just now. Xianxia is such an unruly shrew. Didn't she have to obediently beg for mercy when she saw young madam? Xiao He came over to join in the fun with a smile. Ha! The whole family couldn't help but laugh heartily. While they were happy, the mysterious man in the alley opposite the Li residence had a constipated expression. Bastard! Trash! This Xianxia is really a stupid woman's. She could even fail in such a good situation. Why would I find such a trash? The mysterious man kicked over a jar placed by someone by the roadside and cursed loudly. After venting for a long time, his mood finally calmed down a little. He muttered, "Forget it. Since this plan didn't work, I can only wait until the day after tomorrow to negotiate with the other families. Fortunately, that Jiang Zuihua doesn't know my true identity. Otherwise, wouldn't I have gone for wool and come home shorn this time? What bad luck." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Sigh. Which heartless bastard, who gave birth to a son without eyes, kicked over the pot that I had just washed? Come out. Come out if you have the guts. See if I don't crush you to death. As soon as the mysterious man left, a fat woman with a waist of 3 feet came out from the side courtyard. When she saw the jar that had been knocked over on the ground, she was instantly furious and raised her voice to curse loudly. The mysterious man, who had turned into another alley, heard the faint curses coming from behind him. He couldn't help but frown and say, "Which family's stupid woman is actually so shrewish? She's simply ruining the refined culture. However, she shouldn't be scolding me." The mysterious man felt good about himself and shook his head and continued to walk forward. Chapter 527. Your Imperial Highness. Why have you come? Quickly, take a seat. Not long after the farce ended, Han Yushi heard a servant report that Princess Changel had arrived. She promptly went out to welcome her. As for Li Jingma and Madame Li, the old couple knew that their son had some friendship with the princes and princesses. Since Changel had come to the Li residence, she was definitely not looking for them. As a result, they returned to the east courtyard. "Big Sister Yushi, are you all right? Changel heard that someone was causing trouble at your residence. However, Imperial Father and Big Brother Crown Prince are still attending morning court, so I came over myself." After not seeing her for a month, Changel's complexion was much better than before. At this moment, she walked over and spoke with concern. Seeing that the concern on Changel's face was genuine, Han Yushi couldn't help but feel warmth in her heart. Smiling slightly, she replied, I'm fine. Those people have already dispersed. Many thanks for your Imperial Highness concern. It's good that you're fine. Also, Big Sister Yushi, how many times have I told you? You can just call me Changel. Don't call me your Imperial Highness all the time. That's too estranged. Ah, that's right, where's Big Brother Xiaoxian? After such a big incident, how come I don't see him? Changel could not help but ask as she sat on the Li residence's special wooden armchair and looked around. She was still considered a half-grown child. Sitting on this large and wide chair meant for adults, her legs were a little short, and her toes could barely touch the floor. Her petite appearance made her look exceptionally cute. Han Yushi was startled. She replied, "My husband wasn't at home yesterday. Right now, he should be at the workshop. He said that he wanted to make something to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue." Well, then it seems that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is going to be out of luck this time. Every time Big Brother Xiaoxian says that he wants to make something, he always makes something that none of us can imagine. Changel laughed happily. Afterwards, she blinked her large, beautiful eyes and asked, "Big Sister Yushi, did Big Brother Xiaoxian say when he would finish? When the time comes, Changel wants to see what it is." Han Yushi smiled and replied, "He didn't say when. He only said that he should be able to make it within 3 days. Changel, if you want to know, you can ask him when he returns." Oh. Changel nodded rather regretfully, and then she said, "Then Big Sister Yushi, quickly tell Changel how those people were sent away." "Sister Yushi? Sister Yushi? Are you okay?" At this moment, a clear female voice came from outside. The 2 people in the house looked out and saw a girl in a red dress with delicate features and mischievous eyes. It was Li Yu, the girl who sold her body to Datang daily and worked to pay off her debts. Is Little Fishy here? During the wedding, Little Fishy had also attended the wedding. Li Zixuan had even told Han Yushi about the interesting things that happened when they first met Li Yu. Therefore, Han Yushi definitely knew Li Yu. "Sister Yushi, you're fine." That's great. When I came out to buy buns this morning, I heard that a group of peasant women came here to cause trouble. I was so scared that I didn't even eat my buns and ran over. Luckily, nothing happened. Otherwise, boss. Big sister Yushi, this is? Little Fishy skipped over. Pulling on Han Yushi and sizing her up, she chattered incessantly. Only then did she notice Changle at the side. She couldn't help but stare blankly and ask. Little Fishy, this is Princess Changle. Han Yushi reacted and promptly introduced, Changle, this is Liu. We all call her Little Fishy. She can be considered half a student of my husband's. Liu pays respects to your highness the princess. Little Fishy was startled. She didn't expect that the little girl, who was about the same age as her, was actually a princess. She promptly stepped forward and paid her respects. However, Changle did not immediately ask Liu to dispense with the formalities. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at Liu's face, lost in thought. Actually, ever since Liu had entered the room, Changle's eyes had never left Liu's face. Don't misunderstand. Our Princess Changle is definitely not a lesbian. Changle? After waiting for a long time and seeing no reaction from Changle, not only did Liu feel that something was wrong, but Han Yushi also saw that something was wrong. She couldn't help but cough dryly and remind Changle. Oh. Changle finally awoke from her reverie. Somewhat flustered, she said, dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. Since you are Big Brother Xiaoxuan's student, there is no need to be overly courteous. Speaking of which, you and Big Brother Qingke can be considered half of the same school. Hee. Since your highness says so, then I won't be courteous. Liu had an easygoing personality. Hearing Changle's words, she promptly straightened her body. Giggling, she said, Princess, the Qingke you spoke of, is it Prince Li Tai of Wei? I have seen him before. He is a very formidable person. Changle asked curiously, Oh? You have seen Big Brother Qingke? Little Fishy proudly replied, Hee. Of course. Speaking of which, among the three of you, I have seen the Crown Prince and Prince Wei at the workshop previously, but I have not seen you. When Changle heard that, a trace of pitifulness flashed across her eyes. She said, Since you are often at the workshop, then it is not strange that you have seen Big Brother Qingke and Big Brother Crown Prince. It is just that as a princess, it is not as convenient for me to leave the palace as it is for them. That is why you have not seen me. Little Fishy was an exquisite person. How could she not hear the sadness in her words? She quickly stopped smiling and said regretfully, Oh, that is true. But you are the princess of Tang Empire, the apple of His Majesty's eye. Who knows how many people envy you? Envy? Changle muttered to herself. Then, she shook her head and forced a smile. Let's not talk about this. Little Fishy, you just said that Big Brother Qingke is a formidable person. How is he formidable? Other than reading her sister's novels, Changle really couldn't think of how her brother was formidable. Well, Little Fishy rubbed her chin and said with a smile, Prince Wei is a prince, but he is still diligent and eager to learn. I heard that his mathematics results are one of the best in the school of mathematics. He is comparable to Meng Wenhao. Oh, Meng Wenhao is a good brother of mine. He is always the first in the school of mathematics. When Changle saw Liu's face full of vigor when she said that Meng Wenhao was her good brother, she couldn't help but feel envious. She nodded in disappointment and said, Oh, so that is the case. But he is not formidable. Changle heard from my father that Big Brother Qingke has been extremely intelligent since he was young. It is reasonable that he can do this. When Little Fishy heard that, her eyes widened. She said unhappily, How is this not formidable? Prince Wei is from a better family than us, but he is more hardworking than us ordinary people. This is very formidable. Chapter 528. Liu had been in De Tang Daily's editorial department for a long time, and her words were more humorous than before. Changle, who had been in the palace for a long time, was amused and laughed. Little Fishy, what you said is really interesting. I must tell Brother Qingke about this and tell him not to work so hard. Little Fishy said happily, Hee. Princess, you should tell Prince Wei about this. Otherwise, Ordinary people like us will feel very pressured when we see him working so hard despite his good backgrounds. Changle pursed her lips and smiled. She shook her head and didn't deny it. However, she was secretly surprised because she had only spoken a few words with Li Yu, and she felt that some of the depression in her heart had been resolved. This was really a person who could bring joy to the people around her. Little Fishy, what do you do at the workshop? Changle was suddenly very curious about this little girl who was the same age as her. Me. I write news for Datang Daily in the workshop. Little Fishy counted with her fingers and said embarrassedly, unlike you or Prince Wei, my parents passed away early, and I have to earn money to support myself. Changle was stunned. She didn't expect this weird and lively little girl in front of her to have such an unfortunate experience. She quickly apologized. Little Fishy, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Little Fishy waved her hand and interrupted her. Princess, you don't have to apologize. It's actually nothing. Now, other than thinking about my parents occasionally, I'm living quite well. Of course, it's all thanks to my boss for taking me in back then. Boss? Changle was puzzled. I heard you mention your boss just now. Who is this boss? My boss is Li Zixuan. Isn't the Datang Daily editorial department where I'm working now all his? Li Yu had never treated herself as an outsider. When she heard Changle's question, she directly called Li Zixuan by his name and answered. Changle was enlightened. She said in surprise, so it's Brother Xiaoxian. Little Fishy, I seem to remember now. I saw several news articles on Datang Daily, and the name on them was Little Fishy. Is it really you? Originally, she only came to see Han Yushi, but she met a princess. Moreover, this princess was her own reader. Li Yu shouted excitedly, yes, 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 it's me, it's me, it's me, it's me. Princess, do you also read Datang Daily? Changle smiled and said, looks. Every day. My father is watching too. That's great. Doesn't that mean I'm very famous? When Little Fishy heard that even Li Er read Datang Daily, she couldn't help but jump up in joy. She quickly asked, then, Princess, has His Majesty ever mentioned me? I didn't, Changle said with an awkward expression. Little Fishy suddenly turned into a dumbfounded fish. Little Fishy, you really dare to think. His Majesty is busy every day. Even if he saw the news you wrote, he wouldn't be so free to remember your names. Han Yushi called for a servant to come in and refill the tea, but she was amused by Little Fishy's confused expression. She couldn't help but say, oh. Little Fishy pouted gloomily. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the servant girl pouring tea. She smiled mischievously and said, Sister Yushi, I don't want to drink tea. Can you change it to iced tea and tenderness? It's best to use your family's patterned glazed cups. The corner of Han Yushi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could there be such a guest? She wanted to say that the tea was for Changle, not for her. But she felt that it would be too hurtful to say this. She could only nod and say, okay. I'll get someone to change it for you. Changle, do you want to change it? Changle hesitated for a moment, and then for some reason she actually said, I'll change it too. Thank you, Sister Yushi. It's okay. Han Yushi chuckled and then ordered someone to change the tea to tenderness. Great minds think alike. How can this tea taste better than tenderness? Li Yu said with a grin. Changle felt that she was a little rude when she said that. But now that she heard Li Yu's shameless words, she suddenly felt that what she said just now was nothing. Han Yushi tapped Little Fishy's forehead dotingly and said, Utes? You only dare to talk nonsense here. Isn't that because Sister Yushi and the boss are kind? Little Fishy was very perceptive and flattered her. In a short while, the servants brought over the tenderness and glazed cups. When the pink wine flowed into the wave-patterned glazed cups, Changle finally understood why Li Yu specially emphasized that the wine had to be filled with patterned glazed cups. The sparkling pink wine and wine cup in front of her was simply a work of art given by the heavens. It was too beautiful. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? Li Yu came over and asked proudly. Then, without waiting for Changle to answer, she sighed and said, You can only enjoy this at the boss's place. Currently, Chitsu Pavilion doesn't have such patterned glazed cups. Changle nodded with a dazed expression. Liu smiled and said, Sister Yushi is really lucky to be married to the boss. Not only does the boss treat people well, but you can also often enjoy things that you can't elsewhere. Now, all the women in Chang'an City are envious of you. Han Yushi felt sweet in her heart, but she scolded, Go away. Little girl, how old are you? Do you know what is lucky and what is not? Oh, why don't I know? As a reporter for Datang Daily, I know the topics and opinions of the people in Chang'an City like the back of my hands. It was the first time Changle heard the term reporter. She felt that it was a novelty, so she asked, Little Fishy, what is a reporter? And how did you learn to write the news? Han Yushi covered her mouth and laughed. Reporters write the news based on the culture of the people. As for how she learned to write the news, it started when she first arrived in Chang'an. Little Fishy jumped and said, Sister Yushi, don't say it, it's so ugly. Changle became more and more curious and asked, Sister Yushi, what happened at that time? At that time, when she just arrived in Chang'an, she met a silly big guy who wanted to rob her. It was said that 3 women made a scene. The 3 of them chatted until it was close to noon. It was the palace maid that Changle brought over who reminded her. Otherwise, Changle would have forgotten the time. When they parted, Changle still wanted to continue. She really looked forward to Little Fishy's free and surprising life. Of course, the happiness that Little Fishy had from inside out also left a deep impression on her. Little Fishy, have we met before? After sitting in the pink, Don't Touch Me, that Li Zixuan had specially customized, Changle finally asked the curiosity in her heart. Little Fishy said blankly, No? Princess, why do you ask? Changle shook her head and said, It's nothing. I just feel that you are very familiar. Forget it. Then let's part here. I will find you again when I leave the palace. You are always welcome. Changle smiled and put down the curtain. The carriage gradually drove out of Yongla Lane and disappeared from Han Yushi and Little Fishy's sight. Chapter 529. Sister Yushi, I almost forgot about the important matter. I came here today not only to see you, but also to interview you. After bidding farewell to Changle reluctantly, Little Fishy patted her head and suddenly shouted. Han Yushi frowned and asked in puzzlement, Interview? Interview what? Interview you. Sister Yushi, you alone made so many troublemaking women return empty-handed today. How amazing are you? I've even thought of the title for you. Yes, it's called The Widow of a Meritorious Official Making Trouble, the county man's wife retreating with wisdom. How is it, Sister Yushi? At this point, Little Fishy clapped her hands excitedly. She looked at Han Yushi eagerly, hoping to get approval from the other party. Han Yushi rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, Nothing much. I'm a woman. How can I show my face in Datang Daily? Besides, although there are many people here today, it's far from 1,000 people. Hearing that, Little Fishy hurriedly came over and grabbed Han Yushi's arm. She said, Sister Yushi, what's wrong with women? Can't women show their faces in public? I think the boss definitely doesn't think like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught me how to write news back then. In the end, he even arranged for me to work in the editorial department. I think the boss won't care about these things. There's more. What I said just now was just the headline of the news. The headline? Naturally, it has to be exaggerated. That's what the boss taught me back then. Besides, when the people who read the newspaper see the content, who will care whether it's 1,000 people or 100 people? Han Yushi pulled her arm out and said in amusement, Little Fishy, you're not old, but you're full of fallacies. Also, you keep talking about the boss. If Xiao Xian knows that someone actually admires him so much, he will be overjoyed. Little Fishy raised her chin and said proudly, Of course. I'm going to inherit the boss's mantle. Sister Yushi, don't interrupt. Do you agree or not? Think about it. Today, those commoners came to make trouble for no reason. There must be someone behind them. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. If I write about it on the news tomorrow, no one will be willing to do such things. It will also reduce a lot of trouble for you and the boss, right? It had to be said that this little girl was quite good at bewitching people. When Han Yushi heard this, her heart palpitated. She hesitated and said, But. However, those women were only confused for a moment after experiencing the pain of losing their husbands. Their minds were bewitched by despicable people. They don't have any bad intentions. Little you, when you write the news, don't be too harsh with your words. They are also a group of pitiful people. It's not good to hurt their hearts. Hee hee. Good. This month's bonus was settled again. Hearing this, little fishy got carried away and said something that she shouldn't have said. Han Yushi widened her eyes and reached out to pinch Liyu's beautiful face. She said angrily, Okay. That's your real goal, isn't it? Little girl, you're even scheming against me. Watch how I'll deal with you. Big sister Yushi, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ouch. Let go of me first. I'm just trying to earn more money to pay off the debt I owed to my boss. Heroine, please spare my life. This little sister was wrong. What? Such a thing actually happened? Why didn't you report to us earlier? Eastern Palace, Qingqian Hall. Li Qingqian pointed at an old eunuch at the bottom of the stairs and said angrily, Your Imperial Highness, please calm down. Previously, you were still in mourning court. That's why I had eunuch and wait here for you to return. If you want to blame someone, blame Yen. An exceptionally beautiful palace maid came over and bowed. Sigh. Forget it. Then what was the final result? Li Qingqian waved his hand and said helplessly, Replying to Your Imperial Highness, it was daunting but not dangerous. When this old servant returned, that group of wicked women had already been persuaded to leave by the wife of County Magistrate Li. You need not worry. Moreover, it is said that Princess Changle has already paid a visit. Madame Li was not offended. The old eunuch wiped his sweat and promptly replied. Li Qingqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, Phew, that's good. Speaking of which, little sister Changle really cares about the matters of little Xian's family. How about this? Us will also pay a visit to little Xian's family. Yen stammered for a long time before stammering, Your Imperial Highness. I'm afraid that Your Imperial Highness's actions are inappropriate. Li Qingqian frowned and said unhappily, What's inappropriate? Your Imperial Highness may not know, but County Magistrate Li has not been at home these past few days. Right now, only his wife is in charge of the Li estate. If Your Imperial Highness were to go now, it would be difficult to guarantee that there won't be vile people gossiping behind your backs. Li Qingqian was furious. Scoundrels! Acting alone is righteous and sitting upright. Why should I fear others gossiping? Yen shrunk her neck and persisted, Your Imperial Highness may not fear these things, but there are some things that you should pay attention to. This servant is doing this for your own good. Li Qingqian was immediately depressed. He also knew that Yen Er's words were reasonable. As the crown prince, he knew this better than anyone else. After cursing these annoying etiquette twice in his heart, Li Qingqian finally waved his hand and said, All right, that's fine. Yen, go to the storeroom and prepare some gifts. Go to little Xian's family on my behalf. Yes, Your Imperial Highness. Yen hurriedly accepted the order as if she had been granted amnesty. In the hall, Li Qingqian thought for a while and then asked, Yen just said that little Xian hasn't been at home these past few days. Did he go to Snake Spirit Mountain again? The old eunuch bowed and replied, Your Imperial Highness, Lord Zhu isn't in the army. It's said that he's in the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilions. Workshop? Li Qingqian was puzzled. Imperial Father sent 6,000 soldiers to surround Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago. At that time, little Xian said that he had a way to deal with the 7 cultivators sect alone. I thought he was in the army. Why is he in the workshop? This old servant doesn't know. Li Qingqian shook his head and said, It's fine. Fortunately, I have nothing to do in the afternoon. I'll go to the workshop to see what little Xian is up to. Speaking of this, he actually had to thank Li Zishuan. Ever since Li Tai became addicted to mathematics, he rarely paid attention to the imperial palace. Now that the little fatty had left Chang and city to experience life at the Cloud Mountain construction site, Li Qingqian didn't have to worry about competing with Li Tai for favor anymore. Now, he only needed to listen to the morning court and deal with the government affairs that Li Erpei sent him. He could be considered to be free and unfettered. This old servant will arrange a carriage for your Imperial Highness. Chapter 530. Oh, Li Zishuan married a good wife. She knows when to advance and retreat, uses both the carrot and the stick, and handles it with ease. This girl actually turned a very unfavorable situation for Li Zishuan around. Amazing! Amazing! Li Zheng Palace, Li Er, who was freeloading at Empress Zhangxuan's place, had obviously heard about the farce in front of the Li residence today. Empress Zhangxun smiled and said, who said it wasn't? Previously, when Xiaoxian married Han Yushi, many people felt that their family background was not right. Although there was news that Han Yushi was Han Qinhu's great-granddaughter and Du Daoling's granddaughter, many people still felt that this girl was not worthy of Xiaoxian. Now, it seems that this girl is better than many young ladies from rich families. The situation that Zhang Sun said was not groundless because whether it was Han Qinhu or Du Daoling, they were now just fleeting clouds. They only represented the glory of the past and could not let Han Yushi escape the fact that she was born a peasant girl. A dignified county man who founded the country married a peasant girl. In this era where status and family background were valued, it was inevitable that people would gossip. Previously, Li Zishuan held a grand wedding for Han Yushi that caused a sensation in Chang, and, as well as his meticulous care for Han Yushi after marriage, made Han Yushi feel happy and sweet at the same time, she also felt immense pressure. Therefore, she did not slack off after marriage and kept learning from Mrs. Li. She just wanted to become a woman worthy of Li Zishuan's love. That was all. Sometimes, Li Zishuan could not help but feel embarrassed when he saw her diligence. Of course, there was a reward for effort. If it had been a few months ago, Han Yushi definitely would not have been able to handle this sudden incident on the spot. I didn't expect Li Zishuan, this brat, to be so good at judging people. But Zhao Siwei's mother is also very important. She deserves a reward. Li Er saw things very accurately and got to the crux of the matter in one sentence. However, the first half of his sentence was wrong. When Li Zishuan married his wife back then, he did not consider whether the girl was of equal status or whether she was capable or not. He only pursued congenial feelings. Indeed, if it wasn't for that old lady's righteousness, that girl from the Han family would have to go through a lot of troubles. But Xiao Xian is too generous. He took out more than 100,000 strings of cash just like that. Did he tell your majesty before? Empress Zhangxun asked with a frown. Li Er nodded his head and recalled, he did mention it. Yesterday, this brat asked someone to hand over a booklet. The booklet mentioned that he wanted to pay for the compensation to the families of the 215 soldiers, but we have not approved it yet. But this kid definitely didn't expect that those people would take the initiative to ask for money before he even gave them the money, right? Li Zishuan was right. This was something that Li Zishuan had not expected. If he had been present today, he definitely would not have mentioned the 100,000 strings of cash. As someone who had transmigrated from modern society, he hated things like moral kidnapping the most. Because, strictly speaking, he didn't owe those people money at all. If he gave it, it was out of sympathy. If he didn't give it, it was only right. No one could force him to give money that he shouldn't have. Empress Zhangxun thought for a while and suddenly said, Your Majesty, it is said that the reason why these women went to the Li residence to cause trouble was mainly because they were instigated by someone called Jiang Zuohua. I feel that this person's intentions are definitely not simples. Of course it's not simples. I'm afraid that some people don't like that brat recently. How dare you do such a thing right under my nose? How dare you? Li Er could obviously see this kind of problem that could be figured out with his butt. He almost instantly saw through the intentions of the person behind the scenes and couldn't help but snort coldly. What? I've only been away for a few days and so many big things have happened in Chang'an? Duke Lu's residence. Cheng Chumo grabbed the food in his bowl and shouted with his cheeks puffed up. In the past few days, this guy had gone hunting with Li Huairen, Yuchi Baolin, and a bunch of other second-generation generals in Zhongnan Mountain. He had just returned near noon today. During lunch, this guy heard Qing Yaojin talk about what had happened in the past 2 days and immediately exploded. "See? What are you shouting for?" Cheng Yaojin knocked on the bowl and said angrily. Cheng Chumo slammed the bowl and chopsticks on the table and said unhappily, "No, Dad, how can I eat? My brother is being bullied, and my brother's wife is being harassed. Tell me, how can I still eat?" "Eat, Madam Cheng glared at this bastard son and said faintly, but the fierce look on her face disappeared in a flash. Cheng Chumo immediately withered. He looked at his father, but Cheng Yaojin only cared about eating and didn't care about him at all. He had no choice but to sit down again. But at this moment, looking at the food in front of him, he no longer had any appetite. "No." After a few seconds, Cheng Chumo stood up again. He stretched his neck and said, "Dad, Mom, I have to go to Snake Spirit Mountain to take a look. Also, Butler Liang, bring some gifts in the afternoon and visit Uncle Li and Aunt Li." After that, he didn't wait for Madam Cheng and Madam Cheng to say anything and directly went out. Hey, wait. Finish eating before you leave." Madam Cheng reached out to stop him but couldn't. She could only roll her eyes at Qing Yaojin and complain, "Look at the good son you taught. He's as impatient as you all day. Chuliang, don't learn from your brothers." "Oh." Cheng Chuliang, who was at the side, grunted sullenly. Cheng Yaojin was unhappy. He glared and said, "So what if he's like me? If my son doesn't look like me, does he have to look like old Wang next door? What the F***ck is this?" When Madam Cheng heard that, she angrily threw the chopsticks in her hand at him and said, "What nonsense are you saying? How can you say such things so carelessly?" Cheng Yaojin tilted his head to avoid the hidden weapon and laughed dryly. He knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to quibble. He buried his head and continued to eat. Cough cough. "Madam, what about the Li residence?" Butler Liang wiped the sweat on his forehead and said hesitantly. Obviously, he knew who was in charge at this moment, so he directly asked Madam Cheng instead of Qing Yaojin. "You don't have to go. I'll go personally in the afternoon." Madam Cheng thought for a while and said lightly. Putting everything else aside, her relationship with Li Zishuan's mother was quite good. "Yes, madam." Butler Liang heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Chapter 5:31. Afternoon. The Li residence was very lively. Carriages came one after another. There were carriages from the Cheng residence, the Qin residence, the Yuchi residence, the Niu residence, and the Li residence. What shocked the passers-by the most was that someone from the East Palace also came. Although it was only a palace maid, the meaning behind it was very shocking. This was the social network Li Zishuan operated. Today, he was no longer the young boy who could only rely on his parents when he first arrived in Chang. Now, whoever wanted to touch him would have to consider whether they could afford to offend the hidden forces behind him. Today, the matriarchs of both the Qin and Qing manors had personally come. This caused everyone to be secretly shocked. Those who participated in the disturbance in the morning couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. On one hand, they regretted listening to the rumors and causing trouble, but on the other hand, they were glad that they declined the compensation from the Li family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future. "Baolin, are you going or not?" Yes. "Ah, good. Good brother. This bullshit 7 cultivators of true virtue bullied little Xian. Let's go and kill them all." Yes. Kill them all." Obviously, Cheng Chumo didn't forget to find a companion when he went out to cause trouble. This guy came to Bu Zhengfang and tricked Yuchi Baolin. "Bah, kill your head. Cheng Chumo, you stinking brat, you came to kidnap my family's Baolin again. This time, when we went to Mount Zhongnan, you all came back fine. Why did my family's Baolin have a few marks on his face?" At this time, Yuchi Jingde came out of nowhere and scolded Cheng Chumo. After scolding, he strode forward and wanted to catch Cheng Chumo. As the saying goes, if you can't beat the old, What's wrong with bullying the young? What's more, this little brat Xianxia is as cheap as his father. He really needs to be taught a lessons. Hey, Baolan. Xianxia was as slippery as a loach. How could he let Yuqi catch him? When Yuqi was still 3 feet away, Xianxia could already tell that something was wrong and scampered off. However, he didn't forget the mission he came here for today. As he ran, he yelled at the back. Oh, wait for me, ugly bull. Yuqi Baolin hurriedly followed after him. Baolin, don't go. Even little Xian can't beat you. What can you do there? Yuqi was so anxious that he stomped his feet. In the end, the two of them ran further and further away, and very soon, their figures disappeared. The only thing left in the air was Xianxia shouting, Uncle Yuqi, don't worry, we'll be back soon. Yuqi almost vomited blood. He yelled at the direction Xianxia disappeared, Xianxia, you better watch yourself. If Baolin gets hurt, I'll kill my way to your Qing family. After yelling, Yuqi sighed softly, somewhat distressed. How did I give birth to such a stupid son? On the other side, Li Qingqian was a man of his word. After lunch, he took a car to the workshop. Nowadays, sedan chairs were no longer popular among some of the rich families in Chang and City. That thing was swaying and slow, and it was also very stuffy. How could it compare to the speed, coolness, and comfort of the strange interest pavilions, Don't Touch Me? Although the production of Don't Touch Me was still very low, and the market was also very small, the rich had their own solutions. There was always a way. If 1,000 strings of cash couldn't buy it, then 2,000 strings of cash. If 2,000 strings of cash didn't work, then 3,000 strings of cash. As long as you had money, you wouldn't have to worry about not being able to buy a car. The black market, or rather, the scalper gang, existed in any era. Once he reached the entrance of the workshop, Li Qingqian called over a Wu Ho who was guarding the workshop and asked, Where's Li Zishuan? When Li Zishuan assigned Pang Feiji's team of Wu Ho to Li Zishuan as his personal guards, the Right Marquis household sent another team of Wu Ho to be responsible for the safety of the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop and the two sides of the Strange Interest culture. Replying to Your Highness, Lord Ju. Lord Ju is at the Drunken Wind Pavilion. That Wu Ho had a difficult expression as he stammered out a reply. All right. I understand, you can leave. Li Qingqian didn't notice the strange expression on that Wu Ho's face. After saying that, he walked in by himself. He had been to the Drunken Wind Pavilion before, so he didn't need anyone to lead the way. Sigh. That Wu Ho stretched out his hand, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. Hee. I want to see what you're doing hiding in the workshop during this big battles. Looking at the Drunken Wind Pavilion not far away, Li Qingqian thought curiously. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Qingqian had been to the workshop more than once. Seeing his arrival, the two workshop servants at the entrance of the Drunken Wind Pavilion hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Dispense with the formalities. Is Li Zishuan inside? Li Qingqian didn't expect that there would be two gatekeepers here, so he asked in passing. Your Highness, Lord Ju is inside. Song Xiaoxi cupped his fists and replied. That's good. Li Qingqian nodded in satisfaction and was about to walk in. Your Highness, please wait. Song Xiaoxi gritted his teeth and hurriedly flashed in front of Li Qingqian. He stopped him and said, Forgive me, Your Highness, but you can't go in. Lord Ju had instructed me earlier that no one is allowed to enter this courtyard for the next 3 days. Lord Ju's meals can only be delivered to the door for these 2 days. Li Qingqian was a little displeased. Even I can't go in? Plop. Song Xiaoxi dragged his other companion and knelt on the ground. He said, I don't dare to stop Your Highness, but I don't dare to disobey Lord Ju's orders either. Your Highness, if you insist on going in, you can step on my body to go in. With that, he hit his head on the ground and prostrated himself on the ground. Li Qingqian said angrily, Bastard! Are you threatening me? At the end of the day, this child was also a person above everyone else. He could be a little patient with his friends, but not with people like Song Xiaoxi who had nothing to do with him. Your Highness, please forgive me. I definitely didn't mean that. Song Xiaoxi hurriedly kowtowed. Li Qingqian said indignantly, "Oops. Whether you mean it or not, I still want to go in and take a look." With that, he planned to go around the person in front of him and go in directly. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the Drunken Wind Pavilion. Li Qingqian could feel a huge wave of heat coming from outside the courtyard, and he could even feel the ground trembling. Just as Li Qingqian was about to shout, "The Earth Dragon is here," loud laughter came from inside. "What? I did it! I finally did it!" Li Qingqian recognized the identity of that voice and seemed to understand something. He wiped his sweat and said glumly, "All right, as you wish. I won't go in anymore." With that, he ran off as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. This place is really too dangerous. Li Qingqian sighed in his heart. Chapter 5:32. Chou Niu Baolin? At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. As usual, Niu Jinda was patrolling the camp with his guards. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the gate of the camp. He couldn't help but frown. He had been in the army for many years, and he had always been strict with his troops. He had never seen a situation where he had to obey military discipline. With anger in his heart, Niu Jinda arrived at the gate of the camp and saw Cheng Chumo arguing with the guards, as well as Yuchi Bao Lin behind Cheng Chumo. "Uncle Niu. It's me. Hurry up and tell this bastard to let us in." When Cheng Chumo saw Niu Jinda, he quickly waved his hands excitedly. "This is the military camp. Chou Niu, what are you doing here?" Niu Jinda's expression didn't improve, and he was still very serious. "Ahem. Uncle Niu, that 7 cultivators sect bullied Xiaoxian. As his brothers, of course we're here to help him vent his anger. Don't worry, we're here to help, not to cause troubles." Cheng Chumo had no choice but to suck up to Niu Niu. Niu Jinda secretly rolled his eyes and asked, "Do Jijie and Jingda know that you're here?" Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Jingda replied in unison, we know. Seeing that the two of them were solemn and didn't look like they were lying, Niu Jinda could only believe them. He waved his hand and motioned for the guards to let them in. Then he said, "Come in. Someone will arrange a tent for you later, but this old man will say the ugly words first. The army has its own rules. Don't break the rules and make things difficult for this old man's." Cheng Chumo nodded repeatedly and said, We know. Don't worry, Uncle Niu. We definitely won't cause trouble for you." Yes. "We're here to help Xiaoxian get revenge, not to cause troubles." Yuchi Bao Lin scratched his head and chuckled. Niu Jinda was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and continued patrolling the camp. *CK. So Xiaoxian isn't in the camps. In the end, we came here for nothing. After successfully sneaking into the camp, Cheng Chumo hooked up with a few soldiers of the right way. After a few words, he figured out the current situation in the camp. When he realized that Li Zishuan wasn't in the camp, he couldn't help but grumble. At that time, Li Zishuan had boasted that he would be able to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue in 3 days, and that he only needed the imperial court to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain and not let the people or beasts inside escape. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that he would be preparing for the attack in the barracks. Therefore, Li Qingqian, Cheng Chumo, and the others all fell into this misconception. Then Brother Chou Niu, are we still going to stay here?" Yuchi Baolin asked. Cheng Chumo rubbed his chin. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, 2 days have passed. I don't believe that Xiaoxian would go back on his words. Let's see how our good brother will challenge an entire sect by himself tomorrow. The two of us accidentally missed the big battle a few days ago. This time, we can't miss it no matter what. Yes, we can't miss it this time. I also believe that Xiaoxian can do it." Yuchi Baolin waved his fist and said firmly, "Newspaper for sale. Newspaper for sale." Today's headline of the newly published Datong Daily: Hero's widow makes trouble, county man's wife retreats with wisdom. 5 copper coins for a copies. Early the next morning, the sound of newspaper sellers in the streets of Chang woke up the world's largest city. With the development of Datong Daily today, It was no longer as low-level as before where it had to rely on paperboys to sell newspapers. Now, at the intersection of every street in Chang, and there was basically a kiosk. Firstly, it was convenient for people to buy newspapers as soon as possible. Secondly, it was convenient for readers to receive tips for novel authors. In the past, readers who wanted to give tips had to go to the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop in the east of Chang, N City. Now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. You only needed to go to the kiosk near your home, tell the person in charge how much you wanted to give, and then pay the money to receive the fan badge. It couldn't be more convenient. Of course, if you were worried that the person in charge of the kiosk would embezzle the money you gave, it would only prove that you were thinking too simply. The distribution and sale of every fan badge in the workshop were recorded. Every month, there would be a professional to check the accounts. Once someone was found to be embezzling, there was nothing much to say. They would be fired immediately and never hired again. Obviously, no one was willing to give up such good benefits in the workshop to do such sneaky things. As a result, the number of fans of every author in Datang Daily's novel section increased exponentially. This was especially true for A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Up until now, the word count of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality had almost reached 1 million words, and the total number of fans had exceeded 30,000. This made the other authors envious and jealous. What do you mean by a counties man's wife retreating with wisdom? I don't care about that. Hurry up and get me a newspaper. I want to read A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Yes. Brother, you're a kindred spirits. I'm also a loyal reader of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I saw Han Li enter the forbidden bloody ground yesterday. I should know what's inside today. Yo, brother, you're also reading A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Soulmate, I'm guessing that there must be magical treasures and pills in the forbidden bloody grounds. Hee, I'm guessing that there must be beauties. Han Li is so powerful now, but he still doesn't have a bed-warming maid. That's not suitable. Waha, brother, you're right. The two bookworms were talking about the plot in front of the group. They seemed to appreciate each other and regretted that they had not met earlier. However, the people behind them were not having it. So I say, are you two done yet? Isn't it just as stupid novels? Other than training, leveling up, and finding treasures in arcane realms, what's the point of it? Look at how useless the two of you are. That's right. That A Mortal's Journey to Immortality isn't that good either. It's the same thing over and over again. It's okay when you first read it, but it's boring after reading it for too long. The other person quickly chimed in. The two people in front of the group were not having it. Hey, are you two here to pick a fight? If you think A Mortal's Journey to Immortality isn't good, go write one yourself. That's right. Do you have A Mortal's Journey to Immortality medals? Did you see it? Branch leader. I'm the branch leader of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I didn't say that the novel was bad, so what right do you have to say? The person behind said unhappily, isn't it just a medal? What's so great about it? Hey, why are you still here if you don't have a medals? Go back and spout sh** teach. You're still in the right to read novels for free? Who read novels for free? The money I used to buy newspapers isn't money. The young man in the lead said disdainfully, how can there be such a shameless person like you? Do you want to read newspapers for free? Chapter 5:33. The quarrel between the mortal fans was just a small interlude. Near the other newsstands, there were still many people attracted by the Datang Daily's headlines. The wife of a county man repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? Which county man's wife? Could it be the bride that Xianxia just married a while ago? Quick, give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. It's definitely not Li County man's wife. Haven't you heard of the saying, repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? How can the girl that Li County man married have such ability? A slightly older middle-aged man in the back said in disbelief. Hey, what are you saying? Can't Li County man's wife repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? I think the girl is quite good. I heard that she's a beauty from the surrounding villages. Hee hee. Beauty? Can beauty be eaten? Ignorant. You're the one who's ignorant. Didn't you say that it's impossible for her to be Li County Man's wife? Let's see and we'll know. Let's see then. Who's afraid of who? Some people were arguing over the main character in the headlines, while others had already bought the newspaper and were discussing the contents. These shrews are really despicables. Relying on their husband's military achievements, they actually bullied Li County Man's family. He's the benefactor of us poor children. How dare they? Yet, how despicable. The imperial court can't blame Li County Man for losing the war. I really don't know what they're thinking. Under the arbor of a tea house, a few young people couldn't help but complain as they read the newspaper. Luckily, Li County Man's wife is quite quick-witted. Otherwise, Li County Man's reputation would have been ruined by these peoples. Indeed, but this old Madame Zhao also came at the right times, and she's much more righteous than those shrews. Hey, I know this old Madame Zhao. Her son is in the imperial army and lives in the south of the city. I didn't expect that. Fei-chen, you know her? Then when you have time, bring us to visit this old madam. I'm afraid that even scholars like us can't compare to such a person who understands the principles of righteousness. That's right, these three were Jin Yu Academy's Hua Hongyi, Chen Tianhua, and Liao Fei-chen. However, the three of them were no longer as poor as they used to be. Chen Tianhua and Liao Fei-chen both published novels on Detang Daily. Although they were not as popular as The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, their monthly income was still slightly higher than ordinary people. So now, they could occasionally drink tea and go shoppings. Especially when the auntie said, "My son has already shed blood on the battlefield. We can't let him shed tears in the underworld because of these vile people who use his name to do whatever they want." I was very touched. To be able to say such words, this Auntie Zhao is a person worthy of my, Chen Tianhua's, respect. That's right. However, those women still have a conscience and didn't ask for the compensation money from the Li family. Otherwise I, Hua Hongyi, would personally go and judge these peoples. That's right. At least they have a conscience. The widow of a meritorious official is being unreasonable, and the wife of a county magistrate is retreating with wisdom? What widow of a meritorious official? What retreating with wisdom? How arrogant! Laifu, go buy a newspaper for this old man's. A vigorous voice came from a dark red carriage on the road. Old masters! The coachman outside the carriage responded and trotted to the newsstand to buy the newspaper. 15 minutes later. Preposterous! This group of shrews is really unreasonable. Even if Li Zishuan is responsible for the defeat of the Imperial Army in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain, he can't take full responsibility. Besides, the Imperial Court has already given them compensation, and this group of people actually ran to Li Zishuan's house to ask for money. How insatiable! These wicked people should be arrested and punished. That's not right. These people can actually gather in front of the Li family's house at such a time. There must be some dirty tricks behind this. The person in the carriage was Wei Zheng, who was rushing to the morning court. At this moment he was muttering to himself as he read the headlines. From a certain perspective, the appearance of Detang Daily could be said to have provided Wei Zheng with a lot of material to remonstrate with. In the past, he had to personally go to the grassroots and find out where the officials were neglecting their duties, taking bribes, or where the citizens were being bullied. Then he would organize them into memorials and impeach them in the morning court. But now, he only needed to find some unfair or illegal matters in the newspaper and then bring it to the imperial court to ask for the emperor's judgment. Good. This granddaughter of Du Daoling is really not ordinary. Not only does she make good wine, but she also has such quick wit. She's really not simple. Wei Zheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Han Yushi arguing with the group of women. Good. This Madame Zhao is really a hero among women. She gave birth to a Qilin's son who fought for the country and sacrificed his life. She is also deeply righteous. How rare! She deserves a rewards. This old man wants to ask for a reward for this person's. When he saw old Madame Zhao appear later, Wei Jing couldn't help but slam the table and shout loudly. Oh, don't let the hero bleed and cry. This person called Little Yu, summed it up well in the ends. Detang Daily is really full of talents. Therefore, a morning court that was supposed to be very calm was stirred up again because of the headlines of Detang Daily. After the ministers condemned Jiang Cuihua and the other women, Wei Jing stepped out of the crowd and asked for a reward for old Madame Zhao. It was rare for this old troll to ask for a reward for others. Li Er also gave face, mainly because he originally planned to give old Madame Zhao some rewards, and issued an edict on the spot to give old Madame Zhao the title of a 7th-rank noble lady. Yes, there was no doubt that the Tang dynasty already had the saying of a noble lady. Since the Han dynasty, the wives of the princes, dukes, and ministers, that is, those who were in power and above, were called madams. The Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties also gave the mothers or wives of high officials additional titles and were called noble ladies. The imperial edict as a royal document began in the Western Zhou dynasty. For example, the Shangshu Zhou Shu contained the Great Edict, Tang Edict, Kang Wang's Edict, and so on. It was a document that the Zhou emperor used to warn his officials. Qin Dun did not use it. It was occasionally used in the Han dynasty and was not used regularly. The Tang dynasty used imperial edicts to punish and reward. However, the imperial edict system was gradually perfected during the Ming and Qing dynasties and formed a complete system. With Li Er's edict, the other families who had gone to the Li family to cause trouble were even more terrified. They didn't expect that such a small matter would be heard by the heavens. Moreover, Li Er rewarded Madame Zhao. Didn't he mean that he was dissatisfied with their actions? Therefore, Jiang Cuihua, who was still in prison, was cursed over and over again by countless people. Chapter 5:34. C. This godforsaken place is so unlucky. There are so many mosquitoes at night. Cheng Chumo raised his head, lying on the back of the horse, and said with a sad face. Unlike the other young masters of the rich and powerful families, Cheng Chumo was not someone who could not bear hardships. A few years ago, he had gone to war with Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others. Even so, the mosquitoes last night were still unbearable for him. Not only did the mosquitoes around Snake Spirit Mountain suck blood, they were also King poisonous. Although it was only mildly poisonous and not fatal, it was still enough to make one suffer. Cheng Chumo's face, which was not handsome to begin with, was already covered in red bumps. This fellow was still scratching everywhere, as if he would not stop until his skin was broken. I think this place is pretty good. Yuchi Baolin chuckled as he sat on his horse. Speaking of which, it was strange. Cheng Chumo slept in the same tent as him, but the mosquitoes only bit Cheng Chumo. Yuchi Baolin was completely fine. He was still white and chubby. No, black and chubby. It would have been better if Yuchi Baolin had not spoken, but the moment he did, Cheng Chumo was a little angry. Baolin, you're still being sarcastic here. Why don't those mosquitoes bite you? Is it because you're too fat? Yuchi Baolin said embarrassedly, maybe it's because I'm too dark, and those mosquitoes can't see me at night. Why don't you bask in the sun more, brother Chonyo? You'll be like me then. Scram. Cheng Chumo scolded angrily. If I look like a coal ball like you, how am I going to find a wife? Yuchi Baolin laughed dryly. He looked at the sky and said, Brother Chonyo, today is the 3rd day. Why isn't Xiaoxian here yet? Do you think he hasn't thought of a way yet? Cheng Chumo's brows furrowed slightly, but they immediately smoothed out. He sat up straight and said, That won't happen. Ever since I've known little Xian, I've never seen him stumped by anything. He'll definitely come today. Zhao Song, is there any movement on Li Zishuan's side? Afternoon, in the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er asked casually as he read through the memorials. Your Majesty, Li Xiannan should still be in the workshop and hasn't done anything yet. Zhao Song replied softly. Isn't today the 3rd day? Did I remember the wrong date? Li Er put down his brush and asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, you didn't remember wrongly. Today is the third day of the 3-day period proposed by Li Xiannan. Hey, that's strange. This kid is still cooped up in the workshop. Is he at his wit's end? Do you know what he did in the workshop 2 days ago? Li Er furrowed his brows and asked in bewilderment. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, Li Xiannan is a martial arts grandmaster. This old servant's subordinates didn't dare to get too close to him and could only wait outside the workshop. Therefore, this old servant has no way of knowing what Li Xiannan did in the past 2 days. I only know that he entered the workshop 2 days ago and hasn't come out since. Li Er nodded. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and said, It's getting harder and harder to see through this, kids. Right now, all the people of Chang are waiting for the results of the Imperial Army's second expedition against the 7 cultivators of true virtue. He better not make a fool of himself at this critical moment. When Li Zishuan declared that he would destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue with his own strength, Li Er still had some confidence in Li Zishuan. After all, Li Zishuan had given him too many surprises before. However, after so many days, Li Zishuan still hadn't made any move. Li Er's heart turned cold. At this time, he only hoped that Li Zishuan wouldn't make a fool of himself and lose face for the imperial court. As for the 7 cultivators of true virtue, it wouldn't be too late to attack them after the army regrouped. Senior Martial Brother, how are your injuries? Snake Spirit Mountain, inside the secret chamber of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Snake King looked at the imposing Yin in front of him and asked excitedly. Speaking of which, these 2 martial brothers could be considered as brothers in distress. Previously, Snake King was injured by Li Zishuan and returned to this secret room to recuperate. 2 days ago, it was Yin Beishan's turn. However, Yin Beishan's injuries weren't as serious as Snake King's. Moreover, the recovery ability of a peak Grandmaster Realm expert was even more outstanding. Therefore, he was able to recover in just a few days. Junior Martial Brother, you guessed right. My injuries are completely healed. Yin Batian laughed and jumped down from the stone bed. Then, he asked with a concerned face, Junior Martial Brother, how is your body? Senior Martial Brother, it's good that you're fine. As for my injuries, I'm already very lucky to be able to keep my life. In the past few days, Yin Batian was the only one here to recuperate. Snake King felt that there was no hope for him to fully recover, so he gave up on recuperating. Yin Beishan's face darkened and he said hatefully, It's all because of that little bastard Li Zishuan. We were originally living in peace, but that brat wanted to destroy our sect. Now both of us are injured and crippled. I, Yin Batian, am not a man if I don't take revenge. Senior Martial Brother is right. I have no other wish in this life except to kill Li Zishuan. It's all up to Senior Martial Brother. Snake King's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness as he hurriedly pleaded loudly. Yin Batian immediately said with a murderous look, Don't worry, Junior Martial Brother. Once the Imperial Army retreats, I'll take you and your brothers to find a place to settle down. Then, I'll come back to settle the score with that brat. I'll kidnap his wife first, kill his parents, and then slowly torture him. Senior Martial Brother, this is a good plan. We should let that brat have a taste of our strength. By the way, Junior Martial Brother, are you still suffering from the backlash of the 7 virtues snake? A trace of pain flashed across Snake King's face. He nodded and said, Now that I've lost all my internal force, I can barely control the 7 virtues snake with the power of the bloodline. It's reasonable for me to suffer from the backlash. But I'm afraid that I can't hold on for long. But what if that brat leads his army to attack the mountain after the 7 virtues snake is out of our control? What should we do? Yin Beishan's face gradually became serious. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then, he said decisively, Then, let's launch a surprise attack on them while we still have the strength to fight. Junior Martial Brother, you can control the 7 virtues snake to open the way, and I'll detonate all the poisonous pills in the sect from behind. We can take advantage of the chaos to break out of the encirclement. What do you think? Snake King was shocked when he heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no better way at present. So, he nodded and said, I'll listen to Senior Marshal Brother's arrangement. But Senior Marshal Brother, you have to hurry. I can control the 7 Virtues snake at most for 3 more days. Okay. Then let's make preparations today. Before dawn tomorrow, when the army is still asleep, we'll catch them off guards. Chapter 5:35. Xianxia, did you arrange for those women in Datang daily to cause trouble at the Li Mansion? South of Chang, and City, Dunhua Square. In a quaint room of the wealthy house, the white-haired old man leaned on the couch and looked at the young man standing below and asked in a deep voice, Granduncle, this is all my fault for not thinking it through. Please forgive me. Hearing this, the young man bowed and said with a frightened expression, Xianxia, you gave advice to the family. What's wrong with that? The white-haired old man laughed loudly and raised his hand, indicating for the young man to stand up. Then he continued, Xianxia, your plan is a good one. If it's well planned, we can ruin Li Zishuan's reputation without any effort. But the bad thing is that Xianxia, you met the wrong person and acted a little too hastily. The young man hurriedly said, Granduncle is right. Xianxia really did not think it through this time. The white-haired old man showed a gratified expression and said, those in power must learn to know how to use people well. Jiang Cuihua is obviously not a person who can take on big responsibilities. Xianxia, you must learn from this in the future. Don't ruin things because of these incompetent people. Granduncle. Although the young man disagreed in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He pretended very well. That's right. Have you arranged for the meeting of the big families tomorrow? The white-haired old man was suddenly startled and raised his eyes to ask. Granduncle, don't worry. Everything has been arranged. There won't be any mistakes. The young man said confidently. The white-haired old man nodded and laughed. Xianxia, I still believe in your ability to do things. Tomorrow's meeting is also a good time for you juniors to get to know each other better. The young man smiled and said, Actually, Xianxia has the same idea. Excluding the royal family, there are only 6 of us left in the 5 families and 7 sects, and we all have our own camps. Now, the Wang family of Taiyuan is still estranged from us and is getting closer and closer to the royal family. In the long run, we will be divided by the emperor. Therefore, I also think that the aristocratic families should contact each other. The white-haired old man agreed and said, Xianxia, you understand it best. Those old fellows are not as good as you. Now that we can't count on Snake Spirit Mountain, it's up to you, Xianxia. Granduncle, speaking of the Snake Spirit Mountain, my father heard some news. The white-haired old man frowned and asked, What news? The young man stepped forward and whispered, My father heard that the imperial court has sent 10,000 soldiers to surround the Snake Spirit Mountain. However, they will only surround it and not attack. But it said that Li Zishuan made a military order in front of the emperor, saying that he wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. The imperial court only needed to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain. The white-haired old man was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, This kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shameless boasting, shameless boasting. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was so easy to destroy, how could he have returned with 4,000 imperial guards in defeat? I thought this kid would be a good opponent, but I didn't expect him to be an arrogant brat who only knows how to talk big. Xianxia, you can help Li Zishuan spread the news. Spread the news? The young man was puzzled, but then he suddenly understood and laughed. Granduncle is wise. In this way, we will be able to defeat Li Zishuan without any effort. This grandson will send someone to spread the news early tomorrow morning. Although the news that Li Zishuan wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself was not a top-secret military intelligence, the only people who knew about it were the few big shots who went to the Sweet Dew Hall to discuss the matter that day. They would never spread the news. As for the man named Xianxia, it was somewhat inconceivable that his father could get hold of this news. Now that 3 days had passed and the sky was about to turn dark, nothing had happened. Those who knew about this news gradually began to doubt Li Zishuan's bold words and believed that Li Zishuan was going to die this time. Li Zishuan didn't know what others were thinking. He was making the final preparations for his expedition and was responsible for his own safety. The kerosene is full. It should be enough to fly to Snake Spirit Mountain. These bombs should be enough to blow up a mountain. The ropes are tied tight, the tarpaulin is not damaged, and the bombs have isolated the source of the fire. Oh, what a waste! Lai Tzu. After Li Zishuan carefully checked everything from top to bottom, inside and out, he jumped into the square rattan basket. Ignite the fires. With a whoosh, the kerosene was ignited. The fuel tank that contained the kerosene was specially made by Li Zishuan, and it could control the intensity of the fire. Not long after, the huge, ball-shaped oil cloth quickly swelled up. Gradually, the rattan basket left the ground and slowly rose into the sky. The 3rd day of the 8th month of the 1st year of Zhenguan. It was a night with a light breeze. In the east of Chang and city, a bright flame suddenly rose from the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion and slowly flew out of the city. The first to notice this strange scene was the spy sent by Zhao Song outside the Strange Interest Pavilion. Boss, look. There's a ghost fire in the sky. Bullsh *T, there's no ghost. What's that? The leader of the men was about to reprimand his subordinates when he inadvertently saw the flame in the sky and was instantly scared out of his wits. The night in this era was different from the modern era. There were no streetlights here and no nightlife. Once night fell, there was only pure darkness. Therefore, that flame looked extremely dazzling. Boss, that flame flew out of the workshop. Could it be that there's a ghost in the workshop? A short man couldn't help but cower and say, "Smacks." The leader of the men slapped him and scolded, "Chen Nan, you little bastard, don't scare yourself. I've lived for so many years and have seen everything, but I've never seen a ghost." Yes, boss is wise. The leader of the men snorted and said, "You guys continue to keep an eye here. I'll go back and report the situation here to Zhao Song's husbands." The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty were often referred to as husband. This husband is not that husband, don't get the wrong idea. Boss, don't. It's better to let this little brother take care of such a troublesome matter. The rest of the men were stunned. By the time they reacted and said this, their boss had already disappeared without a trace. Speaking of which, even Li Zishuan himself probably didn't expect that the debut of his hot air balloon in Tang Dynasty would be mistaken as a ghost fire by these idiots. Chapter 5:36. Mother, brother, look, someone is releasing a sky lantern. Gi Lane, Meng Wenhao's house. After dinner, Yaya came to the courtyard and inadvertently saw a bright flame floating in the sky in the northeast direction. The little girl couldn't help but shout excitedly in that direction. The so-called sky lantern was another name for the Kongming lantern. It was commonly known as the wishing lantern or the praying lantern. It was an ancient handicraft of China. In ancient times, it was mostly used for military purposes, but some people would release it on major festivals such as the Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival to make wishes and pray. There were two theories about the origin of the Kongming lantern. One was that during the 5 dynasties, there was a woman named Xianxia. When she was fighting in Fujian with her husband, she used bamboo strips to make a square frame, pasted paper on it, and made it into a lamp. Burning pine resin was placed on the chassis, and the lamp flew into the sky with the hot air as a military communication signal. This kind of pine resin lamp was called the Kongming lantern in Sichuan. The main reason was that this kind of lantern looked like the hat worn by Zhuge Liang, hence the name. The other theory was that it was invented by Zhuge Liang during the 3 Kingdoms. At that time, Zhuge Liang was besieged in Pingyang and couldn't send troops out of the city to ask for help. Kongming calculated the direction of the wind and made a floating paper lantern. He tied the paper lantern with a message asking for help. After that, he really got out of danger, so the later generations called this kind of lantern the Kongming lantern. No matter which theory was correct, it was an indisputable fact that there were already Kongming lanterns in the Tang dynasty. That's true, but there are still more than 10 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why would someone release a sky lantern at this time? Meng Wenhao's mother heard her daughter scream and ran out to see the commotion. After seeing the flame clearly, she said with some doubts, "Mother, that's not a sky lantern." Meng Wenhao said sullenly at this time, and then he gestured with his hands. "That ball of fire is at least 4 to 5 miles away from us. Generally speaking, the farther something is, the smaller it looks. Now that we can see it so clearly from such a distance, it means that this thing is at least dozens of times bigger than an ordinary sky lantern. It's definitely not a sky lantern." Meng Wenhao's mother thought carefully and felt that her son's words made sense, but she still had some doubts. "But if it's not a sky lantern, what else can it fly so high?" "I don't know." Meng Wenhao shook his head and said, "But my master definitely knows." Meng Wenhao's mother rubbed her son's head. "Yes, yes, yes. How's your master is the best. All of you should go and rest early." "How? You still have to go to Minister Hu's grain store tomorrow to settle the accounts." Meng Wenhao's father had been out at sea for almost 3 months. Now that the pillar of the family was gone, Meng Wenhao had no choice but to step up. Therefore, he took advantage of the 2-month farmland leave to find a job to supplement the family. The other party was Squire Hu's family that Mother Meng often worked for. As for his position, he was the bookkeeper. Relying on the glorious halo of being the top scorer in the School of Mathematics and the advanced mathematical knowledge in his mind, Meng Wenhao alone was equivalent to 10 of the Hu family's original bookkeepers. Thus, Squire Hu not only treated him with special respect, but also gave him an unusually high salary. Meng Wenhao replied in a muffled voice, but his expression became somewhat strange. "Your Majesty, according to the report, a big ball of fire just flew out of the workshop of the interesting pavilion, and it's flying northeast. It should be out of the city soon." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er rubbed his sore wrist and was about to return to Zhang Xuan's place to sleep when Zhao Song suddenly rushed in and reported, "A flying ball of fire?" Li Er frowned, and his face became a little strange. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stood up. "Let's go to the Xuanwu Gate." The Xuanwu Gate, the north gate of the Taiji Palace, was located on the slope of the Dragon Head Plain. It overlooked the entire Chang and city and was an important gate in the north of the palace. Of course, compared to its geographical location, the Xuanwu Gate was more famous for its political and military position. After all, there was a change of regime here last year. In fact, in a few years, a bigger and more magnificent building would be built here, and that would be the famous Daming Palace. It could be seen even from outside Chang and city. If there were no accidents, Li Er would order it to be built in the 8th year of Xingguan. "Your Majesty, look, it's that ball of fire. It should be flying out of Chang and city soon." Zhao Song pointed to the eastern sky and said to Li Er when they came to the tower of the Xuanwu Gate. Li Er nodded and responded, but his eyes were staring in that direction without blinking. Zhao Song did not know why Li Er was so focused, but he did not dare to ask. He just stood at the side with his head lowered. "Let's go back to the palace." After a long time, the ball of fire became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. Li Er flung his sleeves and turned to leave. He left a sentence in the air, but it stunned Zhao Song. "When Li Zishuan returns to the city tomorrow, ask him to come and see me immediately." Zhao Song frowned and followed behind Li Er. He wondered, isn't Li Zishuan still in the workshop now? Why does Your Majesty have to wait for him to return to the city tomorrow? A punch to the left, a punch to the right, I urge everyone to take a punch. Li Zishuan couldn't care less about how depressed Zhao Song was. He was busy cleaning up the mess he had made up in the past. When the hot air balloon flew into the sky earlier, he regretted it. That was because the wind was blowing from the south, and the Qinling Mountains were northeast of Chang and city. The wind direction was not suitable at all. If Li Zishuan did nothing and let the ball of fire fly freely, it would definitely not reach the Snake Spirit Mountain. It would only fly further and further to the north. Back then, when Kongming made the Kongming Lantern to ask for help, he had already calculated the direction of the wind. Although Li Zishuan was a Taoist, he did not learn the ability to calculate. Hence, he was a little confused when he flew up. This was really the only thing that he had missed out on. Fortunately, Li Zishuan was smart enough to come up with this idea. He kept throwing punches to the west. His punches were infused with true qi. Using the recoil force of his punches and the push of the south wind, Li Zishuan limped towards the northeast with the ball in tow. Those who had learned force analysis would definitely be able to analyze it. Damn it! Does this count as a rocket with its own gas tank? Li Zishuan mumbled gloomily as he worked in the air. Ahem, I have to admit that his description was very apt. Chapter 537. Brother Chonyo, it's already so late. Where are you going? Bao Lin, lower your voice. At the base of Snake Spirit Mountain. In the darkness, a fat man and a little girl were huddled together and whispering to each other. Bao Lin, I think little Xian should be here soon. I plan to go out and take a look. Do you want to come with me? Ah? But it's already the second night watch period. The military has a rule that other than the soldiers on night duty, no one else is allowed to run around at night. If we get caught, Uncle Nyo will beat us up. I say, why are you so stupid? Can't we just be smart and not get caught? Just tell me if you want to go or not. The fat shadow scratched his head and said, all right, I'll go with you. That's more like it. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Why are you sleeping? If the soldiers at the base of the mountain attack, we'll be finished. On the mountain path of Snake Spirit Mountain, an anxious call came from a thatched hut that was temporarily built at the checkpoint. Ooh. Stop messing around. In a few more hours, we'll be breaking out of the mountain. Wang Lin, you brat, why don't you sleep a little longer? In the hut, the man on the bed turned around but didn't get up. He muttered impatiently. Huff huff, Ruwa. I'll be able to go down the mountain to find you soon. You still want to escape? If you don't listen to me, I'll kill those two old things. Ha. After a short while, the man seemed to have fallen asleep and was still muttering. The skinny young man beside the bed was speechless. He pushed the man on the bed twice and shouted, Second senior brother, you can't sleep. If the Imperial Army attacks at this time, we can only wait for death. Second senior brother, quickly get up. Hey. I say, Wang Lin, aren't you annoying? The man on the bed finally couldn't stand the disturbance and sat up. He reprimanded, What are you doing here instead of sleeping? The army at the foot of the mountain has been surrounding us for more than a day or two. If those cowards dared to attack us, they would have attacked us during the day. Why would they wait until nighttime? Our Snake Spirit Mountain's terrain is so steep. If they really dare to come up at this time, I'll do a handstand and eat shits. The young man at the side was scolded until he retreated. In the end, he muttered, Second senior brother, how do I eat shit while standing upside down? The expression on the second senior brother's face suddenly froze. He pointed at the young man under the bed and couldn't say anything else for a long time. After taking a few deep breaths, he roared, Wang Lin, get the hell out of here. You're sleeping outside tonight. Right here. We'll wait here for little Xian. Inside the camp, after Chengchimo and Yuchi Baolin avoided several waves of guards, they came to a bush on a small hill nearby. Chengchimo turned back and said proudly, I'm sure you're right. Baolin, how is it? You won't be discovered if you follow me, right? Yuchi Baolin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He said in amazement, Big brother Chonyo, you're really amazing. But how do you know when there's no guard on the road? You're the only one who doesn't know. Brother, I already figured out the night guard rotation pattern here. Chengchimo's tail was wagging as he showed off. Yuchi Baolin immediately looked at him with admiration. He looked around and asked in a rough voice, But it's already so late. Can little Xian still come? Did we wait for nothing? Don't worry, kids. Chengchimo patted Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and smiled. Although little Xian likes to boast, he always comes true. This time won't be an exception. Isn't it only midnight now? I'm sure he'll come before midnights. After all, today's the last day of the 3-day period. Let's wait here. We can see the Yuan Gate from here. If he comes, we'll be the first to see him. Okay. I'll listen to you. Yuchi Baolin nodded and squatted down as well. Unexpectedly, the moment he squatted down, he heard Cheng Chumo yelling exaggeratedly. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Baolin looked. Big brother Chonyo, what are you looking at? There's no moon tonight. Yuchi Baolin was puzzled. Moon, my ass. Look up. This sky is prettier than the moon. What the heck? Why is this ball of fire flying so high? Cheng Chumo slapped the back of Yuchi Baolin's head, then raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Out of curiosity, Yuchi Baolin looked up as well. What he saw was incredible. Roar. Oh my god! Brother Chonyo, let's run. This ball of the wisp, we can't beat it. Let's go back and call for helps. When Yuchi Baolin saw the flying ball of fire, he was so scared that he jumped up and shouted in panic. Shut up. What will the wisps? There seems to be someone up there. Coincidentally, the ball of fire was getting closer and closer to their heads. Cheng Chumo had good eyesight and could vaguely see someone dancing up there. He hurriedly covered Yuchi Baolin's mouth and scolded him. Woo! Shut up. There seems to be a fairy up there. Yes, 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 that's a fairy descending to the mortal world. Oh my god, did the heavens see that I, old Cheng, am still single and sent me a fairy? Hey, why did she run away? Good and evil will be repaid, and the heavens will reincarnate. Today, the heavens have bestowed justice upon me, and I'll use lightning and fire to purify you sinful sinners. Silence reigned on Serpent Spirit Mountain. Just as everyone was about to fall asleep, a loud bellow came from the 9 heavens. Everyone immediately woke up from their dreams. Which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my 7 cultivators sect? Yin dashed out of his room and was shocked when he saw the flying ball of fire in the sky. However, he pretended to be calm and shouted, I'm your grandfather. That wasn't the only thing that came from the sky. There were also 4 or 5 black iron balls with sparks on them. Child's play. Yin thought that they were hidden weapons. He took 2 steps back to avoid them and sneered at the sky. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt several earth-shattering heat waves coming from all over his body. Boom boom boom. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sound shook the sky. The peaceful Serpent Spirit Mountain peak instantly turned into a living hell. Yin, a peak Grandmaster Realm expert, was seriously injured in an instant. Save me! Save me! My leg! My leg! This is the wrath of the heavens. It's over, it's all over. Damn it! Why didn't you run down the mountain with Yunda and the others last time? Li Zishuan didn't show any mercy. He threw the bombs in the hanging basket down as if they were free. The mountain collapsed, and the ground caved in. All the houses couldn't withstand the explosion and collapsed in the blink of an eye. Many disciples of the 7 cultivators sect who didn't have time to get out of their houses were buried in the collapsed houses. For a moment, cries for help could be heard everywhere. Senior brother! Senior brother! How did this happen? What happened? Snake King staggered a few steps and came to the side of Yin, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, and asked in disbelief. Junior brother, quickly take 7 cultivators of true virtue and run away. Run as far as you can. Chapter 5:38. For the 215 heroic souls who died here 3 days ago, I'm here to avenge you today. I'm going to wipe out the entire Snake Spirit Mountain. Since they were so far away, and the flames of war were raging below, Li Zishuan naturally couldn't see Yin Baishan's current situation, nor could he hear the conversation between the flying snake and Yin. He controlled the direction of the hot air balloon while throwing bombs down below, bombarding the area without any blind spots. This guy was now like a fighter pilot flying a bomber. He just wanted to charge and kill. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a deafening roar came from below. Li Zishuan could clearly hear it from above. It was none other than 7th cultivator of true virtue. Just in time, you bastard. Li Zishuan quickly searched for 7th cultivator of true virtue's position with his eyes. After a while, he finally found 7th Cultivator of True Virtue rolling on the ground behind the original hall of the 7 Cultivator of True Virtue sect. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Li Zishuan didn't hesitate. He ignited 4 or 5 bombs in a few breaths and then threw them at 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Aren't your snake scales as hard as iron? I'd like to see if you can withstand a bomb or not. Boom boom boom. Roared. As it turned out, no creature could resist this violent bombardment. The 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was instantly covered with wounds, and it issued a painful howl. The sound of the howl was even louder than the sound of the explosion, and it reverberated throughout the entire Serpent Mountain. Poison, poison. Upon hearing the howl, the Snake King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He desperately wanted to run in that direction, but at this moment, he was surrounded by flames and couldn't rush out at all. Moreover, a bomb just happened to detonate right next to him. With a loud boom, the flying snake's limbs were instantly blown off, and he was blown far away, no longer able to speak. Most of the houses in this era were made of wood. After Li Zishuan's previous bombardment, the place had basically turned into a sea of fire. In order to prevent anyone from escaping, he did not hold back and bombarded the top of the mountain twice. A quarter of an hour later, apart from the crackling sound of the burning wood, there were no other cries for help or howls. Li Zishuan finally stopped. He looked at the motionless 7th Cultivator of True Virtue lying on the ground. Then, he suddenly had an idea and controlled the hot air balloon to slowly descend. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. 15 minutes ago. Brother Chonyo, it's almost midnight, let's go back. Little Xian probably won't come. Yuchi Baolin pulled Cheng Chumo, who had been looking to the east, that was the direction Li Zishuan had just flown in the hot air balloon, and said in a muffled voice. Baolin, stop messing around. Didn't you see the fairy dancing for me on the fireball just now? Cheng Chumo impatiently slapped Yuchi Baolin's hand away and said with an intoxicated look on his face. I didn't see anything. Yuchi Baolin slightly despised Cheng Chumo in his heart. However, he really didn't see clearly whether there was anyone on the fireball just now. His vision was very blurry at night, and he only saw a ball of fire just now. This was more or less what modern people called night blindness. In ancient China, because the ancient people were malnourished and carrots hadn't been introduced into China at that time, some people believed that the ancient people generally suffered from night blindness. Although this statement was slightly exaggerated, because night blindness was mainly caused by 3 things: disease, congenital heredity, and vitamin A deficiency. The ancient people mainly suffered from malnutrition due to insufficient protein, fat, and sugar intake. Vitamin A deficiency wasn't very serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cases of night battles in history books. However, it was an indisputable fact that the ancient people suffered from night blindness compared to modern people. Baolin, it's not that I want to nag at you, but with your eyesight, even if fate comes, you won't be able to see it. If you continue like this, you're probably destined to be single forever. Cheng Chumo patted Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and said in a tone that was heavy and not at all full of shame. If this fellow knew the truth, would he still be as calm as he was now? Yuchi Baolin glanced at Cheng Chumo with an innocent expression. He really got shot even when he was lying down. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin first saw a large patch of bright fire appear on the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain in the east. Right after that, they heard a loud rumble coming from there. The two of them were so shocked that they fell on their butts in the grass. Holy F***! Holy F***! There's thunder. There's thunder over there. This thunder is 2F** King awesome, isn't it? Cheng Chumo couldn't be bothered to hide anymore. He jumped up and shouted. That's not thunder. At this moment, Cheng Chumo felt a gust of wind by his ear. Then he heard an extremely calm voice. Cheng Chumo subconsciously spat out, Bullsh**. Other than thunder, what else can cause such a Uncle Nyo, why? Why are you here? Cheng Chumo turned around and saw who it was. He was tongue-tied. At this moment he really wanted to slap himself twice. Yuchi Baolin had already wilted when he saw Niu Jinda. When he heard Xianxia's suicidal words, he almost burst out laughing. In any case, this child was having a hard time holding it in. Why am I here? This old man wants to ask the two of you, why are you here? Not sleeping in the tent in the middle of the night and going out of the camp without permission. Do you know that you're ignoring military rules? Even if this old man breaks your legs today, Jijie and Jingda will have nothing to say. Niu Jinda put on a poker face and scolded the two of them coldly. Don't, Uncle Niu, don't be angry. Baolin and I just needed to pee and came out to pee. Coincidentally, there was thunder over there. Right? You said that it wasn't thunder over there. What was it? Xianxia shrunk his neck, licked his face, and cleverly changed the topic. Niu Jinda glanced at this fellow. How could he not see that Xianxia was changing the topic? However, he was just scaring these two children just now. He didn't really want to use military law on them. At this moment, he snorted and said, although this old man doesn't know what it is, it's definitely not thunder. Because there won't be rain in the next few days. At this point, he couldn't help but move his legs. When he said that there wouldn't be rain in the next few days, it wasn't because he saw the weather forecast, nor was it because he could predict the weather like Zhuge Liang. It was because he had a rheumatic leg. Besides, what kind of thunder can shake the earth and mountains? With this momentum, the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain is probably going to be flattened. This is probably Xiaoshuan's method. This child really can do what she says. Niu Jinda stroked his beard and guessed. What? It's Xiaoxian? F*** vomits? Xianxia reacted with a face full of horror. Then, he staggered a few steps and ran to the side to vomit. So, Brother Chonyo's fairy is Xiaoxian's? Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and laughed foolishly. What fairy? Niu Jinda was a little confused. Above our heads just now, Yuchi Baolin's. If you dare to tell anyone, this old man will definitely kill you. Yuchi Baolin was about to explain when Xianxia's angry and sorrowful roar came from the bushes beside them. Chapter 539. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! This old servant has something important to report. West Court, Empress Xiangxuan's bedroom. Zhao Song stood in front of the door with a hunched back. His face was anxious and helpless. He knew better than anyone else that Li Er was probably exercising with Empress Xiangxun at this hour. Whoever dared to disturb them now would not end well. However, Zhao Song was at his wit's end. His subordinates had reported such an important matter to him. If he did not report it to Li Er in time, he would be fully responsible for any accidents that happened. What's the matter? After about 3 breaths, Li Er's muffled voice came from the room. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. No one would be in a good mood if they were woken up in the middle of the night, let alone the ruler of a country. Zhao Song's heart sank. He secretly hated the subordinate who reported this to him. However, now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to say, Your Majesty, there was thunder and fire in the northeast of Chang'an City. Half the sky is burning red, and that direction is Snake Spirit Mountain. I was worried that the army at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain would be attacked and the situation would change. That was why I came to report in the middle of the night. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me. After Zhao Song finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Li Er did not say anything. Zhao Song could only wait outside the room, not daring to move. After an unknown period of time, Li Er's emotionless voice finally sounded, I got it. You may leave. Got it? Would it be over just knowing about it? Zhao Song was full of doubts, but he did not dare to ask. He could only bow and yes, then carefully left the courtyard. In the bedroom, Empress Xiangxuan's hair was messy, and her cheeks were slightly red. She leaned on Li Er's shoulder and asked doubtfully, Lang, aren't you worried that General Niu's men were attacked at night? Li Er recovered from his thoughts. He lifted Xiangxuan's chin and smiled confidently. 10,000 elites surrounded a small sect of less than 100 people. If the other party gave up the geographical advantage and attacked at night, I can only say that they are tired of living. Moreover, Jinda is very strict in managing the army. He definitely won't let anyone take advantage of the loopholes. A confident man was the most charming. Zhang Sun smiled and leaned closer to Li Er. Then he asked, what happened in the northeast to cause such a big commotion? Seeing how calm Erlang was, he probably already knew about it, right? Can you tell me? Li Er looked towards the northeast with a deep gaze, and then said to Empress Zhang Sun with a smile, whatever happened over there, Guanyin maid will know tomorrow. Shouldn't we continue what we were doing just now? The weather is dry, be careful of candles. Clang, clang, clang. In this era where there was no TV, internet, or computer, most people would be asleep at this time. However, there was an exception, and that was the night watchman. The job of a night watchman had already appeared in the Zhou dynasty. The rites of Zhou recorded, compare it with the evening strike of the scorpion. According to the Zihai's explanation, it was, strike the scorpion in the night, which was the same as the most commonly used clapper. The curfew system in Chang and city was only for ordinary people. The night watchman was not included in this list. This was because the night watchman's function was not only to report the time, but also to patrol at night and prevent fire and theft. If they encountered someone stealing, they could report it to the authorities and get a generous reward. Therefore, the night watchman was a very respected job in ancient times. Yongla Lane. 2 old men in blue clothes and blue hats. One was holding a gong, and the other was beating at the side, singing the same tune. Why were the 2 of them doing the night watch together? It was mainly to boost each other's courage. After all, there were no street lights at this time, and it was dark all around. Anyone would be afraid. As usual, the 2 planned to go home and rest for an hour after this time. At this time, a fire suddenly floated over from the sky. What was even more strange was that there seemed to be a long thing hanging under the fire. Ghost, 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 ghosts. Why and run? Thing. Demon. Oh my god. Changgui, wait for me. Both of them had a look of horror on their faces. They didn't even want the things in their hands and immediately ran away. Huff huff huff. Damn, this is really not something a human should do. No matter what, I won't act cool next time. I'll just stay at home and hug my wife. In the sky, Li Zishuan looked at the familiar mansion below, took a few deep breaths, and said gloomily. The straight line distance from Chang and city to Snake Spirit Mountain was at least more than 20 kilometers in the sky. He had to act as a human-shaped engine twice, and the worst thing was that the wind was against him when he came back. How could he not be tired? Even a Grandmaster expert would be exhausted like a dog. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I've finally succeeded in acting cool this time, and I've avenged those people. I can go home and rest in peace. Li Zishuan controlled the hot air balloon to the sky above the Li residence. Then he slowly turned off the fire and planned to let the hot air balloon slowly descend to the west courtyard. Bam! If he wanted to land, he had to unload the goods first. Li Zishuan let the hot air balloon descend 10 meters from the ground and untied the rope that tied the corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue. With a bang, the corpse of the giant snake fell to the ground. Then he prepared to let the basket land. Which scoundrel dares to steal from the Li residence? The head of the guards of the Li residence was awakened by the sound of the giant snake falling to the ground. He hurriedly ran to the west courtyard and shouted in a deep voice. Then he was about to barge in. It's me, Feija. It's none of your business. Go and rest. Li Zishuan said in a deep voice. Pang Feiji was stunned. Then he said in surprise, Is Lord Ju back? He also stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious just now that he almost forgot the rules. There were women living in the west courtyard. It was not convenient for him to go in. Okay, go and rest. Don't disturb others. Li Zishuan nodded indifferently. Then he continued to control the hot air balloon to land. Pang Feiji could only vaguely see the faint light of the fire in the courtyard. He hurriedly said, Yes, Lord Judes. After saying that, he retreated. I sneaked out of the city and returned in triumph. Does this count as me sneaking out of the city and not taking advantage of the situation? Li Zishuan jumped out of the basket, turned off the hot air balloon, and roughly cleaned it up. Then, he dragged the corpse of seventh cultivator of true virtue to an open space at the side and muttered to himself, "Husband, you're back." At this moment, the door opened, and the candlelight in the house also jumped out. Han Yushi, who was wearing a thin pink cloak, stood at the door and smiled at Li Zixuan. Chapter 540. Comfortable. How can the grudges of the pugilistic world be more comfortable than sleeping with my wife at home? I won't leave home for so many days in the future. The next morning, Li Zixuan stretched lazily on the bed and moaned in an extremely satisfied manner. Han Yushi, who was dressing up in front of the immortal mirror, rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan and said, "Husband, it's already morning. Shouldn't you be up to practice Taiji fist with us?" Nowadays, the immortal mirror was popular in Cheng. It was difficult for many rich families to get a mirror, but the Li family didn't lack it. Not only did Han Yushi have a big mirror, but even Lan and Madame Li's rooms each had a big mirror. In this aspect, the Li family was richer than the palace because only Empress Zhongsun had a big mirror in the huge palace. Yes. I almost forgot about the important matter. Wife, did you slack off every morning when I wasn't around? Li Zixuan patted his head and quickly jumped off the bed. He hugged Han Yushi's slender waist from behind and gently blew into her ear. Husband. Itchy. Stop fooling around. Han Yushi laughed coquettishly and quickly turned her head. She said angrily, "Who's lazy? In the whole family, other than you who knows how to be lazy, who can be lazier than you?" "Well, my wife actually said that I'm lazy. Looks like my work last night wasn't good enough. Let's not go out for now. Let's do it again." Li Zixuan pretended to be angry and was about to attack her. Snakes. Help. At this moment, Xiaohe's terrified scream came from outside the door. Li Zixuan shook his head. It looked like his good thing was going to be ruined. Taiji Palace. The morning court was in session. Ever since the court issued the decree to reduce taxes on raising chickens, every household in the Guangzhou region has raised an average of more than 70 chickens. Because many farmers have kept their eggs for hatching chickens, the price of eggs in all the provinces and counties has more than doubled. The price of eggs in Cheng has risen the most. Merchants have heard the news and have moved large amounts of chickens and eggs from the Jiangnan region. However, it is still a drop in the bucket. This old official earnestly requests Your Majesty to conscript ships to transport chickens and eggs from Jiangnan to stabilize the price of chickens and eggs. Fang Xuanling's loud voice echoed in the hall. I second the motion. As soon as Fang Xianling finished speaking, Wei Jing jumped out and was the first to agree. His speed was so fast that everyone was dumbfounded. The main reason was that eggs were too expensive in Cheng, and recently, Wei Zheng's source of income was also very small. Now, he could not eat eggs every day. Wei Yan was very depressed. Li Er looked at Wei Zheng strangely, then nodded and said, "Approved. Minister Xiao, you will be in charge of this matter." Xiao Yu stepped forward with a straight face and said, "This old subject obeys the decree. Reporting to Your Majesty, the 7 cultivators sect was destroyed overnight. General Niu has led the army back in triumph." At this time, a soldier in bright armor entered the hall and reported loudly. Immediately, there was a buzz of discussion in the hall. General Niu is really amazing. He came back so quickly. Yes, General Niu and the others are still the best at war. He's much faster than Li Zhanshi. Previously, when Li Zixuan was defeated at Snake Spirit Mountain and returned to the court, Niu Jinda led 6,000 soldiers to attack Snake Spirit Mountain twice. Although many of them did not receive the news at first, they later heard some rumors from various places. Now, in just 3 days, Niu Jinda had returned in triumph. This made them praise Niu Jinda's godlike ability to command troops. At the same time, they criticized Li Zixuan's lack of experience in battle, which caused the court to lose soldiers and generals. Good. Quickly summon General Niu to the palace. Li Er's eyes flashed as he ordered in a deep voice. This old subject greets Your Majesty. About half an hour later, Niu Jinda came to Taiji Palace in full armor and greeted Li Er with cupped fists. Dispense with the formalities. Li Er stretched out his hand and said with a pleasant expression, Jinda, you've worked hard. Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma, and the terrain is steep. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Jinda, quickly tell me and the ministers how the remnants of the 7 cultivators sect were destroyed overnight. Niu Jinda straightened his body and said with a smile, Your Majesty, this old subject didn't work hard. In fact, this old subject didn't contribute much to the destruction of the 7 cultivators sect. As soon as his voice fell, all the ministers were shocked. Only Li Er sat on the throne with a happy expression, as if everything was under his control. Why do you say that, Minister Niu? Although he had already guessed the result, Li Er still helped to ask the question in everyone's heart. As Your Majesty said earlier, the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is steep, and it's easy to defend and hard to attack. If we forcibly attack the mountain, although we can take down the 7 cultivators sect, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Therefore, this old subject led the army to surround Snake Spirit Mountain 3 days ago and didn't attack, waiting for Li Zishuan to come and fulfill his promise. At this point, many of the ministers were puzzled. Promise? What promise? Could it be related to the 7 cultivators sect? Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin, and the others just smiled and didn't say anything. They were all present that day, but they couldn't help but feel shocked. After listening to Niu Jinda's words, it seemed that Li Zishuan really did what he said. He single-handedly destroyed a sect that had a peak grandmaster and a 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent, whose strength was comparable to a great grandmaster. This kind of thing sounded crazy. Niu Jinda ignored everyone's doubts and continued, Last night, this old subject was asleep, but I was awakened by a loud noise. This old subject went out of the tent to investigate and found that Snake Spirit Mountain had been struck by lightning and was accompanied by endless flames. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the mountain peak turned into a sea of fire, and I could faintly hear miserable screams coming from there. Today, at dawn, this old subject went up the mountain with the soldiers and found that all the houses of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect had collapsed. There were corpses everywhere on the ground, and some of them didn't even have a complete corpse. Broken limbs were everywhere. After Lu Baodan, a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect who was captured earlier, identified them, the sect master of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, Yin Batian, Elder Fei Shi, and the other 30 or so bastards were all killed. However, this old subject didn't find any trace of the giant beast of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent. Hiss. After Niu Jinda finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. No wonder this old man vaguely heard the sound of thunder last night. At that time, I thought I was dreaming. What exactly happened on Snake Spirit Mountain last night? How could it be so tragic? Who did this? How could they be so ruthless? General Niu just said that he would wait for Li Xianxia to fulfill his promise. Could it be that Li Xianxia did all this? Chapter 541. Everyone's guess is correct. 3 days ago, Li Zishuan made a military order in front of His Majesty. He said that he would wipe out the 7 cultivators of true virtue within 3 days and take revenge for the soldiers who died earlier. Last night he did it. The 7 cultivators sect has been wiped out, and the main culprit and the remaining evildoers have all been executed. This old subject congratulates His Majesty for having such an outstanding talent in Great Tang. In the Taiji Palace, when Niu Jinda heard the discussion of the ministers in the hall, he smiled and said loudly to Li Er, General Niu, your words are biased. While everyone was still in a daze, a fat middle-aged official wearing a scarlet robe stepped out of the crowd and cupped his hands. General Niu only heard the thunder last night, but it doesn't mean that Li Xianxia did it alone. Moreover, as far as I know, the Snake Spirit Mountain is hundreds of feet high. How could Li Xianxia climb to the top of the mountain and release the thunder at night alone? How is such a method different from that of an immortal? And Li Xianxia is just like us with a mortal body. This kind of battle record is definitely not done by Xianxia. Maybe the 7 cultivators sect did all kinds of evil and the heavens couldn't stand it anymore, so they sent down the thunder as punishment. Niu Jinda narrowed his eyes and recognized the official in front of him as Chamberlain Cui Shanfu. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Oh? Has Chamberlain Cui been to the Snake Spirit Mountain before? Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with the situation there? To tell you the truth, if it weren't for Gudu's letter, this old man wouldn't have known that there was such a poisonous mountain in the depths of the Qinling Mountains." The rest of the people originally wanted to agree with Cui Shanfu, but after hearing this, they immediately shut their mouths and cast doubtful looks at Cui Shanfu. Cui Shanfu's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, "General Niu, you don't know, but this Cui has a distant cousin who often travels around to sell goods. He once got lost in the Qinling Mountains and happened to pass by the Snake Spirit Mountain. What this official just said was all from him." Niu Jinda said with a faint smile, "Huh, what a coincidence. However, what I said just now was not all speculation. If you don't believe that Snake Spirit Mountain was destroyed by Li Zishuan alone, you can go to the entrance of the Li family in Yongla Lane and take a look after the court. The corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue on the Serpent Spirit Mountain is still there to dry. Although I don't know what kind of method he used to transport the great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue, which is 30 feet long and weighs several hundred kilograms, from the midst of an army of tens of thousands of soldiers without anyone noticing. But I'm sure you won't have any doubts after seeing the spectacle of heavenly thunders and earthly fires, right?" Hearing this, Cui Shanfu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, but the other ministers couldn't help but exclaim. Qingyan laughed and said, "Good. There will be snake meat to eat. I, Old Cheng, have eaten all kinds of snake meat. But I have never touched the meat of the great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Now I have to taste it properly." Li Er secretly rolled his eyes. He then turned to Zhao Song, who had long been shocked out of his wits, and ordered, "Go and summon Li Zishuan for an audience." "Oh, this old servant obeys." Zhao Song came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. Then he walked out of the hall. As soon as he walked out of the palace, he saw a person running over and saying, "Old Zhao, bad news. Li Zhanshi is missing. He's not in the workshops." The person who sent him breakfast just now found that the Drunken Wind Pavilion was empty. Everyone in the workshop is now looking for Li Zhanshi. The person who came was the head of the spies that Zhao Song had planted around the workshop. Zhao Song said unhappily, "Idiots! Follow me to Yongla Lanes." The head of the spies was dumbfounded. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, Why are we going to Yongla Lange? Don't tell me Li Zhanshi can fly home?" However, no one paid attention to his muttering. After Zhao Song finished speaking, he had already walked far away. What a big snake. This snake looks so ferocious. It actually has 7 heads. This beast probably eats people. Look at how thick its body is. In front of the Li residence, there was a lively scene. Earlier, Li Zishuan teased the frightened Xiaohe. Then, he ordered the servants to carry the corpse of the 7th cultivator of true virtue to the front of the Li residence and set up a special shelf. This way of placing the corpse made the 7th cultivator of true virtue look even more ferocious, somewhat resembling its might when it was alive. Dear neighbors, the people of the 7th cultivator of true virtue tried to harm me twice in a row, wanting to kill me and my wife. They even tried to assassinate the ministers of the imperial court in broad daylight. The 7th cultivator of true virtue is disregarding the law. Therefore, 6 days ago, I received His Majesty's decree to attack the 7th cultivator of true virtue together with the commander of the Northern Yamen's imperial army, Duga Exent. As for the details, you should have heard my wife mention them before. We could have taken them down in one fell swoop. But at the last moment, the elder of the 7th cultivator of true virtue, Flying Snake, released this ferocious beast and charged into the army, killing 215 heroic souls. In order to avoid more casualties, I had no choice but to order a retreat. But good and evil will eventually be repaid, and the heavenly Tao will reincarnates. Last night, I attacked the Serpent Spirit Mountain alone and destroyed the seventh cultivator of true virtue in one fell swoop with the help of the heavenly lightning. The sect master, elders, and disciples of the sect were all killed, and the enmity of 215 heroic souls was finally avenged. This is the consequence of being so vicious and disobeying the imperial court's decree. Li Zishuan stood in front of the door and shouted at the crowd. What the hell, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Li Xiannan destroyed an entire sect by himself. That's too scary. Not only did they have many experts in their sect, but they also had a seven-headed snake. How did Li Xiannan do it? That's too ruthless. But heroes really come from the young. Li Xiannan is so young, but his martial arts are already so good. Master Li gave birth to a good son. He's really good at both civil and martial arts. Looking at the red-lipped, white-toothed, and seemingly harmless young man in front of the gate of the Li residence with a relaxed smile on his face, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They thought to themselves, this man is so ruthless. He wiped out an entire sect by himself. We can't afford to offend him. We can't afford to provoke him. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the result. He glanced at the crowd and pointed at the seventh cultivator of true virtue hanging on the frame, saying, I, Li Zishuan, don't like to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. If someone wants to harm my family again, I won't hesitate to kill them no matter how powerful they are. Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I'll kill them. The ordinary people shrunk their necks and couldn't help but ridicule him in their hearts. You're going to destroy an entire sect just because you don't like it. Who would dare to provoke you in the future? However, the complexions of several men changed, and they quietly retreated. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't care about them. Li Xianxia. Li Xianxia. His Majesty summons you immediately. Chapter 542. In front of the Li residence. When Li Zishuan saw Zhao Song and the others, he was stunned. Zhao Song was Li Er's most trusted eunuch. Why would he personally come to deliver the decree? Butler Zhao, may I know why your Majesty has summoned me? Seeing the arrival of the angels, the crowd in front of the Li residence dispersed. Li Zishuan braced himself and greeted them. Now, among the people he didn't want to see the most, Li Er was definitely at the top. Although the bombing last night was very satisfying, Li Zishuan had a headache when he thought about how he would have to clean up his mess later. After all, he was now in a feudal monarch's dynasty. He had used supernatural powers. If he didn't explain it clearly, it would be easy for Li Er to be suspicious. Zhao Song first glanced at the seventh cultivator of true virtue that was hung up in front of the Li residence. He could feel the remaining bloodthirsty and ferocious aura on the snake's body. Even Zhao Song, who had been in the Grandmaster realm for many years, could not help but be shocked. He secretly wondered how Li Zishuan defeated this giant snake. After a while, he said, Mr. Li, you must be joking. We are just following His Majesty's orders. How can we guess His Majesty's intentions? You'd better come with us to meet His Majesty. Li Zishuan was speechless. This was obvious, yet Zhao Song still tried to hide it. He could only say goodbye to his family and ride Big White to the palace with Zhao Song. On the way, Zhao Song's gaze involuntarily fell on Li Zishuan several times, causing Li Zishuan to feel uncomfortable. Finally, Zhao Song smiled casually and said, Mr. Li, you are very capable. That seven-headed snake alone may not be a match for 1,000 soldiers. Mr. Li, you single-handedly destroyed the seven cultivator of true virtue sect. You are indeed a young hero. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, Butler Zhao, you flatter me. I'm just borrowing some of my master's shadow to do whatever I want. Please don't laugh at me. Shadow? Zhao Song's curiosity was piqued and he asked, could it be that what happened last night had something to do with your master? Li Zishuan nodded and said seriously, of course. Otherwise, how could this kid be so capable? Seeing that Zhao Song wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Butler Zhao, it's best that you don't ask about the details first. We'll be meeting His Majesty soon, and His Majesty will definitely ask about it. You'll know then." He laughed evilly in his heart. "Who asked you to be so unkind to me just now? Now I'll whet your appetite." Just as Zhao Song's breath came up, it was blocked. He was really choked. However, he thought that Li Zixuan's words made sense, so he nodded gloomily and did not ask further. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Zhao Song left, the ministers in the imperial court were supposed to continue discussing state affairs. However, after listening to Niu Jinda's description, they were all anxious to know what relationship Li Zixuan had with the destruction of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect. Or rather, how did Li Zixuan destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect single-handedly? At this time, no one was in the mood to discuss state affairs. They were all silently waiting for Li Zixuan, the person involved, to come over. However, there was one exception, and that was Minister Cui Shanfu of the Honglu Temple. Ever since he went for wool and came home shorn, he had been keeping silent. Later, when he heard Niu Jinda swear that Li Zixuan was the one who destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain, and that there was conclusive evidence, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he seemed to be very anxious. In the main hall, a few ministers were reporting irrelevant topics, and Li Er also gave some irrelevant responses from the Dragon Throne. Finally, a sharp voice came from outside. "Crown Prince Zhan Shi, Li Zixuan, requests an audience." Li Er said in a deep voice, "Enter." A moment later, Li Zixuan walked in with his head held high. "That man is here. The man who destroyed the entire sect is here." Wherever Li Zixuan went, the ministers would avoid him. They did not know if it was an illusion, but many of them felt that the Li Zixuan today was very different from before. This was because there was a trace of blood on his body, and he was more decisive in killings. This kind of aura was only felt by Qing Yaojin and the others many years ago. However, these old generals were now old, and their aura was much more stable, unlike the past. They did not expect that Li Zixuan would also start to have this kind of terrifying aura. "This humble subject pays respect to your majesty." As soon as Li Zixuan came in, Li Er's pupils couldn't help but shrink. What a heavy murderous aura! At this time, he saw Li Zixuan come forward and salute him. He nodded slightly and said, "You may rise." After Li Zixuan straightened his body, Li Er said in a deep voice, "Li Zixuan, the 7 cultivators sect was attacked by heavenly lightning and earthly fire last night, and the entire sect was destroyed. Was it related to you?" As soon as his voice fell, all the ministers looked at Li Zixuan. Although Niu Jinda had already said it with certainty, they still wanted to hear what Li Zixuan had to say. Replying to your majesty, it was indeed this humble subject's doings. The 7 cultivators sect has done all kinds of evil, and they tried to assassinate me twice. They have no respect for the law, and they gather in the mountains and forests. How are they different from bandits? A few days ago, they killed 215 soldiers of the imperial court. What this humble subject did yesterday was only to fulfill the promise this humble subject made a few days ago, and more importantly, to avenge the soldiers. At this point, there was nothing to hide, and there was no need to hide. Many people like to pick on the weak. Although Li Zixuan had only been in Tang for less than a year, he didn't want to be a pushover. Although this matter might arouse Li Er's suspicion, it could also serve as a deterrent to those who had evil intentions towards him. He wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. "It's fine if you want to harm me, but you must be prepared to have your whole family killed." Li Zixuan wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but he was a person who was afraid of trouble. If he was bullied by cats and dogs every day, wouldn't it be very troublesome for him to slap their faces one by one? As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, most people's expressions changed, and they secretly thought that this young man was really ruthless. Kong Yingda frowned and stepped forward. "Mr. Li, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. The sages often say that we must maintain a benevolent heart. Although the 7 cultivators sect has committed terrible crimes, you only need to kill the main culprit. Why do you have to exterminate the entire sect and kill them all? This is against the will of the heavens." Although Li Zixuan had left the Imperial College and established his own school, Kong Yingda still regarded Li Zixuan as a junior. His words were directed at the matter, not the person. He was only advising Li Zishuan not to kill too heavily. When he bombed the 7 cultivators sect, Li Zishuan did indeed hesitate whether he would kill the innocent by doing so. But every time he thought about how Zhao Siwei and the others arranged the Modeo formation at the last moment to cover him and Duga Xian's retreat, all the hesitation in Li Zishuan's heart was swept away. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame those people for joining the wrong sect. After the incident, he also expected that his action of exterminating the entire sect would attract the dissatisfaction of some Confucian defenders, but he didn't expect that the first one to jump out would be Kong Yingda. Li Zishuan paused for a moment, and then retorted, "The will of the heavens? What is the will of the heavens? Watching your brothers die tragically and not taking revenge, is that the will of the heavens? Allowing the wicked to go unpunished and continue to do evil, is that the will of the heavens? Bullshit. When I, Li Zishuan, do things, I don't let down the heavens, I don't let down the earth, I don't let down the emperor, and I don't let down my brothers. I'm benevolent, I'm only benevolent to my own peoples. Besides, those 215 soldiers died on Snake Spirit Mountain without leaving behind their corpses. Who in the 7 cultivators sect would dare to claim to be innocents? Since they chose to fight the imperial court together with Yin Badian, they should be prepared to die. Chapter 543. Within Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan's words caused Fang Xianling, Du Rui, Zhang Sun Wuji and the other civil officials to frown, while the military officials nodded repeatedly. Cheng Yaojin was even more excessive. This old fellow walked over with a hearty laugh and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with all his might, saying, "Ha! Good. Well said. This is a good man of Great Tangs. How can benevolence and righteousness protect Great Tang? Only by using the blade and blood can Great Tang not be bullied. Your Majesty, this child is a good seedling." Li Zishuan grinned. This old fellow really did not know how to control his strength. If the ground under his feet was a little looser, Cheng Yaojin's 2 slaps would have planted him into the ground. Kong Yingda was so angry that his beard blew up. He scolded, "Preposterous! All preposterous! Duke of Lu, as an elder, how can you teach your juniors to be bloodthirsty? Li Xiannan has killed so many people at such a young age. What good will it do him in the future?" Li Zishuan wanted to retort, but Cheng Yaojin stared at him. "So what if he's young? Xiao Xian killed people who deserved to be killed. What's wrong with that? Back then, Huotsubing attacked the Xiongnu in the north when he was 17. Why don't you say that he's young?" With Cheng Yaojin speaking up, Li Zishuan was happy to watch the show from the side. However, after hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, he could not help but feel happy. Cheng Yaojin, this boorish person, also knows how to quote classics? "Duke of Lu, you are wrong to say that. Chancellor Kong is doing this for the good of Li Xiannan. How can you not distinguish between right and wrong? Furthermore, Huotsubing is such a hero. It's already amazing that there's one in 1,000 years. How can everyone be like Huotsubing?" Cui Shanfu saw the opportunity and said in a weird tone. Cheng Yaojin curled his lips. "I'm arguing with Chancellor Kong. Why are you interrupting?" Cui Shanfu's face turned red. "What about me?" Cheng Yaojin glared at him. Other people might be afraid of the Cui family, but Cheng Yaojin wasn't. He was now part of the new aristocratic group, so he wasn't afraid of these old aristocratic families. "Shut up." Seeing that the 2 of them were about to fight, Li Er knitted his brows and made the final decision. The 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect has no respect for the imperial court and no respect for the law of the country. If they are destroyed, then so be it. Li Zishuan, come out and tell me, how did you single-handedly destroy the 7 cultivators of True Virtue? As soon as this question was asked, everyone quieted down. Cheng Yaojin, Kong Yingda, and Cui Shanfu, these 3 people who were about to fight stopped arguing. They all turned their attention to this side, because this question that Li Er asked was a question that everyone was concerned about. Others wanted to listen, but Li Zishuan was too lazy to talk about it, because there were too many things that needed to be avoided and paid attention to. If he didn't pay attention, it could cause very serious consequences. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Zishuan touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, it's a long story. You should discuss state affairs with the other ministers in this precious time. Otherwise, if you miss a drought or flood, how many innocent people will die? It won't be too late for me to talk about this later? Talk about it later?" After hearing these words, all the ministers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They had been waiting for an answer for so long, but he said that he would talk about it later? Later, your sisters. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, "Shut up. Say it now." Li Zishuan thought to himself, "You already told me to shut up, so what else can I say?" However, if he continued to act coquettishly at this time, Li Zishuan might go berserk. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only start to speak. "Then I'll talk about it. Your Majesty, you also know that many brothers were sacrificed in the first battle of Snake Spirit Mountain. At that time, I was filled with grief and indignation and had always wanted to avenge them. Therefore, I made the agreement that I would destroy a mountain sect alone. In the next 3 days, I worked hard day and night to avenge those soldiers who died. In 3 days I did 2 things. Li Er frowned when he heard this. Li Zishuan said all this at the beginning. In his opinion, it was all nonsense. If he were a modern person, he would definitely say at this moment, "Old fart, stop scratchings. Hurry up and get to the point." However, when he heard the last sentence, Li Er suddenly became interested and began to listen carefully. The first thing is to build mountaineering tools. Everyone should know that Snake Spirit Mountain is relatively high and the mountain path is narrow. If we set up traps and checkpoints in advance, it will definitely be easy to defend and difficult to attack. I thought about it. Since it's not easy to go up the mountain from the mountain path, I'll go up from the sky. Li Er said suspiciously, "The sky? Don't tell me you're planning to fly up there?" Although Li Zishuan was annoyed that he was interrupted, the person who interrupted him was Li Er, so it was naturally a different matter. He nodded and flattered. "Your Majesty is truly wise. That's right, I was planning to build a tool that could fly up Snake Spirit Mountain. In the end, I succeeded. I relied on this tool to reach the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain and launched a surprise attack on the 7th cultivator of true virtue." Buzz buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. In this era, although there were some people with high martial arts who could rely on Qinggong to jump 30 feet high, that was far from flying in the sky. The sky was sacred and mysterious to the ancient people. Now, there was actually someone who could rely on a tool to fly to the peak of a mountain that was hundreds of feet high. This kind of thing subverted too many people's understanding. What kind of tool is so amazing? It can actually fly to a height of hundreds of feet? Did Li Xianxia really fly to the peak of the mountain? Can a mortal fly so high? After some of the officials recovered from the shock, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Li Zishuan cleared his throat and continued. "In order to prevent this secret from being leaked to other countries, I will personally present the specific method of building this flying tool to your Majesty later. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the further one can see. With this tool, our Tang Empire will always be able to predict the enemy's moves when we fight in the future." "Good." Li Jing couldn't help but laugh and say, "Your Majesty, Little Xian's actions can be considered as a meritorious service to our Tang Empire. However, this kind of tool must be in the hands of our Tang Empire. We can't let other countries learn it, or else we will be in a passive position." How could Li Er not know the importance of this matter? He nodded and said to Li Zishuan, "If this thing is really as useful as you say, I will remember your merit." Li Zishuan curled his lips and thought to himself, "Old Li, you owe me a lot of merits. When will you reward me for all my merits?" "Thank you, your Majesty." Although that was what he thought in his heart, Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't say that out loud. He wasn't a fool after all. "Continue speaking. Tell me about the second thing you did." Chapter 544. The Second Matter? Upon hearing Li Er's question, the ministers in the hall recovered from their shock. Anyone with a bit of brain knew that flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain was only the first step. The most important thing was how Li Zixuan single-handedly destroyed the entire 7 cultivators of true virtue. Such destructive power was like the work of a true immortal. They really couldn't figure out how Li Zixuan, who had a mortal body, was able to do it. Li Zixuan's heart tightened. He secretly thought that what was going to happen was going to happen. He glanced at the curious babies in the hall and said, after the mountaineering tools were made, this little minister was thinking about how to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Although I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Qin Qiong, and the others almost vomited blood after hearing this. They all wanted to drag Li Zixuan over and beat him up. What did he mean by, "I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm"? How could these old generals who broke through to the Grandmaster realm in their 30s or 40s live? The sect master and the elders of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were all martial arts experts above the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, they had a 7-headed giant snake whose strength was comparable to my master's. If we fought with brute force, this little minister was definitely not their match. However, this little minister had no choice but to take revenge for the 215 soldiers. During those 2 days, this little minister tossed and turned in bed, thinking about it day and night. Finally, this little minister remembered that before my master passed away, he gave me some things. What is it? Li Er knitted his brows and asked in a deep voice. Among the people in the hall, Li Er's understanding of Li Zixuan was definitely at the forefront. After hearing Li Zixuan's words just now, Li Er muttered in his heart. He felt that there must be something wrong with this kid's words. Li Zixuan raised his head and closed his eyes, as if he was recalling something. Then he said with a sad face, "Before my master died, he compressed all his true qi into a fist-sized iron ball. This ball was made of extraterrestrial iron and was extremely hard. Later, when my master gave me the Xianxia iron ball, he also taught me a method to detonate the Xianxia inside the iron ball. He also told me that if I were to encounter a life or death crisis in the future, I could detonate the Xianxia inside the iron ball, which could instantly turn all the enemies within a radius of 200 feet into ashes. However, this method could easily harm others and oneself. But this time, with the help of a flying mountaineering tool, he was able to avoid the explosion of the true Qi iron ball. Last night, after I flew to the summit of the Spirit Snake Mountain, I detonated the true Qi iron ball left behind by my master and threw it down. After a loud explosion, the 7 cultivators of true virtue was reduced to ashes in an instant. This is the heavenly lightning and earthly fire General Ox saw at the foot of the mountains. After saying that, Li Zixuan took a deep breath. From an outsider's point of view, he was grieving because he thought of his deceased master. However, the truth was that he was muttering in his heart, "That's right. I'm sorry, my great master. This is a serious matter, so I have to ask you to come out and be my shield again. Next time when I go to Mount Longhu, I'll bring you some good wine and burn a few paper wives for you." The more Li Er listened, the more he felt that it was strange. Why did this thing sound like a plot from a novel? He couldn't help but frown and scold, "Nonsense! How come I've never heard of anyone who can compress true qi into an iron ball? Take out another iron ball and show it to me." Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel his teeth ache. Others didn't suspect anything, so why did old Li blindly join in the fun? In the end, wasn't I hiding the truth for the sake of the imperial court? In fact, Li Zixuan's nonsense just now had attracted the attention of many officials in the imperial court. They didn't have too many doubts. In their view, if Li Zixuan could even do something as inconceivable as flying in the sky, what was so shocking about his master, who was rumored to be like a god, making an exploding iron ball with his lifetime's worth of cultivation? Hearing Li Zixuan's question, many people couldn't help but quickly retreat. A few ministers who were closer to Li Zixuan ran away quickly because they were afraid that Li Zixuan would really take out another true qi iron ball. Li Zixuan didn't expect that his nonsense would have such an effect. He awkwardly coughed and said, "Your Majesty, this kind of heaven-defying object is not easy to make. This is because a large amount of true qi must be fully compressed in order to make this thing have a large destructive range. My master exhausted all his skills and only managed to make one. Therefore, I don't have anything like that with me. However, this thing does exist. If you don't believe me, I can't make a true Qi iron ball for you. This was considered a scoundrel, but Li Zishuan really had no other way. The Jinqi steel ball was the best excuse he could think of in a short period of time. Even though there might be loopholes in it, he had no other way. He could only resign himself to fate. No matter what, he couldn't reveal the fact that he knew how to make explosives in front of so many people. However, even Li Zishuan himself didn't expect that when he resigned himself to his fate, he would actually be blessed with good fortune. Someone that Li Zishuan had never expected would actually stand up for him. Your Majesties. This old servant once read in an ancient book that martial arts experts at the peak of the great Grandmaster realm can indeed condense their genuine qi. Although the genuine qi iron ball that Li Xiannan just mentioned sounds incredible, theoretically speaking, it is possible. However, if it is put into practice, it is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that only an expert like spiritual master Ling Su would dare to be so daring as to dance on the tip of a knife. The person who came out was Zhao Song, the man with the highest martial strength in the entire hall. Cough, he shouldn't be considered a man. Ever since he had returned to Taiji Palace, Zhao Song had been thinking about what Li Zishuan meant by borrowing some of my master's shadow. When Li Zishuan had explained the entire incident from beginning to end, Zhao Song was suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if Li Zishuan's method of compressing vital qi and detonating it would work. After he had figured everything out, Zhao Song's heart was suddenly enlightened. At this moment, he was so impressed by Li Zishuan's master, spiritual master Ling Xu, that he would prostrate himself in admiration. Cough cough. Spiritual master Ling Su, who was in the tomb, expressed his innocence. All of this was caused by Li Zishuan. Actually, this so-called true qi iron ball or true qi bomb was just something that Li Zishuan made up based on some fantasy novels that he read in his previous life. It was a little like Xiao Yan's Buddha's angry lotus flame in Battle Through the Heavens. The difference was that the angry lotus flame was fused with a heavenly flame, compressed it, and then thrown into a group of enemies to explode. However, the general principle was similar. Originally, it was an excuse that he came up with at the last minute. Now that Zhao Song had explained it, Li Zishuan felt that he was really a genius. When the officials heard Li Zishuan say that there was only one true qi iron ball, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This thing was so awesome that anyone would be afraid of it. Now that they heard Zhao Song's explanation, most of them no longer had any doubts about Li Zishuan's ability to kill Qi Xiu alone. However, Li Er still felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, but came to an abrupt end. It was because he saw Li Zishuan winking at him. At this moment, Li Er was really angry and amused. He was the emperor, but there was actually an official who dared to wink at him? Then this matter will end here. Officials, if you have something to discuss, please report. If not, the court is dismissed. After all, Li Er was not stupid. He thought of something and said loudly. Chapter 545. Hearing about such a bizarre battle during the morning court assembly, many of the ministers were satisfied. Chen Yaojin was beaming with joy, his face extremely proud. It was as if Li Zishuan was his son and had done such a great thing, and he was also proud of it. Other than Li Er, who didn't believe Li Zishuan's words, there was another person in the hall. That was Li Chengqian, who had been standing below Li Er to listen to the morning court session. The reason why he didn't believe Li Zishuan was because when he went to the workshop a few days ago, he heard a loud bang. Although the power wasn't enough to shake the earth, it was still shocking. Li Chengqian felt that the thing was a miniature version of the weapon Li Zishuan used on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zishuan just said that spiritual master Ling Xu only gave him one true qi iron ball. Either Li Zishuan was lying and there was more than one true qi iron ball, or the thing that destroyed Snake Spirit Mountain was not a true qi iron ball at all. Although he knew that Li Zishuan must be hiding something, Li Chengqian did not expose his good brother. He only looked at Li Zishuan with a faint smile. Seeing that no one in the hall had anything to report, Li Er got up and prepared to leave. Zhao Song understood and said in a sharp voice, "Court assembly is dismissed." Farewell, your majesty. The ministers bowed. After Li Er left, other than a few old generals who had a good relationship with him, the rest deliberately kept a distance from Li Zishuan. Cui Shanfu's expression was complicated. There was fear, relief, and resentment. He glanced at Li Zishuan and left in a hurry. Mr. Li, His Majesty has an order for you to go to the Sweet Dew Hall for an audience. With no one bothering him, Li Zishuan was happy to be free. He wanted to chat with Qing Yaojin as they left the palace, but Zhao Song came over and said. Li Zishuan was speechless. He had not even walked down the stairs of the Taiji Palace and Li Er had asked Zhao Song to call him. Old Li must be in a hurry. Looks like I can't escape this calamity. All right, I'll go to the Sweet Dew Hall now. Thank you for speaking up for me just now, Chief Zhao. Li Zishuan calmed himself down and said reluctantly, escape is impossible. However, his last sentence of gratitude was sincere. Zhao Song's explanation in the court just now was more or less of a help. Mr. Li, you must be joking. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not helping anyone. Zhao Song said calmly as he led Li Zishuan in the direction of Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't say anything. With his current status, there was no need for him to deliberately make friends or curry favor with anyone. On the other hand, we have to thank Li Xiannan. Spiritual Master Ling Su is a genius to be able to think of such an unimaginable method. I've benefited greatly from it. Although I can't condense my qi outside my body, I can try compressing it inside my body. Perhaps I can break through the shackles of my realm. After walking for a while, Zhao Song suddenly stopped in his tracks and said to Li Zishuan, Gosh, why are you so unrestrained? Li Zishuan's jaw dropped. 10,000 alpacas galloped across his heart. This Zhao Song was truly a lunatic. In his previous life, Li Zishuan had never come into contact with martial arts, so he naturally didn't know about these twists and turns. However, in this life, he was a martial arts master, so of course he knew how powerful it was. Even he didn't dare to do something like compressing his qi, because it could easily cause his meridians to explode and turn him into a cripple. What he said just now was just an excuse to cover up the explosion on Snake Spirit Mountain. He never thought that Zhao Song, who looked honest on the surface, had such a reckless heart. Supervisor Zhao, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the risks of compressing the genuine qi far outweigh the benefits. Back then, my master abandoned everything to do this at the last moment of his life. You still have to consider it carefully. Zhao Song had more or less helped him. Li Zishuan didn't want Zhao Song, a great master, to become a cripple because of his nonsense. If Li Er knew, he would probably mess with him. On the path of martial arts, I definitely can't go as far as spiritual master Ling Su. In the end, I like to be overcautious and timid. This time, no matter what, I have to try it myself. Zhao Song said with a smile as if he was touched. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty. After chatting with Zhao Song for a while, the two of them arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan bowed to Li Er as he prayed in his heart that the stubborn old man Zhao Song wouldn't explode in the future. You sure run fast. Did you forget the promise you made in the imperial court? Li Er waved his hand and said in a bad mood. His hands were itching now, mainly because Li Zishuan was asking for a beating. Li Zishuan hurriedly smiled and said, I didn't forget. How would I dare to forget? Here, your majesty, this is the tool I used to fly up the Snake Spirit Mountain last night. The blueprints are all here. As Li Zishuan spoke, he took out a stack of blueprints from his sleeve. These were the blueprints he had drawn in the workshop for the past 3 days. Li Er didn't put on airs and personally went forward to take them. He casually flipped through them and looked at Li Zishuan and asked, This mushroom-like thing can fly up to a height of 1,000 feet? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course. If your majesty doesn't believe me, you can go to my house to take a look in the future. That thing is still in my courtyard. Li Er was furious when he heard that. Bastard! Why didn't you keep such a national treasure well and leave it in your courtyard? If it was stolen by thieves and fell into the hands of other countries, how many of our Tang Empire's soldiers would die in vain? When you go back, immediately send that thing to the palace. Since you can't keep it well, I'll keep it for you. Openly robbing, and it was a righteous robbery. How could Li Zishuan, who had dealt with Li Er so many times, not know that the latter half of Li Er's sentence was the main points? He hurriedly said, Don't. Your Majesty, I will definitely keep that thing well in the future. If you really want that thing, can't you ask the craftsman to make another one according to the blueprints? Oh, right, if the craftsman can't understand this blueprint, you can ask Qin Ke to teach them. Qin Ke knows this. Get lost. At the mention of Li Tai, Li Er was even more furious. He pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded, You brat, you still have the nerve to mention Qin Quebec. I originally wanted him to learn from you, but now he has been bewitched by you to build a house in the Cloud Mountains. My son is actually building a house for you. You're getting bolder and bolder. Chapter 546. Inside the Sweet Nectar Hall. Seeing Li Er's furious appearance, the palace maids and eunuchs at the side hurriedly lowered their heads. Previously, they had only seen Wei Zheng who could make Li Er lose his composure. They didn't expect that today there would be another Li Zishuan. Sure enough, heroes came from the youth. Cough cough. Your Majesty, please calm down. Building a house is also a kind of learning. There is a saying in Taoism called entering the world to cultivate. If Prince Wei stays in the palace for a long time, it won't be good for his character growth. I believe your Majesty understands this point. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed Qin Ke to go to Cloud Mountains. Li Er laughed. He didn't agree or disagree. He thought for a while and then said meaningfully, Let's not talk about this for now. Is there something you forgot to tell me? Li Zishuan was stunned. Then, he suddenly thought of something and immediately put on a fawning expression. Ayaya. Your Majesty, you are too polite. This humble subject only presented a few blueprints, and you want to reward this humble subject heavily. In fact, this humble subject will be grateful if you reward me with something else. Why do you want this humble subject to personally choose the reward? As the saying goes, thunder and rain are the grace of the emperor. This humble subject. Shut up. Li Er couldn't listen to him anymore. His expression was as if he was a dog. He said angrily, When did this humble subject mention a reward to you? This humble subject is asking you to truthfully tell me the method you used to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. He didn't expect that there would be such a shameless and daring person in this world. He was both angry and amused. So it's not a rewards. Li Zishuan was stunned. He muttered, touched his nose, and said embarrassedly, Cough, cough. The method to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue was an iron ball of true qish. Didn't this humble subject just say it in the imperial courts? Li Er glared at him and said angrily, You can fool others with that nonsense, but don't think you can fool me. Quickly tell me the truth. You brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to lie to me. If someone else dared to be so naughty in front of Li Er would have long ordered people to drag him out and behead him. However, this person was Li Zishuan. Therefore Li Er felt helpless. Li Zishuan was so capable that any monarch who had slightly opened his burning point would choose to put him in an important position. Of course, Li Er was no exception. Feeling Li Zishuan's aggressive gaze, Li Zishuan shrunk his neck and said hesitantly, Actually, the thing that I used to bomb the 7 cultivators of true virtue that night was a type of strong gunpowder. The general principle behind it is similar to that iron ball made of true qi. The only difference is that it wasn't made by my master, but by me. Hearing this, Li Er's breathing suddenly quickened. As expected. I've long guessed that it's impossible for there to be only one of these things. You can definitely make more. However, what is a strong gunpowder? At this time, the term gunpowder had yet to appear. The person who truly defined gunpowder was Song Yingxing of the Ming dynasty. He wrote in the Heavenly Works of Creation, Gunpowder is mainly made of saltpeter and sulfur, supplemented by plant ash. Saltpeter is of the extreme yin nature, while sulfur is of the extreme yang nature. When these 2 divine objects meet, there is no gap between them. When they appear, people will be shocked and their souls will scatter. However, the appearance of gunpowder could be traced back to the spring and autumn period. According to the Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in China during the spring and autumn period. According to Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in the common people's livelihood. Of course, gunpowder at that time only referred to saltpeter. This was because saltpeter could directly ignite or explode when it collided with organic matter. When it came to gunpowder that was slightly more powerful, it had to be refined into a pill alchemist. This was because the original use of gunpowder in China was to be used in the fire process of refining pills. In ancient times, when it came to poisonous metals such as sulfur and arsenic, they would often burn them before using them. The word burn meant to subdue them. To make the toxicity lose or reduce, this procedure was called fire suppression. After Li Zixuan heard Li Er's words, he choked for a moment. What did he mean by, "I already guessed that there was more than one"? After all this time, he was tricked. Your Majesty, gunpowder is a medicine that can be ignited by sparks, flames, and so on. When these things burn fiercely in a very narrow space, it will cause an explosion. This can actually be used as the ignition agent in the fire suppression procedure of Taoist alchemy. After cursing Li Zixuan several times in his heart for having little Gigi, Li Zixuan gloomily explained. When Li Er heard the word alchemy, his eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, "You also know alchemy?" Li Zixuan looked at Li Er's expression and knew what he was thinking. He hurriedly said, "Of course I don't know this. My master once said that the art of alchemy is the biggest scam of Taoism. Back then, ever since the first emperor recruited alchemists to refine the elixir of immortality, the world has been changing dynasties for nearly 800 years, but there has never been anyone who can live forever. This is just a scam to confuse peoples." After saying so much, Li Zixuan still didn't want Li Er to go astray. Li Er couldn't help but blush when his thoughts were seen through. After he calmed down, he said with a straight face again, "I also understand that the art of alchemy is just a small matter, but this gunpowder is so important to my Tang Empire. Why didn't you tell the truth in the imperial court just now?" Li Er stared sharply at Li Zixuan's face and asked word by word. Li Zixuan's heart tightened. He knew that the most important test was coming. He hurriedly stopped smiling and said seriously, "Your Majesty, the power of this gunpowder is enough to destroy the world. It is precisely because it is so important to the country that this humble subject doesn't dare to reveal it in front of others. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. No one can guarantee that all the officials in the Taiji Palace are working together with your Majesty. Once the gunpowder is leaked, with this kid's previous example of bombing the 7 cultivators sect, all the other forces will definitely covet the gunpowder and send all kinds of spies to find out the formula. Once they find out the formula, it will definitely be a disaster for the Tang Empire's army. After all, gunpowder is a double-edged sword. It can hurt others and also hurt oneself. This is a serious matter, so I have to be careful. That's why I lied in the imperial court just now. I hope your Majesty can forgive me." Li Er's expression turned cold. When Li Zixuan said this, he instantly thought of many bad things. At present, the Tang Empire had just been established, and Li Er had only been in power for less than a year. His control of the Tang Empire had not reached the point where he could sit back and relax. Aristocratic families, external enemies, internal troubles, external troubles, these were all unstable factors hidden in the dark. If he was careless, he might lose the whole games. Not bad. I'm very pleased that you can think of these things. Li Zixuan, you didn't disappoint me. After a long time, Li Er sighed. His expression gradually softened as he looked at Li Zixuan and said. Chapter 547. In the Ganlu Palace. It was rare for Li Zixuan to hear Li Er speak human language. He couldn't help but feel a little better. Wasn't he working so hard for the sake of Great Tang? Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. In addition to what I said earlier, I also believe that Great Tang doesn't need gunpowder at all. What do you mean? Li Er asked with some confusion. Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back and said, Your Majesty, Great Tang's army is full of valiant generals and high morale. What we lack now is not combat power, but the country needs to rest and recuperate. Once the people are rich and the treasury is full, the Turks in the north will be wiped out. Gunpowder is just icing on the cake, it's not the key to victory. Currently, gunpowder may be useful for defending a city, but for attacking, once the other party spreads the cavalry, gunpowder won't be effective. On the contrary, once gunpowder is used in war, we have to be prepared for other people to research gunpowder and use it on us. I feel that the gains don't make up for the losses. Although they had gunpowder now, gunpowder and cannons were two different things. If they wanted to make cannons for attacking, they still needed to solve many technical problems. Unless they were like Li Zishuan, who used a fighter jet to bomb the 7 cultivators of virtue sect, gunpowder would have a limited effect in war. Moreover, if someone secretly learned the gunpowder formula, it would be really troublesome. Li Er shook his head and said, "Although what you said is reasonable, how can I give up eating for fear of choking? The power of gunpowder is beyond doubt. I believe that as long as we keep it a secret, there won't be a problem. As for how to use gunpowder for attacking, didn't you already do it yesterday?" It seems that Li Er also wants to use yesterday's bombing of the 7 cultivators of virtue. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this is not the same. For the time being, this subject will call the mountaineering tool the celestial lamps. Although the celestial lamp can fly hundreds of feet high in the sky, its flying direction is completely dependent on the direction of the wind. Wherever the wind blows, it will follow, just like a sailboat on the sea. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. How can we pin our hopes on the unreliable direction of the wind?" Li Er asked doubtfully, "Then how did you do it last night? I remember that it wasn't a southwest wind last night." "Ugh." Li Zishuan said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, I used my true qi to forcefully change the direction of the celestial lamp last night. I'm afraid it's very difficult for people below the guru level to achieve this." Li Er was speechless. "The 7 cultivators of true virtue is truly unlucky to have provoked you, brats." Li Zishuan awkwardly smiled and stood there without saying anything. A man can't be a man if he doesn't take revenge. If there was someone to blame, then blame the people from the 7 cultivators of true virtue for provoking him. Li Er clasped his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, he asked meaningfully, "There must be other reasons besides the ones you just mentioned, right?" With that, he stared into Li Zishuan's eyes with a faint smile, waiting for an answer. A few drops of sweat suddenly appeared on Li Zishuan's forehead. It was said that the emperor was very suspicious, and Li Zishuan was no exception. How should he explain this? "Brat. Even if you don't say it, I already know. You didn't dare to tell the truth in the imperial court because you were afraid that I would feel that you were too big of a threat and suspect you, right?" Li Er saw Li Zishuan struggling and unable to say anything. He laughed loudly and walked over. Sizing up Li Zishuan, he said, "You don't need to quibble. That's what you were thinking at the time. I remember telling you before that under my command, you can use as many talents as you want. Although the situation with the gunpowder is very special, I still know what kind of temperament you have, brats. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you live until today because of what you did." Li Er's face turned slightly cold as he finished speaking. Li Zishuan was silent. He secretly thought that Li Er had his reasons for becoming an eternal emperor. His vision and breadth of mind were things that many emperors didn't have. After a long while, Li Zishuan faintly sighed and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesties. I don't have any great ambitions in this life. I just want to lie at home and live a leisurely life with my wife and parents. I don't want to participate in these disputes. Of course, I also hope that Tang Empire is infinitely powerful. It's best if it's so powerful that no one dares to provoke us. Then I can peacefully enjoy my life at home." Li Er glanced at him and snorted. "Useless. Wait until you help me develop Tang Empire to a point where no one dares to provoke us, then we can talk about enjoying your life." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesties, contentment brings joy. What is being successful and not being successful? Anyway, I'm very satisfied with my current life. Don't I still have your majesty to worry about other things? Li Zishuan's words were sincere. He wouldn't exchange his current lifestyle even if he was given the title of emperors. Didn't you see how Li Er, the emperor, was so busy every day that his feet didn't touch the ground and was even criticized by the haters? It was really tough. How could it be as comfortable as him hugging his wife? Brat, according to what you said, you don't even care about my throne now? Li Er said with some dissatisfaction. If it were anyone else who heard this, they would definitely be scared half to death. However, after having a heart-to-heart talk with Li Er today, Li Zishuan had a better understanding of old Li's personality. He wasn't afraid and just said casually, I didn't say that. I don't care about my position, I don't care about politics. I just want to be a good son and a good husband. I don't care about other things. Heh, you brat. Li Er pointed at Li Zishuan and then walked back to the table and sat down. Li Zishuan felt that today's conversation was about done. He felt around his chest and took out a small piece of paper. He stepped forward and handed it to Li Er. Your Majesty, this is the formula for gunpowder. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but this formula must be kept a secret. Moreover, if your Majesty really wants to make gunpowder, you must not do it in the bustling areas of Cheng. Once an accident occurs, not only will it alarm those with ill intentions, it will also cause a large number of innocent casualties. Li Er stared at the small piece of paper and his face slightly flushed. He didn't take it and instead asked, You handed over such an important thing so easily? Li Zishuan said seriously, Your Majesty, as I said before, I don't have any great ambitions. If it wasn't for the 7 cultivators sect forcing me into a corner, I wouldn't have used gunpowders. Now that I've made gunpowder, this national treasure should be handed over to your Majesty for safekeeping. I can't think of any use for it. Good. Immortal lamp, gunpowders. Don't worry, since you took the initiative to offer these 2 things, I won't treat you unfairly. Li Er took the small piece of paper and said in a deep voice. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Thank you, your Majesty. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go. Chapter 548. More than an hour ago, in a private room of the Junyue restaurant. Inside, there were 5 young masters who were dressed luxuriously and had extraordinary appearances. Their nobility and elegance were clearly not something that could be nurtured by a poor family. The 5 of them sat opposite each other and did not deliberately maintain the order of the seats. Among them, the young man named Xianxia said, Li Zishuan first flattened the price of books, and then he launched the dictionary of the Tang dynasty. Such actions are tantamount to digging at the foundation of the Shandong landowning clans. I believe that all the brothers present can see this. Xianxia is right. Since the establishment of the Li Tang dynasty, the Shandong gentry have been suppressed repeatedly and have long lost their former glory. Now we have to pay attention to the actions of this Li Xianxia. He is shaking the prestige of our families in the scholarly circle. A slightly older man sitting next to Xianxia took over the conversation. How can a small dictionary shake the foundation of the Shandong gentry? Cui Xuanji, Cui Shin, when have the people of the Cui family of Qinghe and the Cui family of Bowling been so timid? Hearing these 2 people talking, the handsome young man sitting on the outside sneered discontentedly. It turned out that the people sitting in this room today were all outstanding representatives of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Cui Xuanji of the Cui family of Qinghe, Cui Shin of the Cui family of Bowling, Zheng Huijie of the Zheng family of Xingyang, Lu Qingqing of the Lu family of Fanyang, and Li Jingxian of the Li family of Zhao County. Now 5 of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were here. The Li family of Longxi and the Wang family of Taiyuan were not here. To be able to be chosen as the representative of each family, these people naturally had their own outstanding aspects. Right now, perhaps they were still not well known because Li Yuan and Li Er, these 2 generations of emperors, were doing their best to suppress the Shandong landowning households. After a few more years, many of them would stand out in the court. For example, Lu Qingqing, who was the prime minister during the Gaozong period, Cui Shin. Although this person did not have many achievements in the officialdom, he later had a very powerful son named Cui Xuanji. This person also served as the prime minister during the Gaozong period. During the Wuzhou period, in order to support the crown prince, Li Xian, to ascend the throne, he launched a coup and was conferred the title of prince. Zheng Huaijie. Today is different from the past. You and I have both seen the plight of the aristocratic families. The emperor's ambition is also clear as day. At this time, you still have high standards but little ability. Could it be that you will only wake up when we are all reduced to ordinary families? Cui Xuanji said with an ugly expression. You really have groundless fears. In any case, the Cui family was a rich and powerful family that had lasted for thousands of years. Even if the current emperor intended to weaken the aristocratic families, could he really do anything to the Cui family? It's true that our families are being suppressed now, but I think it's just because Li Tangchu and the Li family of Longxi want to raise the status of the Guanlong nobles. At this moment, we only need to lie low. When the crown prince takes the throne, we will definitely have more opportunities. Zheng Huaijie retorted somewhat disapprovingly. It had to be said that although this guy was a little arrogant, he had a good grasp of the overall situation. In China's history, aristocratic politics, sprouted in the Eastern Han Dynasty and died at the end of the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, some people felt that the aristocratic family politics, from the Eastern Han Dynasty, through the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, to the Sui and Tang dynasties, gradually weakened and died out following the disappearance of the two great privileges of the economic, occupying farmland shady guest system, and the political, 9 ranks of the emperor system, without any rebound. In fact, this was a great misunderstanding. Because in terms of historical facts, in China's aristocratic politics era, there were 2 most glorious periods. One was the Weiji Northern and Southern dynasties, and the other was the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, especially in the Middle and Late Tang dynasty, aristocratic politics didn't dim. On the contrary, it strangely became glorious again. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the Shandong nobles were indeed greatly suppressed. First, the Guanlong military group still had a lot of power at that time. Second, the emperor deliberately suppressed them. Third, in the vigorously promoted imperial examination system, many ministers of the illegitimate family appeared. At that time, the 5 families were not used to this kind of official method. Fourth, the court officials who came from humble families were jealous. However, after Empress Wu came to power, on one hand, she suppressed the old ministers of the Guanlong nobles and eliminated political resistance. On the other hand, she began to use the Shandong nobles. For example, Li Jingxian, who came from the Li family of Zhao County, was recognized by Empress Wu at this time and walked into the center of power. After the Lushan rebellion, the political center of the Tang dynasty was rebuilt. The power to suppress the nobles was no longer as fierce as it was under Li Yuan and Li Er. The 5 families also used the imperial examination system to rise up fiercely. For example, the Zheng family of Xingyang. During the Tang dynasty, it was hard to find a prime minister. However, from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards, there were more than 10 prime ministers and important ministers. Another example would be the Cui family of Qinghe. In the Tang dynasty, there were 10 people from the branch house, the South Ancestral branch, the Qinghe main branch, the Qinghe small branch, and the Qingzhou branch. Before the Lushan rebellion, there were only 2 people who were prime ministers. After the rebellion, 8 of them became prime ministers. The reason why the nobles of Shandong were able to rise again was because of the change in the attitude of those in power. Another reason was that after adapting to the imperial examination system, the profound family tradition and knowledge of the nobles gave them a special advantage in the imperial examination. For example, the Lu family of Fanyang had more than 100 people in the Tang dynasty, especially from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards. This number was shocking. One must know that in the Tang dynasty, the Jinshi examination was the most difficult. The number of people who were admitted was also very small. The Lu family was able to have such results because of their family traditions and knowledge. Therefore, if the nobles wanted to develop, they had to wait for the right time. Li Jingxian nodded and said, Xuanji, although Huaijie's words are offensive, they are not without reason. Right now, we should wait patiently and not take the initiative to cause trouble. However, Lu Qingqing frowned and said, Jing Xian, you're wrong. Ever since Li Zishuan appeared in Chang, the speed of his rise has left people dumbfounded. Everything that Qin Guanji has done seems to be deliberately going against us. Recently, I even heard that he wants to build some Yanhuang Academy and develop engineering. It's really absurd. Qin Guanji suspects that he is a tool that His Majesty arranged to suppress the nobles. The current situation is no different from boiling a frog in warm water. If we don't take action soon, sooner or later, our foundation will be nibbled away. If the Cui family wants to deal with Li Zishuan, the Lu family is willing to help. Cui Xuanji smiled and said, Brother Qingqing is really far-sighted and righteous. Then he turned to Zheng Huijie and Li Jingxian and said, Brother Zheng, Brother Li, time waits for no man's. If Li Zishuan is allowed to do as he pleases, the situation of our families will be even more worrying. Please reconsider carefully. Cui Shen chimed in, Huijie, Jingxian, I believe that with your foresight, you can't see Li Zishuan's threat. Please consider the big pictures. In the current situation, 3 out of the 5 families had formed a united front. Hesitation appeared on Li Jingshuan's face. After a while, he stood up and said, In that case, the Li family of Zhao County is also willing to help. However, this is a serious matter. Jing Xian will have to discuss it with my fathers. Of course. Cui Xuanji smiled and nodded with a hint of joy. Chapter 549. After Li Jingxian agreed to join the temporary alliance, everyone looked at Zheng Huijie again. It was no longer about Li Zishuan, but whether the Zheng family still wanted to play with the other 4 major families in the future. Zheng Huijie wasn't stupid. He could also figure out the crux of the matter. A moment later, he waved his hand in annoyance and said, Fine. Do whatever you want. But our Zheng family is only responsible for providing the money, not the manpowers. Good. Cui Xuanji was overjoyed. He was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Young master, I have something important to report. The atmosphere in the room was stifling. Logically speaking, no servant would come and disturb such an important meeting. Apart from Li Jingxian, the other 4 people all had anger on their faces. Li Jingxian hurriedly said, Please don't blame him. I'll go out and teach him a lesson right now. It's okay. Although everyone was a little displeased, the good education they had received since they were young still made them not speak ill of him, and they all expressed that they did not mind. Li Jingxian cupped his hands, opened the door, and walked out. After half an hour, Li Jingxian returned to the room, but he looked a little upset. When everyone was about to ask him, Li Jingxian cupped his hands and said, Sorry, everyone. I'm very sorry. Something urgent has cropped up in Jingshuan's family, so he can't stay here any longer. Also, Xianji, the Li family of Zhao County will no longer be involved in the matter of Li Zishuan. Just pretend that Jingxian never came here today. Goodbye. Then, Li Jingxian left without waiting for everyone to recover from the shock. Hey. Brother Li, please wait. What on earth happened? Cui Xuanji was stunned for a while, but Li Jingxian was nowhere to be seen. Xuanji, forget it. Since Jingxian is not willing, we can't force him. Cui Shen walked over and patted Cui Xuanji's shoulder. That's the only way. But fortunately, there are still 4 of us. This time, we will definitely ruin Li Zishuan's reputation. Cui Xuanji sighed regretfully. Just as he finished speaking, there was an urgent knock on the door. Young master, bad news. I have something important to report. It was almost the same tone and the same words. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Zheng Huijie stood up, cupped his hands and apologized. Then he hurried out of the door. After a while, Zheng Huijie walked in with an embarrassed face and said quickly, I'm sorry, everyone. I have something urgent to deal with at home. The Zheng family of Xingyang won't be involved in the fight against Li Zishuan. Goodbye. The 3 people in the room were stunned. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 out of the 5 alliances had withdrawn. Such a fragile alliance was ironic. Cui Xuanji's face alternated between green and white. He was the one who hosted today's meeting. Now that things had turned out this way, it was a slap to his face, a slap to the Cui family's face. However, Li Jingxian and Zheng Huaijie had left in a hurry, and Cui Xuanji had nowhere to vent his anger. He was both frustrated and confused. Bam, bam, bam. Young master. Bad news. Bad news. I have something important to report. As soon as Zheng Huaijie left, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Lu Qingqing looked at Cui Xuanji and Cui Shen helplessly and walked out without saying anything. Half an hour later, Lu Qingqing walked in with a solemn face. Just as he was about to speak, Cui Xuanji interrupted him. Brother Lu, is the Zheng family of Xingyang also withdrawing? What exactly happened? Can you tell me first? Lu Qingqing said awkwardly, Ahem. Xuanji, something big has happened. You should receive the news soon. I'll take my leave first. The Lu family will also not be involved in the fight against Li Zishuan. After that, he ignored Cui Xuanji's dissuasion and left. Cui Xuanji looked at Cui Shen anxiously and said, Cousin, what should we do now? Why did they go back on their words in the blink of an eye? During the Western Zhou dynasty, the son of Duke Ding of Qi, Jizi, gave the country to Shi while he himself took advantage of Cui. After Jizi gave the country away, he was conferred the title of Cui minister and took Cui Yi as his surname. Ever since Jizi was conferred the title of Cui Yi, the Cui family began its own development process. After entering the Sui and Tang dynasties, according to the new Tang dynasty, the Cui family had 10 houses. The first was Zhengzhou, the second was Yanling, the third was Nanzhou, the fourth was Qinghe Big House, the fifth was Qinghe Small House, the sixth was Qinghe Qingzhou House, the seventh was Bowling and Bungalow, the eighth was Bowling Big House, the ninth was Bowling Second House, and the 10th was Bowling Third House. The first 6 houses belonged to the Qinghe Cui family, and the last 4 houses belonged to the Bowling Cui family. The 2 Cui families came from the same family and had always maintained a close relationship. That was why Cui Xuanji called Cui Shen his cousin. Cui Shen frowned and said, Xuanji, there must be something we don't know about. Send someone out to find out if something big has happened. Cui Xuanji nodded and said, Yes, cousin. Bam bam bam. Bad news, young master. Come in. At this time, a series of equally urgent knocks came from outside the house. Cui Xuanji's expression changed, and he shouted before the servant outside the house could finish speaking. Squeak! A young servant in green clothes and a green hat came in from outside the room. He looked strong and powerful. Wuxia, hurry up and tell me what happened. Cui Xuanji walked quickly to the servant and asked in a deep voice. Huff! Young master, Li, Wuxia was about to speak when he saw Cui Shen next to him. He hesitated and didn't know if he should continue. Tell me. Cui Xuanji frowned and shouted. Yes, young master. I just received news that Li Zishuan, who disappeared for 3 days, has returned. Last night, the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect was razed to the ground and wiped out. That 7-headed snake was also killed by Li Zishuan, and its corpse is hanging in front of the Li family's door for public display. Wu Jie no longer hesitated and told him everything he had found out. Boom! Cui Xuanji's mind went blank. He staggered 2 steps back and murmured, Impossibles! Impossible! I've never heard of the Imperial Army launching an attack on the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect recently. Even if they did, it's impossible to take them down in such a short time. This must be a rumor. Wu Jie said with a bitter face, Young master, I saw everything with my own eyes. Li Zishuan just pointed at the 7-headed snake and told the people that if anyone wants to harm his family, no matter how powerful they are, they will be killed just like the 7-headed snake. Even if he has to chase them to the ends of the earth, he will kill them. Cui Xuanji roared angrily at his words, Damn it! They've gone too far. Chapter 550. We brothers have been on the battlefield together. Let's not go home until we're drunks. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, Heaven, Private Room. Li Zishuan, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, Duga Xen, and Duguving sat around a table full of delicacies, drinking to their heart's content. Li Zishuan was supposed to treat Dugu Xian and Dugu Feng to this meal. Earlier, when the Snake King tried to kill him outside Chang and City, the two brothers had saved him in time. A few days ago, when they attacked Snake Spirit Mountain for the first time, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feng had also helped him a lot. If not for their extraordinary performance, he would not have been able to defeat Yin Bat Ian alone, and the imperial army would have suffered more casualties that day. Therefore, when Li Zishuan returned from the imperial court, the first thing he did was to ask someone to invite the two brothers over. They had helped him so much. Logically speaking, it wasn't too much to treat them to a meal. Although Cheng Chumo was only an observer during the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain, he felt that he had helped. When he heard that Li Zishuan was treating him to a meal, he quickly brought Yuchi Baolin along for the meal. When he heard Li Zishuan say that they would not leave until they were drunk, Cheng Chumo laughed proudly. Who's afraid of you? Xiao Xian, you've only learned how to drink for a few months. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ha! Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. I wonder who was the one who got drunk and fell under the table on my wedding day? Cheng Chumo's face turned red and he said unhappily, Chao. That's because you cheated. Later, I finally remembered. You let the four of us drink in the front while you secretly hid at the back. Otherwise, you would have been the one who fell first. Looks like this kid is not stupid. Dugu Feng looked at the wine in front of him, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said in enjoyment, I don't care who's better at drinking as long as I have good wine to drink. After saying that, he picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Good wine. After drinking so much, little Xian, your drunken immortal is still the best. How satisfying. Awesome. The moment the drunken immortal entered his mouth, that spicy and domineering feeling ignited a ball of fire in his heart. Dugu Feng recalled the sweet taste in his mouth and said in a slightly intoxicated manner. Dugu Xian frowned. Feng, don't be rude. The host hadn't even touched his chopsticks, but the guest had already started eating. This was an extremely rude behavior, whether it was in ancient times or modern times. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. We are all good brothers. Why are you so particular about that? Axen, it's not that I want to scold you, but can't you smile more? It's easy to get depression if you put on a cold face every day. What is depression? Duguxin was taken aback as he asked. Li Zishuan scratched his head and said, Depression? Depression is a prolonged period of depression. The patient's depression can range from melancholy to grief, inferiority complex, pessimistic, and even suicidal attempts or behaviors. Dugu Feng was startled and quickly asked, Big brother, you don't have these symptoms, right? Don't take it too hard. Dugu Xen angrily slapped his unreliable younger brother and said while vomiting blood, No. Then, he seemed to feel that these two words weren't very convincing, so he added, I'm just not willing to talk a lot of the time, not because I'm depressed. Last night, I witnessed the destruction of the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect at the foot of the mountain. Seeing my brothers get their revenge, I'm still very happy. Little Xian, although I don't know how you destroyed the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect, I, Dugu Xen, am grateful to you from the bottom of my hearts. Because of your actions, we were able to avenge our brothers without shedding any blood. After saying that, he raised his wine glass with both hands and said solemnly, Let me toast you. Li Zishuan nodded and didn't say anything else. He raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Then he said, We've fought side by side for so many times, and we're already brothers. There's no need to thank me. Besides, those brothers died because of me, so I have to avenge them personally. Yes. We're all brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. Come, let's drink together. Cheng Chumo stood up and laughed. Drink. The reason it's drink and not cheers is because the word cheers hasn't appeared yet. The English word cheers originated in Ireland in the 16th century, and it originally meant toast. At that time, Irish drunkards had the habit of putting a piece of toast into a glass of whiskey or beer to improve the taste and remove the impurities. It was only in the 18th century that the word cheers took on the meaning it has today, and it developed into a congratulatory eulogy. After downing another glass of wine, everyone's faces were a little red. After all, this was the strongest drunken immortal. Yuchi Baolin wiped his mouth, looked at Li Zishuan and asked, "Little Xian, last night, Chon Yo and I happened to see you sitting on a fireball and flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain. What was that thing? How could it fly so high?" When the Dugu brothers heard that, they quickly looked at Li Zishuan curiously. They had come out to observe the situation after hearing the explosion at the top of the mountain last night. They weren't like Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who had brushed shoulders with Li Zishuan's fairy lamp. Therefore, when they heard that Li Zishuan had flown to the top of the mountain, they were very shocked. As for Cheng Chumo, when he heard Yuchi Baolin mention last night's incident, his expression became a little unnatural. This fellow had clearly thought of the fairy joke. Hearing those words, Li Zishuan thought for a moment. Everyone present was the second generation of the military, so it was unlikely that they would commit treason. Thus, he told them about the celestial lamp and the iron ball made of Xianxia. As for the gunpowder, it was currently a top secret of the Great Tang, so he could not reveal it to them. *CK. There's actually a tool in this world that can allow one to fly. This is too magical. Little Xian, can we go to your house and take a look at that fairy lamp later? After hearing Li Zishuan's story, Diving's eyes widened, and he slammed the table excitedly. Even though he could use his qinggong to jump a few meters high, a few meters and a few hundred meters were two completely different things, okay? The fairy lamp was a heaven-defying tool, and any man would want to experience that thrill. I want to go and take a look too. Right, little Xian, do you still have the true qi steel ball that your master left for you? You're so skilled in martial arts, so you probably don't need it anymore, right? Give me 2 of them? Cheng Chumo stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Li Zishuan said angrily, "Give your heads. It's gone." Why is it gone? Chapter 551. Oh, that's right. Fing, Axin, did you too improve your martial arts in the previous battle? Li Zishuan suddenly asked after drinking for a while. He clearly remembered that when they first attacked the Snake Spirit Mountain, the 3 of them joined forces to deal with Yin Badian, who was at the peak of Grand Master. Due to the gap in their realms, they were at a disadvantage at first, and Dugu Feng was almost killed several times. However, he took advantage of the opportunity created by Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian to injure Yin Badian with 3 throwing knives, which really blinded everyone. Later, Yin Badian risked everything to kill Dugu Feng first, and he used the first 6 swords of the Taishan 9 swords to save him. Dugu Xian also used a series of complicated swordsmanship to save Dugu Feng, and his speed was only a little slower than his own. In the end, the 2 of them stabbed Yin Badian one after another, severely injuring him. Such a battle record and such strength would definitely not appear in the battle against the Snake King in the eastern suburbs, which was why Li Zishuan asked. Dugu Feng said excitedly, "Yes. That was the first time I fought a Grand Master outside the city. After I went back, I learned a lot, and the last time I was at the Snake Spirit Mountain, I learned something again, and that's how I injured Yin Badian. I feel that my Xianxia throwing knives is about to reach the small success level. Am I right, big brother?" Duguxin nodded and said, "Yes. You've improved a lot. Although it's a narrow escape from death, it's also the fastest way to improve one's strength. Only between life and death can one achieve great things. First, we fought the Snake King, and then we fought the more powerful Yin Badian. After these 2 battles, I feel that my lonely wind swordsmanship is about to reach the 6th sword." Cheng Chumo looked at the 2 of them enviously, and he was annoyed that he didn't get to experience such a hot-blooded situation. Li Zishuan asked curiously, "Lonely wind swordsmanship? Is that the Dugu family's swordsmanship?" It was no wonder that he asked. Although he had a powerful master, he didn't know much about the martial arts names in Jianghu. Besides, in this era, Jianghu was still in its infancy, and there weren't many well-known martial arts techniques. Most martial artists' martial arts techniques were passed down from their families. Duguxin nodded and said, "It is indeed the Dugu family's swordsmanship. Feng didn't like that since he was young. He found a book of throwing knives in swordsmanship from some corner of the family storehouse, and he has been practicing until now." Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, Exen, you said that you're about to reach the 6th sword. How many sword moves does this lonely wind sword art have in total? If someone else had asked this question, Duga Xian would definitely have given them the cold shoulder. After all, this sword technique was unique to the Duga family and was not taught to outsiders. However, the person who asked this question was Li Zishuan. He thought for a moment and answered, there are a total of 9 sword moves. I can only use the first 5 moves now, but I feel that I have already touched the threshold of the 6th move. 9 swordsmanship moves? Li Zishuan was startled when he heard this, and his expression suddenly became strange. Dugu Feng didn't understand and asked curiously, what's with your expression, Xiaoxian? My brother is already very powerful to be able to practice the 5th sword, okay? My dad is only at the 6th sword. Li Zishuan knew that this guy misunderstood. He quickly waved his hand and said, I don't mean anything else. I just thought of another swordsmanship. It also has 9 sword moves. Duguving snorted and said, there are many swordsmanship with 9 sword moves in this world. What's so strange about that? Yeah. Xiaoxian, doesn't your Taishin 9 swords also have 9 sword moves? Cheng Chumo, who had been with Li Zishuan for the longest time, knew the most about the situation. He also interrupted. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, no, the swordsmanship I thought of is called Dugu 9 swords. Dugu 9 swords? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Then, everyone's expression became strange. Dugu Exen couldn't help but say, I've never seen this swordsmanship in my family. But from the name, it seems to be related to my Dugu family. Xiaoxian, tell me, where did this Dugu 9 swords come from? Li Zishuan was secretly amused. Of course, you haven't seen this swordsmanship before. This is a divine skill from old Master Jin's novel. Where did you see it? Actually, the reason why he mentioned the 9 swords beyond the swords was because Duga Xian's words had coincidentally reminded him of the smiling, proud wanderer from his previous life. The other reason was that he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and he had mysteriously acquired martial arts. With his current martial arts realm and comprehension, some of the moves in Old Man Jin's novel seemed to make some sense, and it was worth pondering over. Li Zishuan used his powerful spiritual power to recall a little, then answered, I heard from my master that this Dugu 9 swords was created by a senior who was known as the Sword Demon. He defeated all his enemies, defeated all his heroes, and defeated all his opponents. He was invincible in the world. The Sword Demon wanted an opponent who could make him defend himself with one move, but he couldn't get it. In the end, he buried his sword in an empty valley and died. He also had another name, Dugu Qiubai. When the other 4 heard this, their eyes widened in shock. Dugu Ving exclaimed, Dugu Qiubai? That name is so domineering. There's actually such a strange person in the world? Then this Dugu 9 swords must be very powerful, right? Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course. Dugu 9 swords has a total of 9 moves. Ultimate move, breaking sword move, breaking knife move, breaking spear move, breaking whip move, breaking rope move, breaking palm move, breaking arrow move, and breaking chi move. The Dugu 9 swords is the extreme of swordsmanship. There are a total of 360 variations, and it only attacks and does not defend. When you understand the sword intent of these 9 swords, there is nothing you cannot do, nothing you cannot come out of, and nothing you cannot enter. Damn, that's awesome. Xiaoxian, do you have this sword manual? If you do, I'll practice this instead of the horse lance in the future. Cheng Chumo said with a hopeful face, drooling. Dugixin stood up and cupped his fists solemnly. Xiaoxian, this Dugu 9 swords is very similar to our Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship. If you have this sword manual, our Dugu family is willing to pay any price to exchange it. Please help us. Seeing Duga Xian's solemn face, Dugding also stood up and cupped his fists. Xiaoxian, please. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, sit down first. Sit down, sit down. But, sit down first. Otherwise, I won't say anything. All right. After they all sat down, Li Zishuan said, I've only heard about this Dugu 9 swords from my master. I don't have the sword manual, but I can roughly remember the essentials of each move. I'll tell you in detail when I have time in the future. When he heard Li Zishuan say that he did not have the sword manual, Duguxin was initially disappointed. But when he heard the last sentence, he was instantly excited. He quickly said, Okay. Chapter 552. Hey, didn't you say that we're not going home until we're drunk? Why are we talking about swordsmanship now? Come, let's drink. The dishes are going to get cold soon. The 9 swords beyond the swords was an idea that Li Zishuan came up with on the spot. Li Zishuan had no idea if he could come up with a complete set of 9 swords beyond the swords based on the description in Old Man Jin's novel. However, with his current understanding of martial arts, he had the ability to give it a try. However, it was obviously not a good time to give it a try. Hence, he stood up and called out to them. Yes. Let's drink. Let's get Xianxia drunk today. Exen, Feng, you two don't know this, but on his wedding day, he asked me, Bao Lin, Huayu, and Huiren to drink for him while he sneaked off to the bridal chamber with the bride. Don't you think this kid is unkind? That time, I was so drunk that I slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Cheng Chumo raised his glass and began to expose Li Zishuan's ugly side to the Dugu brothers. Dugu Feng rubbed his chin and said hesitantly, That's indeed unkind. I knew it. We're all reasonable people. Feng, let's take turns getting him drunk today and let him have a taste of his own medicine. Cheng Chumo laughed excitedly as if he had met a soulmate. Dugu Feng turned his gaze to Dugu Exin. Dugu Exin frowned and said, Cho Nyo, marriage is something that happens only a few times in a person's life. Xianxia must have placed too much importance on it. That's why he asked the few of you to drink for him. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little understanding. Not too much to ask? Cheng Chumo almost vomited blood when he heard this. He had never imagined that Dugu Exin, who had always been cold and indifferent, would say such shameless words that went against his conscience. What the F***K was going to happen? What the F***CK? Exin, how did you become such a person? Didn't little Xian just agree to give you the sword manual? You're going against your conscience because of this? F***CK. I, old Cheng, have misjudged you. Cheng Chumo glared and said with grief and indignation. Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. Cho Nyo, isn't it easy for you to get me drunk? I'll give you a chance today. But there's no point in fighting like this. How about we play a game? The loser will drink. Hee. Little Xian, are you talking about rock, paper, scissors? This is good. I'm the best at this. Let's do this. Yuchi Baolin clapped and cheered. Finger guessing is fine too. I'm definitely better at this than you, little Xian. Cheng Chumo echoed. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Not rock, paper, scissors. Let's play a game that no one has played before. That's only fair. What game? There's a game that I, old Cheng, have not heard of before? Cheng Chumo said in disbelief. The others also looked at them curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and began to explain. The game I'm talking about is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are simple. The 5 of us will pick one person and say any number. For example, if Cho Nyo says 8, Baolin, you have to say 9, Xian, you have to say 10, and so on. But there's one thing to take note of. Whenever there's a number that's a multiple of 7 or contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say, pass. Those who don't say, pass, or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths will all fail. The loser will be punished by drinking a glass of wine. Then, we'll start the next round from that person. How about it? This game is quite interesting. Why don't we play it? It was the first time Dugu Feng had heard of such a novel game. He could not help but be interested. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo was smart. He thought about it and shook his head. Oh no. Xianxia, you're scamming us again. At the end of the day, this game is still testing one's ability to calculate. In this aspect, if you dare to say that you're second, who would dare to say that they're first? No, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Who would have thought that this idiot would be enlightened at such a crucial moment? Li Zishuan was amused. Although this game is related to calculating ability, It's also very easy to fail miserably, okay? After all, it also tests one's reaction speeds. Besides, this is my first time playing this game. Let's have a fair competitions. Cho Nyo, if you don't dare to play, you can watch from the side. If you want to play, come and play. Let's use this method to get drunk today. Okay. Count me in. Count me in too. I'll join too. The moment Li Zixuan finished speaking, Duging, Yuchi Baolin, and Duguexin all expressed their willingness to join. Cheng Chumo said anxiously, "Who said that I don't dare to play? Heh. Who's afraid of who? I'll join too." This idiot rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to go all out. He said to Li Zixuan, "Let's begin." Li Zixuan smiled. "Then the first round will start with me." 6. Cheng Chumo was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, "Pass." He was secretly pleased with himself. "You want to scam me so soon? No way." After all, this idiot had spent so much time in the mathematics school where experts gathered. He had learned quite a lot. The ones who were at the losing end were probably the two brothers, Dugu Xian and Dugu Fei. Yuchi Baolin, 8. Dugu Xian, 9. Dugu Fei, 10. Li Zixuan, 11. Cheng Chumo, 12. Yuchi Baolin, 13. Dugu Xian, 14. When it was Dugu Xian's turn, this honest kid's brain had not yet processed the situation and subconsciously blurted out the answer. "Ha, wrong. There's no use regretting it. Drink up, drink up." Cheng Chumo immediately stood up and shouted. At this moment, he felt that this little game was quite interesting. Duguexin knew that he had answered wrongly as soon as he said it. Seeing Cheng Chumo's heckling, he did not say anything else and directly raised his head to drink the drunken immortal in one gulp. Then he shouted, "Continue, I say 20." With the help of the game, their banquet lasted all the way until the sun set in the west. The bustling sounds in their private room could be heard throughout the entire drunken immortal restaurant. As for the final battle, Duguexin and Dugu Feng drank the most and had to be carried back. It was very easy for the game to fall into a vicious cycle. Those who drank too much would naturally become more and more muddle-headed towards the end, and the number of times they answered wrong would naturally increase. Li Zixuan did not drink that much. This was his first time playing this game in Tang Dynasty, but he had played it many times in his previous life. Naturally, he would not lose to the natives of Tang Dynasty. Chapter 553. While Li Zixuan was having a drink with his friends at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, a storm was raging outside because of him. Cui Xuanji thought that Li Zixuan was just bragging when he said that he would destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. Therefore, he arranged for people to spread the news and make everyone think that Li Zixuan was just a braggart. Who would have thought that the corpse of the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent would be hung in front of the Li residence, proving that Li Zixuan was not just bragging and that he had the strength to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. But when Cui Xuanji learned that Li Zixuan had destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue, the people he sent to spread the news had already spread it out. It was too late to regret. Oh, so that Li Xiannan had made a military order in front of His Majesty to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. He is truly a young hero. Previously, the imperial court was unable to defeat the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Who would have thought that Li Xiannan would have the courage to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself? He is truly amazing. It's no wonder that the imperial court's army was unable to defeat him. Look at the size of that serpent. Who can compete with this beast in terms of strength? Moreover, this thing is definitely poisonous. Fortunately, Li Xiannan was able to take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot of good men like last times. Today, many people in Chang and city had heard that Li Zixuan had made a military order to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. But not long after, they heard that Li Zixuan had killed the 7-headed serpent of the 7 cultivators of true virtue on the Snake Spirit Mountain. Therefore, many people came to the Li residence to watch the show. Lord Zhu had personally come out and said something. He said that the people of the 7 cultivators of true virtue had repeatedly tried to harm him and his family, flouting the law of the state. Therefore, His Majesty had sent troops to deal with them. Then the 7 cultivators of true virtue deserved it. I heard that Li Xiannan was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens and killing all the people of the 7 cultivators of true virtue by surprise. Did you see the fire in the northeast last night? When this old man woke up last night, I was shocked. I thought some rich family had caught fire. From the looks of it, the fire last night must have come from the 7 cultivators of true virtue. This Lord Li is so powerful? One person annihilating an entire sect? How did he do it? That's what a genius is. In the eyes of these commoners, Li Zishuan was able to wipe out the entire sect single-handedly when not even the imperial court's army could handle the Jianghu sects. Naturally, he was very powerful. Therefore, Li Zishuan became the idol of many people. Of course, he had also become the nightmare of many people. Sect leader, why have you gathered everyone here? Mount Zhongnan, a certain second-rate sect in the pugilistic world. The sect leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at the 200 or so disciples in the field and said loudly, "Today, this old man will announce a major event that concerns the life and death of our sect. Everyone must listen to me carefully. In the future, if anyone dares to violate this, they will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand?" Everyone was shocked. They wanted to ask what kind of matter could concern the life and death of their sect, but when they saw the sect leader's serious and fierce face, they could only reply in unison, "We understand." The sect leader nodded with satisfaction and continued, "In a while, each of you will come and get a portrait. You must remember the person in the portrait. If you meet him in Chang and city in the future, you must remember that you must not provoke this person. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand?" At this moment, everyone, from the disciples to the elders, was dumbfounded. Although their sect was only a second-rate sect, there was no one who was worthy of their fear. If they offended someone, they could just go and apologize, and the matter would be over. Was there a need to call everyone together with such great fanfare? Do you all understand? Seeing that no one answered him for a long time, the sect leader angrily repeated himself. "Understood. Understood." At this time, everyone finally reacted and agreed. "Good. Come and receive the portrait first and take a good look at it. If you meet the real person in the future, don't recklessly offend him." In a luxurious house in the south of Chang'an City. "Granduncle, the plan this time has failed. Not only did I fail to ruin Li Zishuan's reputation, but I also made him more popular in the hearts of the people. I deserve to die." In the afternoon, Cui Xuanji first asked the servants who had been sent out to spread the false news to come back, then he came to the room to report. On the soft couch in the room, a white-haired old man was half-sitting. It was Cui Xuanji's granduncle, Cui Junchuo. Cui Junchuo was Cui Shanfu's uncle and the uncle of the 3 Dugu empresses. However, as early as the Sui dynasty, because of being implicated by the dethroned crown prince Yang Yong, Cui Junchuo was removed from his position and exiled. His wife and children's properties were all confiscated, and his daughter was also sent to Yeding. Later, Yang Guang became the emperor, and the daughter of the Cui family was doted on by him. Yang Guang then issued another imperial edict, absolving Cui Junchuo and the others of their crimes, restoring his title of nobility, and also giving him some properties. However, Yang Guang courted disaster and destroyed the Great Sui dynasty in just a few years. Now that the Great Tang dynasty was ruled, Cui Junchuo, the head of the Qinghe Cui family's Zhengzhou branch, was just a decoration of the Li family. Cui Junchuo still had the title of Duke of the East County, but he only received a title without any real power. Even his title was a fake one, and he didn't have any real title. In Chang'an City, he was just waiting to die. However, as the head of the Qinghe Cui family's Zhengzhou branch, Cui Junchuo still had a lot of power. I've heard about this matter. That Li Zishuan was able to destroy the 7 cultivators of virtue by himself, which was beyond my expectations. I can't blame you for this. You will have a chance to fight in the future. Don't be discouraged. Cui Junchuo sighed and comforted him helplessly. Hearing this, Cui Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, granduncle." However, the process of how Li Zishuan destroyed the 7 cultivators of virtue must be very special. Xuanji, tell your father to investigate this matter. Cui Junchuo ordered with his eyes closed. Granduncle. West City, outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Li Zishuan couldn't help but find it funny when he saw the 4 drunken brothers shouting that they wanted to continue playing being sent back to their respective homes. He thought to himself, isn't this just a little game on the drinking table? Wait until there's a werewolf game in the future. Won't this group of people play all day long? Shaking his head, Li Zishuan got on the carriage and went home. Chapter 554. At night. In a mansion on the east side of the East County Duke's mansion. Xuanji. This is how Li Zishuan destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue. This kid is ruthless and ruthless. I'm afraid we can't afford to offend him. In the study, Cui Shanfu looked at his son and smiled bitterly. After listening to him, Cui Xuanji couldn't help but be shocked. After a long while, he came back to his senses and said, "Father, how did Li Zishuan fly up to Snake Spirit Mountain? I've never heard of any tool that can fly so high." Cui Shanfu spread out his hands and said, "You're not the only one who hasn't heard of it. I've lived for decades, but I've never heard of such a strange thing. As for what tool that kid used, he was afraid that it would be leaked in the imperial court, so he didn't say it on the spot. This brat is really crafty." Cui Xuanji said regretfully, "That's really a pity. Li Zishuan is a novelty one after another. With his help, the imperial court will only become stronger and stronger, and the status of our aristocratic families will become lower and lower." Cui Shanfu also understood this, but the decline of the aristocratic families had already formed. How could they turn the tide with just their family alone? He sighed and got up. The current emperor is a rare sacred lord, and Li Zishuan can also be regarded as a good minister. What can we do with a good minister and a sacred lord? Let's just wait for the right opportunity. Xuanji, I called you here today to tell you that we shouldn't provoke Li Zishuan in the future. Although he said in the imperial court that there was only one true Qi iron ball, who knows if he was lying or not? If he were to throw out another one, none of our families would be able to take it. Fortunately, you did it secretly this time. Now that Ian Bat Ian and Snake King are dead, he won't be able to trace it back to us. But, Father, Cui Xuanji was unwilling to give up and wanted to say something, but Cui Shanfu didn't give him a chance. He waved his hand and interrupted, "No buts. This matter is over. Xuanji, pack up and prepare to return to Zhengzhou. There's too much right and wrong in Cheng. Zhengzhou is our root." In the early Tang dynasty, Zhengzhou was still called Zhengzhou. However, in the Tianbao era, Zhengzhou was renamed Xinjiang County. "Dad, I'm not going back." Cui Xuanji, who was used to the prosperity of Cheng, and could not bear to go back. He retorted with a red face. "Bastard! How dare you not listen to your father? You have to go back this time." There was no room for negotiation. Cui Shanfu glared at Cui Xuanji and grunted angrily, and then he flicked his sleeve and left, leaving Cui Xuanji on the spot with an ashen expression. On this day, after Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he took a horse carriage and went to Cloud Mountain with his guards. The matter on Snake Spirit Mountain had delayed him for a long time. In addition, after returning from Snake Spirit Mountain, he had to deal with Li Er, deal with the courtiers, and help Duga Xian deduce the 9 strategies beyond the swords. In total, he had not been to the construction site for more than half a month. He didn't know how the construction of the academy was going. Speaking of the 9 strategies beyond the swords, it could be said that he had dug a pit for himself because he had been continuously deducing it at home for 4 or 5 days, but he still hadn't completely deduced it. However, it couldn't be said that it was a complete failure, because he had comprehended something from the deduction these days. The most intuitive manifestation was that his 9 strategies beyond the swords now had a kind of invincible arrogance, and a kind of calmness that could predict the enemy's moves. However, in terms of the 9 strategies beyond the swords, he had only managed to deduce 3 moves: the sword-breaking move, the knife-breaking move, and the spear-breaking move. Moreover, when he connected them together, he felt that something was wrong. After a few more days of deduction, even someone as strong as Li Zixuan couldn't take it anymore. He felt that his head was hurting. Therefore, he decisively decided not to think about it anymore. He attached the 3 sword moves that he had deduced and the information of the 9 strategies beyond the swords that he could recall on a piece of paper and handed it to Duge Exen for him to slowly think about it. As the saying went, it was better to trick others than to trick oneself. Li Zixuan was very good at this kind of thing. However, this was going to be tough for Duge Exen because in terms of martial arts realm, he was not as good as Li Zixuan. In terms of spiritual power, he was even weaker. Therefore, he had to use a hammer to deduce the sword moves. Wow! The progress is really fast. When he reached the peak of the Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan saw that on the originally barren Cloud Mountain, there were actually many half-built red brick houses. Although these houses were only 2 to 3 zhang tall and didn't have a roof, Li Zixuan was still very happy to see them. This mountain was going to be the foundation of his future in Tang Dynasty. What made him even happier was that there were many cement roads on the Cloud Mountain. Walking on them, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to the modern era. However, that was destined to be impossible because the air here was so fresh. There wasn't even a trace of industrial dust. How could it be the modern era? Hey. All right, both of you pull with all your mights. Not far away, Li Tai, the little fatty, was instructing the commoners to use a hemp rope to pull a basket of red bricks. The hemp rope went around a tall frame, and as the 2 commoners slowly pulled, the basket of red bricks also slowly rose. On the ladder next to the wall, there was a craftsman holding a shovel, waiting for the bricks to be transported over. Squeak, squeak. Perhaps it was because there were too many bricks in the basket. The friction between the hemp rope and the support frame made unpleasant squeaking noises. Li Zixuan was originally still wondering where Li Tai, that little fatty, got such an ugly beggar's version of a crane. At this moment, he suddenly shouted with a face full of shock, "Ching, get out of the way for me." Although he was shouting, his feet didn't stop moving. This was because he saw that the hemp rope was already 2/3 broken, and Li Tai was standing right below the bamboo baskets. If the bamboo basket fell from such a height, Li Tai's head would definitely be like a watermelon that fell to the ground. By then, the entire Tang Empire would be shaken. Thinking about it, if the great king of Wei died at the construction site of Li Zixuan Academy, not to mention how the courtiers would impeach him, Li Zixuan would probably even have the thought of killing Li Zixuan. Even without considering the feelings of Li Zixuan and the courtiers, Li Zixuan didn't want to see anything happen to Li Tai. This little fatty was a disciple that he valued a lot. How dare you? Who dares to call themselves my father? Hearing the roar, Li Tai was enraged. Other than Li Zixuan, there was probably no one in the world who dared to call themselves his father. Crack! At this moment, the hemp rope finally couldn't withstand the weight and completely broke from the middle. With a whoosh, the bamboo basket fell rapidly and went straight for Li Tai's head. Chapter 555. Be careful, Captain. The moment the rope broke, the 2 workers felt their hands loosen and almost fell. When they came back to their senses, they wanted to rush forward to save Li Tai. Gu Xiaomao, the vice-captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, was waiting for Li Tai to succeed in his experiment. However, when he saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits and his legs went soft. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know about Li Tai's identity, but he knew about it. If something happened to Li Tai here today, he would definitely not be able to escape. He might even implicate his family. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaomao's face turned pale. He wanted to save Li Tai, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't move at all. F***CK. Li Tai looked up and was almost scared to death. He subconsciously wanted to run away, but with his body size and his slow reaction, how could he escape before the bamboo basket fell? Seeing that the bamboo basket was getting closer and closer to his head, Li Tai couldn't help but shout in his heart, "This prince is going to die today." Li Zixuan, oh Li Zixuan, This prince is using my life to help you build the academy. When you return, remember to burn something interesting for this king to bring to the underworld. Huff. Bang. Just as Li Tai closed his eyes and cursed in his heart, he suddenly felt a gust of wind beside him. Following that, he heard a dull thud. He couldn't help but wonder, so many bricks hit my head but it doesn't hurt? It seems like people don't feel pain after death. F***ck. Of course you don't feel any F***king pain, because I caught it for you. Li Zishuan, who was holding the bamboo basket with one hand, scolded in annoyance. He was really angered by this little fatty, which was why he called him daddy twice in a row. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, or else he would definitely report him. In this situation, if Li Zishuan had come a tenth of a second later, Li Tai's life would have been gone. How could Li Zishuan not be angry? Little Xian, why are you here? I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Little Xian is awesome. You can even catch such a heavy basket of bricks. Amazing, amazing. Li Tai opened his eyes. When he saw Li Zishuan holding the bamboo basket, he was first shocked, then a burst of joy from surviving a calamity arose spontaneously. He jumped away from the bottom of the bamboo basket with lingering fear and then laughed loudly. Li Zishuan's face couldn't help but twitch. He threw the basket of bricks in his hand to the side and said with a fierce expression, "Brat, if you want to move bricks, then do it properly. Why are you standing under the bamboo basket? If I didn't come over today, who would be able to bear the responsibility if something happened? Do you know how many innocent people will die because of you?" Cough cough. Li Tai's face turned red and said with shame, "I just wanted to observe the operation of the brick-moving machine from this angle and see if there are any improvements to be made. I didn't expect that such a thick rope couldn't even handle a few bricks. I didn't think it through and miscalculated." F***ck. Li Zishuan shook the hand that just caught the basket and couldn't help but interrupt. "You call this a few bricks? Damn it, can't you guys get a bigger bamboo basket? This big basket of bricks is at least 200 pounds. Can't you use a smaller bamboo basket for your experiments?" Li Tai glanced at Li Zishuan's hand and muttered, "How can I do experiments with a smaller bamboo basket? This brick-moving machine is specially made to be lazy." Li Zishuan said angrily, "What did you say?" "Boss, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have let the captain do this. I should have let everyone carry the bricks properly." Gu Xiaomao finally came back to his senses. He came to Li Zishuan and bowed repeatedly to apologize. Li Tai stared and said, "Gu Xiaomao, I wanted to do this. It's none of your business." "You shut up first." Li Zishuan snorted and then said sternly to Gu Xiaomao, "Gu Xiaomao, you are indeed responsible for this. Even though Qin Ke is doing the same things as you, eating the same food, and sleeping in the same room, you know very well how important the responsibility is to him. I'm not asking you to give him preferential treatment. He will do what he should do himself. But as the vice captain, you have to pay attention to his safety at all times. Qin Ke was standing under the basket just now. Didn't you think that there would be dangers? If something happened to him here today, do you think you'll have a good time?" Gu Xiaomao's face was pale as he replied bitterly, "I won't have a good time. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't think it through and didn't take precautions. It's all my fault. No matter how you punish me, I won't have any complaints." Li Tai couldn't stand it and wanted to speak up for Gu Xiaomao. Li Zishuan glared at him and stared back at him. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said to Gu Xiaomao, "All right, you should reflect on yourself. What happened today can't happen a second time. Otherwise, you won't have a good time and I won't have a good time either. Do you understand?" Gu Xiaomao quickly bowed and said, I understand. Li Zishuan nodded and turned to Li Tai and said fiercely, "Qing, come with me." After saying that, he walked to the house next door. The simple, temporary combat command room had now become a one-story brick house. "Oh." Li Tai shrunk his neck and replied sullenly. Today's Li Zishuan was too fierce. Even he was a little scared. "Say it. What the hell is that brick-moving machine? Why do you want to make it?" In the room, seeing that Li Tai had followed him in, Li Zishuan asked expressionlessly. Speaking of the brick-moving machine, Li Tai immediately became confident. He smiled proudly and said, "Heat. This is my, Li Tai's, exclusive inventions." Previously, the craftsman said that if we were to build the academy according to the blueprint, we would have to use the method of filling in the ground. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to continue building the walls. I thought that was too troublesome, so I thought of this idea of sending bricks up from below. Li Zishuan asked sullenly, "Filling in the ground? What's that?" Li Tai heard and immediately said with disdain, "Damn, you don't even know about the method of filling in the grounds? I really have to give it to you." "What's with the nonsense? I asked you, just answers." "Okay." After Li Tai's explanation, Li Zishuan finally understood that the method of filling in the ground was to use soil to bury the bottom part of the building. After the top part was covered, the soil was removed. This was also the method that the ancient people used to build high-rise buildings. After all, in this era, there was no lifting equipment. After listening to Li Tai's explanation, Li Zishuan was speechless and said, "So? That's why you made such a lousy toy? You're such a clever little brat." Chapter 556. Little Smarty Boy? Li Tai's face turned green when he heard Li Zishuan calling him that. He shouted, "F***ck, you're the little smarty boy. Also, you can insult me, but you can't insult the brick-moving machine I made. I thought about it for a long time before I came up with it." When Li Zishuan heard this, he was almost amused by this little fatty. He laughed and said, "Insult you? How did I insult you? Also, what kind of brick-moving machine is this? What the hell are you making? Have you considered the stability of the base? Have you ever thought that the friction between the hemp rope and the frame will be too strong? Have you ever thought that if the goods are heavier, the workers won't be able to move them? Have you ever done a stress analysis on the frame?" With Li Zishuan's series of questions, Li Tai couldn't help but be stunned. He muttered, "If the goods are too heavy to move, you can ask more people to do it. But what is friction? What is stability? What is stress analysis? You didn't even do a theoretical analysis, and you want to put it into practice. You can only fail if you put it into practice." Li Tai was unconvinced and said, "This is just an accident. Next time, it will be better than this. If you don't change your method, you won't be able to do it even if I give you a year." Li Zishuan, who had done countless research projects in school in his previous life, knew that before a new technology was born, there must be careful theoretical analysis. Without a theoretical basis, trying to do it recklessly was tantamount to a blind man trying to figure out an elephant. The efficiency would be greatly reduced. If you're so capable, come and do it. You've been gone for more than half a month. I thought you would only come back after the academy was built." Li Tai was a little annoyed. He sat on the stool next to him and complained loudly. Speaking of this, Li Zishuan felt that he was in the wrong and didn't want to argue anymore. He touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Ahem. I came back to Chang, and to do something. Now that the matter is settled, I will come here more often." Little Fatty curled his lips and said, "I know you're busy. Our great hero single-handedly annihilated an entire clan. How awe-inspiring." It had been a long time since that incident happened, so Li Tai obviously knew about it. But his tone was a bit. Li Zishuan raised his hand and said angrily, "F***ck. If you have something to say, can't you just talk nicely? Why do you have to be so sarcastic? Are you asking for a beating?" Little Fatty immediately cowered and hurriedly said, "How am I being sarcastic? This prince is praising you. So, don't hits. At most, I won't tell Imperial Father about you calling yourself lousy in front of me." Li Zishuan was stunned. Then he sneered, "Do you dare to say it?" Li Tai rolled his eyes. Of course, he didn't dare to say it. If he said it, Li Er and Empress Xianxia would know that he was almost killed at the construction site today. In that case, he wouldn't be able to come out easily in the future. "Go get me a pen and paper. I want charcoal. Xiaoning should have it." Li Zishuan smiled and said suddenly, "What do you want to do?" Li Tai didn't react and said in a daze. Li Zishuan said unhappily, "What can I do? To give you a lesson. Today, I'll show you what a real brick-moving machine is. When Li Tai heard that, he wasn't displeased by Li Zishuan's impatient tone at all. Instead, he was overjoyed and said, "Ha! Good, good, good. I'll go get you a pen and paper." Although he felt that he wasn't much worse than Li Zishuan before he built the brick-moving machine, he realized the gap between them after he almost lost his life. When he heard that Li Zishuan wanted to help improve the brick-moving machine, he was happy. "Lord Zhu, let me do such a small thing." Brother Chicken, who came with Li Zishuan today, came over and cupped his fists. He muttered in his heart, "Only my Lord Zhu would dare to ask the Emperor's favorite prince to help get a pen and paper." Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Li Tai patted Brother Chicken's arm and said, "I'll go get it. You stay here." After saying that, he went out. Brother Chicken stood there, stunned and speechless. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "When a student helps a teacher get a pen and paper, even the ministers in the imperial court won't say anything." "Feiji, you're overthinking it." Pang Feiji said, "You're right, Lord Zhu." "Masters! Masters!" At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Iron Egg's shout. "Come in," Li Zishuan hurriedly said. "Masters! How do you have time to come over?" As soon as he said that, Iron Egg walked in with Lon. Iron Egg was the first to greet them with a smile. Lon hadn't seen Li Zishuan for a long time. She hugged Li Zishuan's arm and giggled, Brother, you're finally here. Lana missed you so much." Li Zishuan waved at Iron Egg, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. Then he rubbed Lan's braids and smiled dotingly. "Ha, little girl, you know how to lie too? If you miss me, why don't you go home? You must be playing wild here and can't bear to go home?" He hadn't returned to Cloud Mountain for more than half a month, but Lan hadn't returned home for more than half a month either. He had been staying at Han Tianhu's house these days, sleeping in Han Yushi's room in the past. During this period, Madame Li felt worried and came to visit a few times. However, when she left, Lan couldn't bear to leave no matter what, so Madame Li didn't force her. It was said that this girl had now dominated the Han and Mei villages and had become the king of the children here. Usually, she would follow Iron Egg to Cloud Mountain to watch the fun and see strange things, or she would instruct her friends to dig for bird eggs, or she would become a teacher and teach others how to read and write. She was really carefree. Hee. No way. Lan is busy. Brother, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water. The little girl shook Li Zishuan's arm embarrassedly and said sweetly. Li Zishuan laughed and joked, "Ha! How can I trouble my family's misdeeds? Brother isn't thirsty. Lan, go play by yourself." Wrinkled her nose and said unhappily, "Stinky brother, you still treat Lan as a child. I'm not leaving today. I'm going to follow you." "Little Xian, I brought a pen and paper." "Iron Egg, you're here too." Just as Li Zishuan was having a headache over Lan, Li Tai finally came back with a pen and paper. When he saw Iron Egg in the house, he greeted him a little unnaturally. Iron Egg nodded and said, "Yes, by the way, Chinke, yesterday I heard that you were going to test the brick-moving machine you recently invented. How was it?" Li Tai. Chapter 557. Iron Egg, do you still need to ask? Look at Brother Green Sparrow's expression. He must have failed. I told you that without my brother's help, he wouldn't have succeeded. Lan pointed at Li Tai and giggled. Don't expose someone's shortcomings. Lan's words could be said to be ruthless, directly stabbing into Li Tai's heart. The little fatty's face darkened, and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Li Zishuan was afraid that he would be too embarrassed, so he said to Lan, all right. Go and have fun. I'll come and find you when I'm done." After that, he took the pen and paper from Li Tai's hands and walked to the desk at the side and sat down. Lan saw this and understood that Li Zishuan was going to be busy with business, and it was all business that she was not interested in. Hence, she replied with an "oh" and went out. Li Tai heaved a sigh of relief and came over to ask curiously, "Xiao Xian, what kind of brick-moving machine are you going to design? Can it compare to mine?" Li Zishuan's charcoal pencil paused and he sneered, "Ha! You still have the nerve to compare your broken toy with mine? You can just watch from the side. After that, he was too lazy to talk nonsense and began to concentrate on drawing. Speaking of the crane, it was necessary to talk about the pulley block on the crane. Other than the hydraulic transmission mechanism, the most important part of the crane was the pulley block. The fixed pulley block was a fixed fulcrum and prevented the rope from being messed up. The moving pulley block was mainly used to save effort. As long as the design of the pulley block was reasonable, it was not unusual for a person to pull up a 500 kilograms heavy object. Let's make a simple crane first. Li Zishuan instantly had an idea. The crane's base, connecting rod, pulley block, lifting mechanism, and luffing mechanism all appeared in his mind. These components, under Li Zishuan's pen, quickly formed a beggar's crane with wheels. There was no other way. Although Li Zishuan could draw a 3D model of the modern large-scale cranes, almost all of them were hydraulic cranes. Even if he could draw one, it could not be done with the industrial level of this era. Hence, after thinking about it, he could only make a human-powered crane with pulley blocks as the core. You're done. Li Tai saw that Li Zishuan had stopped and could not help but ask. Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes. Li Tai furrowed his brows and picked up the drawing. After looking at it for a long time, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He praised, this little wheel's design is goods. With this thing, the hemp rope will suffer much less wear and tear in the future. I don't have to worry about the rope breaking anymore. Li Zishuan said with a faint smile, oh, not bad. Xinyi, it's not easy for you to see this. But you only know one part of it and not the other. Iron Egg, come and take a look. What's the use of the wheel on the side of the connecting rod? Yes, master. Iron Egg walked over and began to look at the drawing seriously. After a while, he hesitated and said, Master, in addition to the wheel at the top of the connecting rod, there's probably something else that's connected to the bottom. Li Zishuan looked at Iron Egg with appreciation and said with a smile, not bad, not bad. Iron Egg, you're very accurate. Do you know what's the mystery of this wheel? Iron Egg said embarrassedly, sorry, master. I can't see it. Li Tai muttered, it's just a broken wheel. What mystery can there be? Li Zishuan was too lazy to bicker with little fatty. He pointed to the drawing and explained to them, Iron Egg. Chinke, I call this small wheel a pulley. The top is called fixed pulley. You can all guess its function. It's used to fix the fulcrum, prevent the rope from messing up, and reduce the wear and tear of the rope. The bottom pulley is called moving pulley. It's very useful. It can save half of the strength. Iron Egg and Li Tai were shocked and said in disbelief, save half of the strength? How is that possible? Li Zishuan smiled indifferently and said, how is it not possible? When using moving pulley, the hook weight is suspended by 2 pieces of rope. Each piece of rope only bears half of the weight of the hook weight. This way, the person pulling the rope only needs half of the strength to pull it. In the future, when you learn another course, physics, you will know a theorem that the power multiplied by the moving arm is equal to the resistance multiplied by the moving arm. The moving pulley's moving arm is twice as long as the moving arm, so the power is half of the resistance. At that time, you can use this theorem to analyze and you will find that the moving pulley is indeed labor-saving in principle. Although Li Zishuan's words contained many technical terms that Li Tai had never heard of before, little fatty still felt that Li Zishuan's words were very reasonable. He pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Iron Egg nodded confusedly and asked doubtfully, Master, if it's really like what you said, then if we use more moving pulleys, won't we be able to lift thousands of pounds of heavy objects with very little strength? Li Zishuan nodded approvingly and said with a smile, Iron Egg, your question is very good. That's right. In theory, it is indeed like this. Do you remember what I told you before? When engineering is developed to the extreme, ordinary people can lift thousands of pounds of boulders. Master didn't lie to you. Li Tai's eyes widened and he was shocked speechless. What Li Zishuan said was tantamount to a fantasy to him. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the means of immortals. Iron Egg nodded excitedly and said, Yes, yes. Master, I remember. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene so soon. Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. But although in theory, the more moving pulleys, the more labor-saving it is, it involves the question of whether it is worth it. What's not worth it? Iron Egg asked in puzzlement. Li Zishuan said with a smile, although using a moving pulley saves energy, the distance it moves is twice as far as the distance it moves the hook. That is, it consumes a lot of distance, and that brings up the issue of efficiency. For example, using a wooden stick to pry open an ant and using a wooden stick to pry open an elephant. Do you think the wooden stick is labor-saving or labor-intensive? It's the same with pulleys. If you use pulleys that can lift thousands of pounds of boulders to lift a basket of bricks, the pulleys will probably be heavier than the bricks. It's definitely not worth it. So when deciding the number of pulleys, you must consider the actual situation. The size of the horse should match the size of the saddle. Don't do more useless work. There were not many technical terms in these words, so it was not difficult to understand. Iron Egg and Li Tai both seemed to understand something after listening and fell into deep thought. Iron Egg understands. Thank you for your teachings. After a long time, Iron Egg came back to his senses and solemnly clasped his hands. Li Tai also came back to his senses. He said seriously, after listening to Master's words, Tai has also benefited a lot. Thank you very much. At this time, he realized that Li Zishuan was right. The brick-moving machine he made was indeed a piece of junks. Chapter 558. Hee. All right. It's good that you guys understand. Feiji, get someone to send the blueprint to the workshop now. The structure of this thing is simple, so it shouldn't be too difficult to make. Get Faubert to arrange for someone to make one today to try it out. Li Zishuan put away the blueprint on the table, handed it to Pang Feiji, and instructed him. When he was explaining the principles of the pulley block to Iron Egg and Li Tai, he didn't deliberately ask Pang Feiji to avoid it. Therefore, Pang Feiji was very clear about the importance of this blueprint. He took the blueprint with both hands and said solemnly, Lord Zhu, this thing is so important that I have to make a trip personally. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I'll really die 1,000 times. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't refuse. Brother Chicken took the blueprint and went out. Chingay, Iron Egg, let's go. Follow me for a walk. Li Zishuan watched Pang Feiji leave, and then said to the two people in the room. Master. Master, look at these tall buildings. It hasn't even been a month since the start of construction, and so many have already been built. Iron Egg has never heard of this speed before. Iron Egg said emotionally as he walked on the cement road at the top of the mountain and looked at the rows of half-finished buildings beside him. Li Tai heard him and said with a smile, What's so strange about this? Iron Egg, why don't you see how many craftsmen and commoners we've hired here? There's strength in numbers, so naturally, we can't use common sense to measure this. Just the cost of wages and food on this construction site every day isn't something that ordinary people can afford. Li Zishuan nodded and said, There's strength in numbers. Hee, that's right. However, after the crane is made, the construction speed will definitely be faster. Crane? What's a crane? Li Tai was puzzled. Li Zishuan patted his head. He just remembered that he was just explaining the principles of the pulley block to them and forgot to tell them that thing was a crane, so he said, The crane is the improved version of the brick-moving machine that I just designed. I feel that it's definitely not just for moving bricks, so I called it a crane. Iron Egg said excitedly, Crane? That's a good name. In fact, he previously felt that the name of Li Tai's brick-moving machine was too old-fashioned, but he didn't say it out of consideration. Boss Meng, bring 2 men with you to move these bricks up. There's not enough over there. I'm going. At this moment, Li Zishuan suddenly heard an incomparably familiar voice. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a person he would never have thought of. It was the little idiot Sun Zifan. He pointed at the little idiot in astonishment and asked, Why is this kid here? Seeing Li Zishuan's astonished look, Li Tai said proudly, If this king can be here, why can't Sun Zifan be here? Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment before he reacted and asked, This kid was brought here by you, Qingke? Li Tai nodded and smiled, Of course. Not only him, Wang Meng, Lu Yen, Huiran, Huayu Yudongkai, Kashirqing, Zheng Ziren, and the rest are all here. This king can't be sunbathing alone in the wilderness while they enjoy life at home, right? It's just that Cho Ox said that he could only come tomorrow. That's a bit of a scam. However, more than half of the people from the school were called by me. How about it? I'm awesome, right? After Li Tai said that, he put on an expression of wanting to be praised and quietly waited for Li Zishuan to praise him. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard that. He thought for a moment and suddenly asked in disbelief, Ku Shiqing? Zheng Ziren? Lu Yen? The three of them are here too? If he remembered correctly, when he decided to build his own college and leave the Imperial College, although half of the students from the school were willing to follow him to Yanhuang College, Ku Shiqing, Zheng Ziren, and Lu Yen, who were top-notch students but were not from official families, did not say that they wanted to come to Yanhuang College on the spots. Now they were urged to come by Li Tai. It was a bit unbelievable. Li Tai understood what Li Zishuan was thinking and replied with a smile. Xiao Xian, are you trying to say that they didn't agree to come to Yanhuang College? Maybe at that time, they were hesitant to come to Yanhuang College and lose their future, but how many idiots are there in our school? Xiao Xian, you've made so much news recently. Even idiots know that only by coming to Yanhuang College can they learn real knowledge. Also, I have to admit that you're quite charming. As far as I know, many students in the school have fallen out with their families in order to study under you. Li Zishuan was silent for a while. To be honest, when he left the Imperial College, he was sad to see those students wavering, but he definitely did not blame them. After all, this so-called Yanhuang College was just a mediocre private school in his previous life. It was unrealistic to ask people to give up Tsinghua or Peking University to go to a small school like yours. He just felt a sense of loss that the talents he had painstakingly nurtured were taken advantage of by others. He did not have any resentment, but he did not expect those students to put in so much effort during this period. After a while, Li Zishuan turned his head and asked, but most of them are spoiled since they were young. What can they do to help if they come here? Li Tai heard him and said angrily, F***CK. What are you talking about? They're spoiled since they were young? Aren't I the same? Why can't they do the things that I can do? Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He had almost forgotten about this. Qing Ke is right. Xiao Xian, not only can your students help, but they've also helped a lot. At this time, Yan Xiaoning appeared out of nowhere and walked to Li Zishuan's side and interrupted. Xiaoning? It's really been a long time. When Li Zishuan saw him, he gave him a brotherly bear hug without hesitation. Hey, let go, let go. Yan Xiaoning was not used to such an intimate way of greeting. He quickly pushed Li Zishuan away and said angrily, F***C, you still have the cheek to say that. When you left the last time, you said that you would be back in a few days. In the end? This time, you left for more than half a month. I'm so F***king pissed. Cough cough. Li Zishuan coughed awkwardly and said shamelessly, didn't I already compensate you just now? Speaking of which, not many people in the Tang dynasty can enjoy my hug. Get lost. Yan Xiaoning roared angrily. Ugh. So disgusting. Li Tai covered his mouth, indicating that he could not stand this gay scene. Li Zishuan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, this is romance between men. What do you know? Oh, right, Xiaoning, you said that these students have helped a lot? What do you mean? Chapter 559. Yan Xiaoning didn't know what romance was between men, but he knew that Li Zishuan was just joking. Now that they were talking about serious matters, he became serious and said, although these students from the Institute of Mathematics can't be compared to those commoners in terms of physique, they are all very smart. Basically, each of them can lead a team of dozens of people. They are very good at the allocation of various tasks and the budget of materials and supplies. Although these 10,000 people could work in an orderly manner in the past, with the addition of these students, I can clearly feel that the entire construction corps' work efficiency has increased by a lot. Moreover, Xiaoxian, the academy that you want to build has many buildings that have never appeared in my Tang Empire before. During the actual construction, there will always be various kinds of problems. A while ago, it really gave me a headache. Fortunately, Xianxia called in these students from the Institute of Mathematics. You don't say, these students of yours are very different from those bookworms that only know how to read the 4 books and 5 classics. They can really apply what they have learned. Many of them may not be familiar with the work here when they first came, but after a few days, they can manage the people under them in an orderly manner. They can also give some very innovative and practical suggestions. They are really helpful to us. When Li Zishuan heard this, his mood immediately became happy. In the past, he didn't understand how teachers felt when they saw their students become successful. Now, he completely understood. That kind of happiness was not the same kind of happiness as earning $1 million. It was a kind of comfort that came from the inside out. At this time, Yan Xiaoning said again, Xiaoxian, my dad said that he wants to pick a few of your students and put them in the Ministry of Works. What do you think? Li Zishuan immediately glared and said, not goods. How much have they learned? What can they do in the Ministry of Works? Serve tea and water to those in charge? Definitely not. Besides, working in the Ministry of Works is tiring and the salary is low. Is this work for humans? The last sentence was a bit too much. Yan Xiaoning said exasperatedly, how can you say that? To think that my father and second uncle even came here to help a few times. You are a classic example of an ingrate. I'll tell my father when I get back. Li Zishuan knew something was wrong and quickly said, Hey, Xiaoning, don't. I'm praising the Ministry of Works for being noble and virtuous ministers of the country. Who are you kidding? Yan Xiaoning snorted in disbelief. The two of them laughed and joked for a while before a craftsman came over and called Yan Xiaoning away. Li Zishuan then brought Iron Egg and Li Tai to Sun Zifan. At this time, the sun was about to rise to the top of their heads. It was very obvious that Sun Zifan's face was covered in sweat. However, this guy seemed to be used to it. He didn't care about it and continued to direct people to work. He had the posture of a leader. Zifan. Li Zishuan walked behind Sun Zifan and called out softly. Sun Zifan paused, turned around and said in surprise, Hey, mister, you're here. After saying that, this little joker put down his work and ran over. It looked like he wanted to give Li Zishuan a hug. Li Zishuan didn't want to hug this sweaty little fatty. Yes, this joker was a little chubby, but definitely not as chubby as Li Tai. When the two of them stood together, one was big and the other was small. They were quite compatible. Stop. What are you so excited about? Sun Zifan said matter-of-factly, I haven't seen Mr. for so long, of course I'm excited. I've been here for 7 or 8 days, but I've never seen Mr.'s shadow. I thought you went missing. Li Zishuan originally wanted to ask this joker if he was used to living here, but now it seemed that there was no need to ask. A happy person could find happiness anywhere. He waved his hand and said, I went back to Chang and to deal with some things, so I didn't come over. You've all worked hard. Okay, Zifan, go do your own things. I'll go check on the other students. This afternoon, I'll treat you all to lunch. At the Han village at the foot of the mountains. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Sun Zifan said anxiously, Hey, Mr. Wait, I have something to tell you. Li Zishuan stamped his feet and said, What? Sun Zifan scratched his head awkwardly and said hesitantly, I heard that Mr. has made a flying tool. When I go back to Chang, and someday, can Mr. let me try it? Li Tai finally remembered this and shouted, Yes. It's that fairy lamp. Xiaoxian, you have to let me sit on it. I've never flown before. Iron Egg also looked eager to give it a try, but he didn't say anything. Because he was Li Zishuan's disciple and brother-in-law, he didn't have to worry about not being able to sit on the fairy lamp. Li Zishuan couldn't help but look at the two little fatties in front of him, and then said with a half-smile, Zifan, with your size, aren't you afraid that you'll crush the fairy lamp and fall from the sky? The two of them suddenly felt like they were hit by 10,000 points of critical hit. Sun Zifan said hurt. Mister, aren't you making your students too disappointed? Li Tai wasn't so easily fooled. He thought about it and said angrily, F***ck. Xiaoxian, don't scare us. Your fairy lamp can definitely withstand Ziffin and me. Others don't know, but I know that the seven-headed giant snake in your house was brought back by you using the fairy lamps. Sun Ziffin's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he looked at Li Zishuan eagerly. Li Zishuan was helpless and could only say with a headache, well, the fairy lamp currently has a design flaw. After ascending to the sky, you can't control the direction, and once you go up, it's hard to come back down. Are you two sure you want to give it a try? The two of them were immediately confused. Li Tai wondered, then how did you control the direction last time? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Qingke, don't compare yourself to me. I know martial arts, and I won't be troubled by this. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you guys. I'm going to see Xiren and Kushirqing. After that, he ignored the two little fatties who were flustered in the wind and left with Iron Egg. Hey, this fairy lamp is used to bring girls. How can it be used to carry little fatties? A while ago, I was too busy and didn't have time to bring girls. Now that I have time, maybe I can consider it. Li Zishuan thought to himself as he walked. In fact, the main reason was that the fairy lamp was unstable now. If it was used to carry people and he wasn't there to look after them, it would be easy for something to happen. However, he wasn't particularly willing to bring two big guys to see the scenery in the sky, so he could only let them suffer for now. Chapter 560. Han Family Village, Han Tianhu's house. Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning, Li Tai, Iron Egg, Lan, Sun Ziffin, Wang Meng, Kushirqing, and the other students from the School of Mathematics were all gathered in the main hall. The scene was very lively. There were close to 30 people, so one table was definitely not enough. There were 3 tables in total. The Han family's front hall, which was not very spacious to begin with, suddenly became very crowded. Since they were outside, they couldn't possibly treat their students to a meal in the cafeteria of Yunshan, right? At first, Li Zishuan planned to freeload at his father-in-law's house for lunch. Later, after seeing Sun Zifan, he thought about it. One person freeloading was freeloading, and more than 20 people freeloading was also freeloading, so he simply brought them all over. However, this made things difficult for Han Lijing. After Iron Egg knew about Li Zishuan's plan, he came back 2 hours earlier to help Han Lijing prepare the meal. Now that the living standards of the entire Han family village had improved, Han Lijing's family had a special relationship with the Li Zishuan. Naturally, they would not be short on ingredients. They had chicken, duck, and fish, but they lacked a chef. Han Lijing didn't want to neglect the students that Li Zishuan brought over, so he specially invited Hu Hanyun's wife to cook. Lu Yue went home after she finished cooking. Then, there were 3 sumptuous tables full of food and wine. Lord Taishan, come and take a seat. It's been hard on you today. Li Zishuan said apologetically. Actually, what he was thinking was to ask Han Yushi's opinion on whether he should find a second wife for Han Tianhu. It would be best if he could buy a few more maids and servants. Otherwise, it would be too hard for Han Tianhu to manage this huge house by himself. What's so hard about this? Xiaoxian, as long as you guys are happy eating. Han Tianhu wiped his sweat and said nonchalantly. He was really happy that Li Zishuan was able to bring his students over as guests. Now that Li Zishuan was his son-in-law, he was a junior. Seeing that his junior had made a name for himself and was loved by his students, he only felt gratified. Come, let's eat together. Yeah, Uncle Han, come and eat together. Li Zishuan and Yan Xiaoning quickly invited him. Han Tianhu nodded and sat beside Li Zishuan. Then he raised his cup and said to Yan, Li Tai, and the others, this poor village can't be compared to the big restaurants in Chang and city, so please don't despise this simple meals. Since all of you are little Xian's friends and students, as an elder, let me toast to all of you. Yan Xiaoning quickly said, Uncle Han, what are you saying? The dishes on this table are comparable to those of the restaurants in Chang. We should be the ones toasting you, Uncle Han. Yes, to Uncle Han. However, this Han family village isn't a poor village. It's much richer than many other villages. Uncle Han, you've managed it well. Sun Ziffin was someone who knew how to talk to people and ghosts. At this moment he could be serious in front of his elders. He raised his cup and laughed. Immediately, a bunch of voices of agreement rang out from behind. Yes, yes, yes. Today's dishes are very sumptuous. Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle Han. Here's to Uncle Han. That's right. Otherwise, we would have to eat together on Yunshan Mountains. Han Lijing's face was flushed with excitement when he heard these words. He finished the wine in his cup and smiled. Great. Then, you guys eat and drink well. Li Zishuan took over the conversation with a smile and looked at the crowd. He looked at the crowd and said, more than half of the people from our school of mathematics are here today, right? After more than a month, we're gathered together again. Ku Shiqing, Zheng Ziren, Lu Yen, and the rest of you didn't plan to go to Yanhuang College with me. However, since you're sitting here now, it proves that you're willing to continue learning with me and that you're optimistic about the future of Yanhuang College. I won't say thank you to you for this. I'll only congratulate you. I congratulate you for making the best choice in your life. In a month, Yanhuang College will be officially established. At that time, you'll see an unprecedented college. At that time, Yanhuang College won't be a place where others can enter just because they want to. Come, to all of you. Everyone, let's have a toast. Well said, sir. Although the college hasn't been built yet, Sun Zifen have already fallen in love with Yunshan. To Sir. Li Tai and Sun Zifen cheered loudly. However, Ku Shiqing, Zheng Ziren, Lu Yen, and the others' eyes were slightly red. They saluted Li Zishuan from afar. It could be seen that they didn't have a good month. Li Zishuan put down his wine glass and laughed. Good. Stop saluting each other, let's eat. I know you didn't eat well on Yunshan. Let's have a good lunch. Of course, your efforts won't be in vain. In the future, the thousands of Yanhuang College students will remember your contributions to Yanhuang College. Ku Shiqing solemnly cupped his hands and said, due to some reasons, I didn't immediately express my willingness to join Yanhuang College. I'm very ashamed. Please don't blame me. Zheng Ziren, Lu Yen, and the others also hurriedly cupped their hands and apologized. Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Sun Zifen, however, said mischievously, just because you don't blame me doesn't mean we don't blame you. Ku Shiqing, you should punish yourselves by drinking 3 glasses. Ku Shiqing gritted his teeth and said, all right. 3 glasses it is. After saying that, he was about to pour himself a glass of wine. Li Tai hurriedly shouted, hey, wait. If you're all drunk, who's going to help you in the afternoons? Don't drink so much. Li Zishuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. This little fatty had become the supervisor of the construction sites. Zheng Ziren's face was full of black lines. He hesitated for a moment and said, I'll choose to get drunks. Shiqing, Ziren, Lu Yen, have you all thought about it? Do you want to come to Yanhuang College? After lunch, Li Zishuan took a rest under the big tree in the Han residence's courtyard for a while and led the group of students on the road to Yunshan. Ku Shiqing nodded firmly and said, Sir, we've all thought about it. In fact, none of the 44 students in our school doesn't want to continue learning from you. When you left the Imperial College, the reason why so many people didn't express their opinions on the spot was mainly because they were concerned about the opinions of their family members. As far as I know, many of our classmates have been thinking of ways to persuade their families in the past month. I believe that when the college starts next month, the 44 students in our school will definitely gather together again. Li Zishuan was silent. He put his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. I hope so. I can't bear to part with all of you. Chapter 561. In the afternoon. After returning to Cloud Mountain, the group of people returned to their respective posts and busied themselves with their own tasks. Li Zishuan did not stay idle either. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward and began patrolling around his territory. He was not patrolling to see if anyone was slacking off. The reward and punishment system that he had set in the beginning had stimulated everyone's enthusiasm to work. Now, no one in the entire construction site would slack off. No one would complain that they had too much work to do. On the contrary, they were afraid that their team would not be assigned any work. This was because not only would the food be worse, but the bonus at the end of the month would also be reduced. This guy was completely full and had nothing to do, so he wandered around aimlessly. This entire mountain will belong to me, Li Zishuan, in the future. And there's a super big school on top of it, TSK. How comfortable. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was just a poor student. Even if he joined the workforce, his monthly salary would not be able to buy a 1 square meter house in Beijing. But now, he owned an entire school near Cheng. A modern school that he wholly invested in. How could he not be satisfied? Oh, the student bathhouse has already been built? All around him were half-built houses. Only the larger building next to the student dormitory had been completed. Li Zishuan thought for a while and recognized that it was the student bathhouse. He sighed and walked in. Cement walls, cement floor, and empty space. This should be used to store wardrobes in the future. Inside, there were small cubicles. In the future, when water pipes and sprinklers were installed, it would be a student bathhouse that all modern schools had. These things would not be considered rare in modern times. But to the ancient people, those students would probably not be used to it when they first came in to take a bath. Right, water. What should he do with the water on Yunshan? He could not expect people to carry water down the mountain every day, right? How troublesome would that be? Thinking of this, Li Zishuan could not help but frown deeply. The monthly water consumption of a school was terrifying. No one knew this better than him. The water problem of Yanhuang College had to be solved as soon as possible. Lord Ju. So you're here. I finally found you. At this moment, Pang Feiji suddenly ran in from outside and said while panting. Li Zishuan collected his thoughts and asked, Feiji, you're back? Is that thing already done by the workshop? The beggar's version of the crane he designed was not complicated. It only had a base, supporting rods, pulley blocks, and some structures to adjust the angle and direction. It was not difficult to make. Pang Feiji said excitedly, Yes, Lord Ju. I've already brought it here on an ox cart. It's right in front of Guanghua Building now. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Okay, let's go and have a look. Guanghua Building was the main teaching building of Yanhuang College. When it was designed, it was arranged to be at the front of all the buildings in the college. In Li Zishuan's opinion, this building would be the face of Yanhuang College in the future. Of course, it had to be seen by everyone. When they passed by Yanhuang College's future library, the red building, Li Zishuan looked at the prototype of the classical building. Suddenly, he said to Pang Feiji, Feiji, you have to remember this building well. It has another name, it's called the Airplane Buildings. In Feng Yu's previous life, the red building looked like a huge airplane when viewed from above. Therefore, some people called it the Airplane Building. When Pang Feiji heard this, he suspected that he had heard wrongly. He dug his ears and said in disbelief, Lord Ju, are you using this building to commemorate me, old Pang? Lord Ju's kindness, old Pang. As he spoke, he choked up. In his opinion, he was just a rough person. Yanhuang College was destined to be a holy land for scholars. Li Zishuan was willing to use his name to name a building in the college. To him, it was such an honor. How could he not be excited? Cough, cough. Li Zishuan saw that this guy was forcing himself to be dramatic. He couldn't help but cough and said, That's not it. The reason why I called it the Airplane Building was because it looked like an airplane. After that, he ran away as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. Brother Chicken, on the other hand, was stunned on the spot. He looked at the unfinished red house and muttered, Like me? How does this building look like me? Hey, sir, you're finally here. As soon as Li Zishuan arrived in front of Guanghua Building, he saw a group of people surrounding a tall frame with 4 wheels. They were basically the students of the School of Mathematics. When Sun Zifan saw Li Zishuan, he came over to greet him. Li Zishuan didn't ask how these students knew about it. He walked to the side of the crane and looked at it. Then he smiled at Li Tai and said, Qingke, it's rare for you to have the opportunity to be a strongman. Do you want to try this crane yourself? Although Li Tai was not happy with the first half of the sentence, He still rubbed his hands excitedly and nodded. After that, he ordered the people to hang a big basket of bricks on the hooks below the pulley block. He then began to turn the wheel and tried to pull the basket up. Damn! It's actually so easy? Li Tai originally used all of his strength and prepared to use all of his strength to turn the spinning wheel. In the end, because he used too much strength, he almost tripped and fell. And the bamboo basket filled with bricks, without any accident, rose up. What? Xianxia, when did you become so strong? Yes. This basket of stones is about 200 pounds? Tisk. Not only is Xianxia meaty, but she's also very strong. With such a sarcastic tone, he must be Sun Zifan, young hero Sun. The surrounding students couldn't help but widen their eyes and gasp in amazement. If they hadn't seen the people put the bricks in the basket one by one with their own eyes, they would have suspected that Li Tai was cheating. Just like that, in a short while, the big basket of bricks was lifted up about 3 feet. The people waiting on top of the basket suppressed their surprise and carefully unloaded the bricks from the basket. Li Tai touched his nose and was speechless. He felt that the brick-moving machine he made earlier was really weak. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and smiled at the students. Did you all see that? This is the power of engineering. It can make a powerless person full of strength. It can let you understand the world you're in now. Of course, it can also change the world. The knowledge that Yanhuang College will impart to you in the future will definitely be the most powerful knowledge in the world. Good. Sir, you're amazing. We want to learn the most powerful knowledge. Sir, you're mighty. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? When the students heard this, they were all elated and excited, except for Li Tai. He was very dissatisfied with Li Zishuan's words. It can make a powerless person full of strength. He felt that Li Zishuan was talking about him.